Hello. Hello, everyone. How's it going? So, last night, after doing like 4-ish hours of Monster Hunter metaset math with incredibly unnecessarily in-depth calculations based on a variety of uptime assumptions, because I'm crazy like that, I decided to check out Black Beacon. Eating pasta right now, I didn't have time to eat beforehand. But so this new game called Black Beacon came out. And I actually thought it came out yesterday, or I thought it was going to come out yesterday, but it actually came out the day before, so I did miss day one. So this is day 2+1 for me. But it's made by a group of devs who used to work at Kuro. Kuro Games being best known for Wuthering Waves. But before that, they also made PGR, which this is much closer to like PGR. Part of the reason I got interested in it was a bunch of PGR content creators and peeps that I follow were kind of glazing it after playing the CBT because they said it feels a lot like old PGR. And so far, I can kind of confirm it does feel like old PGR, but with a lot more like woo quick swapping sort of stuff going on. Pretty fun mechanics and everything. My left ear loves you for. Oh my god, is it? Ugh, motherfucker. Thank you for pointing that out. One sec. Okay, how about now? Okay, cool. Now it's my. I am professional streamer person who does this very professionally and is not just casually doing it for funsies and is really bad at streaming software bullshit. Thank you for pointing that out, Asha Weshk. Yeah. So last night we were having some issues. Like we've been having issues the past few streams with my mic making popping sounds sometimes. And it's never been a problem anywhere else, like in Discord or even like recording my own voice for when I was doing voice recordings for that cameo with Spider2B, who's a PGR content creator, a game I mentioned earlier. Um, he hit me up about like I already posted about it on Twitter, but he hit me up about a collab because it was just like a little meme intro at the beginning, and the newest character, Nanami Star Trail, Star Trailer. Holy shit! One sec. I'm choking on pasta. Talking and eating at the same time is a horrible idea. But yeah, PGR, which this background is from, very cute. Anyway, PGR just released a new frame for a character. They kind of don't like release new characters that often. Instead, they make like new frames and new versions of like older characters, so you can kind of so you get to really like develop the character over time. You get to really build that kind of like history and bond with them. But anyway, point is, she uses a charge blade, and she's not even. They're not even like trying to pretend she doesn't use a charge blade. She just uses a fucking charge blade. She has Savage Act. She has a jumping SAED. She has a charge blade. So he thought it would be funny to have me do an intro like I was doing an intro to like a charge blade guide or something. And I even went as far as to like cosplay as Nana Knight. That's what we like to call the character because she's looks like a knight. Because her name's Nanami. But Nana Knights, I even cosplayed as her for my recordings in Monster Hunter, and now I put so much effort into and used my free like Hunter edit ticket up on making Nana Knights. I'm just never going to swap off it. This is my Hunter forever now. I've managed to Stockholm myself into it. What the fuck was I talking about? Anyway, Black Beacon. It's made by ex-devs from Kuro, who are well known for Wuthering Waves, but also PGR is how I got into them initially. About like 4 years back. But so far, mechanics have been really fun. It's not as polished as you would expect out of something at like the Wuthering Waves, MiHoYo game tier, but to be fair, this is a brand new studio. Like, this is their first game they put out. Black Bacon are very nice, indeed. We love bacon. But so far, the mechanics have been a lot of fun. It's kind of got a lot of that woo quick swap thing going on, but you're actually like you're very incentivized to be swapping between characters fairly frequently because your vigor, which is the resource you use to pop your character's skills, regenerates significantly faster when they're off field. So it kind of leads to these sort of quick swapping rotations, but it also has the same thing as Wuwa, where like when you swap off, the character will finish the animation, so you get swap cancels. So it's got like a lot of fun potential in terms of gameplay because of all of that, and it also has a pretty big focus on perfect dodging because it gives you like temporary invincibility, as well as attacks you can parry. So really, so far I've been really enjoying the gameplay, but more importantly, like the voice acting has been pretty incredible, very impressive for like the debut game of a new studio. And the story has been surprisingly good, but especially the world building has been very good. Like the entire concept behind the world and setting in this game is particularly interesting, and definitely a big fan. Also, guys, the characters are great too, but it's a gacha game. You kind of expect the characters to be really good, but their dialogue is well written. They have very distinct personalities. Interactions have been pretty good so far. I've only cleared through the first chapter so far, so there's a lot more to clear, but so far I've been enjoying it a lot. The Monster Hunter Gacha Monster Hunter loop continues. It's a never-ending loop epic. It's never going to end. This is the song that never ends, never ends. Also, guys, if there's any issues with my audio, please let me know. Because, I mean, earlier I apparently forgot to swap it to mono because I had to do like a bunch of troubleshooting on my Streamlabs audio to try to fix problems. So I don't know if there's still an issue with popping, the popping sounds that we were having in the past two streams or not. I hopefully fixed it, but you know, I couldn't exactly do like a several-hour stress test or something. And also last night, when I was like looking back at some of the VOD, I realized that last night when I got later and I started talking more quietly while narrating the story, my noise gate is my gate is apparently too high because it would cut off like every other word I was saying when I was talking more quietly. So yeah, I guess I adjusted that too. Hopefully the noise gate's at a good point where if I like start talking a bit more quietly and ASMRly, that it doesn't cut off the audio, but it also doesn't catch my keys because I have red switch keys on my mechanical keyboard, so they're very loud. That's kind of the big reason for like a noise gate for me, is the fact that like you can't hear that. Oh, you probably can hear it when I'm talking because it should overlap then, but yeah, it's not catching the keys, which is important because they are loud keys. We love red switches. All right, well, there it goes. There's the mandatory 5-minute yap before we do anything productive. So let's play some Black Beacon. Where I eat some more pasta because I need to eat sooner in the day, but it is already like 7 o'clock and I haven't eaten yet. Also, let me know if like the audio leveling is a little bit off or something like that, because like I said, I had to redo a bunch of the audio stuff in Streamlabs. Oh yeah, also forgot to mention, big thing about this game, they've been stupidly generous. Like, insanely generous. In particular, this only lasts until the 14th, so if you do want to try this game, and especially if you want to reroll, I would recommend starting up sooner rather than later, because there was some issues on day 1, and in particular some issues with, they had some issues with Google not working well with their servers and letting them link Google accounts to it, which they worked through it. Like within 24 hours, but they were very communicative about the issues. And the big thing is that like they've been really generous by just dumping fucking like standard polls, but also like their standard poll systems. And then because of that issue in day 1, until the 14th, you can claim just 30 fucking standard polls just because, like, our bad guys here just have stuff. It's kind of like when Wuwa was, like, apologizing for, like, their early fuck-ups by just, like, throwing shit at the community, right? Similar thing. So, you know, obviously, don't play a gacha game if you can't, like, spend responsibly within, like, what is your like entertainment money and don't have to impact your life with it and everything. But this game does so far seem to be pretty free-to-play friendly. I haven't hit the end game, and that's kind of a big determiner though, right? Like how good are like free-to-play options going to be in Endgame, and how important is it to push in Endgame? Because in a lot of cases, right, if you're not like familiar, if you haven't played like other gacha games that aren't necessarily the like modern MiHoYo and Wuwa format, where the end game is all like pure PvE. As I understand from stuff I've seen from like Rexlins and some other creators on Twitter, it looks like that this one does have a leaderboard system. So it's still like PvE, you're still fighting things, but there's actually a leaderboard, and how much those might affect the rewards you get, I can't say. Either way though, so far, they've been stupidly generous. Also, I am not biased at all towards this game, especially not because when I made my first account yesterday and was considering doing rerolls, I got the limited banner character on the first 10 ball. That has nothing to do with it, I swear. Actual streamer luck. Yeah, so far, it's been a lot of fun. And they are very generous. Their pricing, too, is definitely below industry standard, which is nice. Like the daily pass, which I just got. Oh. Free shit. Give me free shit. Give me shit. I love things. So, like, first off, their daily pass is below industry standard because it's $4 for the exact same shit you get. Oh, nice reroll. You can get her a Sig weapon for free in the event. Yeah, exactly. That's another thing. I think no one still knows the damage formula of this game. Yeah, like, once I hit towards, like, the end of, like, progressing through the current content that's available, I may look at doing some testing on trying to figure out damage formulas. Although at that point, there's probably more dedicated, like, CN players who will figure it out, like, within the first week. But yeah, daily pass, below standard, like, below industry standard for pricing. Most of their special packs are less than $1 per pull, which also very generous system going by, like, modern MiHoYo standards and whatnot. More free shit. Not that I'm trying to, like, shield, like, buying shit from them or anything. I'm just mentioning that specifically they are actually on the more generous side when it comes to the pay for pulls premium stuff. Really the biggest one, though, that is actually kind of fucking nuts. And if they keep this as a consistent pattern, it's gonna be really nice, is that PE bonus here is the Battle Pass. When you hit level 15 of the free Battle Pass, you get to get a selector for a 5-star signature weapon for any of the 4 stars in the game. So, if you're a really big fan of, like, let's say you're a big fan of, like, Hephaeus, who is, like, this shield fire hammer character that provides, like, some nice shielding, some nice, like, damage reduction and attack boost support for your team. You can get her giant ass fucking hammer over here on the free battle pass at level 15. If you buy the premium battle pass, which only costs $7 for, like, the normal version, it's like the industry standard $20 for, like, the accelerated version, but, like, the normal premium battle pass is only $7, which, again, below industry standard. You get a selector at level 15 for a 5-star signature weapon for any of the standard 5-star characters. So, like, for example, I'm definitely getting this one for Viola, because Viola was the 5-star I went with selecting. Speaking of also which, in, like, the retrieval system, it's not here anymore because I already cleared it, but they let you pick any standard 5-star to just get at 30 pull when you do your first 30 pulls on the standard banner, which, like I said, they give you for free. And, like, I am currently at am I at 110? Yeah, I'm currently at 110 standard pulls. I have not spent $1 on standard pulls, and I haven't even pushed that much story. They just given so much shit that I have been able to pull so much on standard banner. But yeah, I don't know, very generous system. No 50-50s, but there is a 70-30, which is at least better. They run a 70-30 system. So you're at least more likely to get the on banner, and then of course, like, the second one is more guaranteed. Standard rates are a lot better too, because MiHoYo is, I think, MiHoYo and Wuwa, because again, like, there are many more gacha games other than these. It's just the vast majority of people that reference for gacha games are going to be those games. But the base chance, I think, is 0.7%, and then like the soft pity where the rate increases doesn't happen until 70 pulls in out of 90. This one though, base chance is 1%, and then if we look at the basic rules, after 40 pulls, it then doubles to 2%. And then every 5 retrievals without it further increases it by a multiple of the base chance. So at 40 pulls, you have a 2% chance to get it. At 45 pulls, you have a 3% chance to get it, etc., etc. Every 5 pulls upwards. At least that's my understanding of what they're saying here. So you have to get mega unlucky, I guess, to actually hit pity, which I did on the standard banner, but that's okay. Makes up for my first 10 pull limited character. Is it possible to hear me on YouTube? My voice is too low? Okay, cool. Thanks for pointing out. Let me turn up my mic a bit. Okay. I'm also a bit far away from my mic right now. Is that better? Testing, testing. Let me also turn down the game as well, maybe, then. It might just be like a relative audio issue. I don't know. Is that better? Is that more readable? It has some yaoi or yuri? I mean, so far there hasn't been that much of that, but possibly. I mean, you can ship anyone, right? But in terms of the main story that I've seen so far, there hasn't really been too much in terms of that. I mean, there's like the catty rivalry between like two of the main girls that I guess you could interpret that way. But this game also hasn't been like particularly goonery so far. All right, cool. Thanks, Wii Windows. But yeah, it hasn't been particularly goonery so far. There's like only one particular instance that was kind of sort of goon baits where like you're sitting on a character's lap and oh, actually, that's right. I can pull it up because they have a great archive system. Once I remember where the archive system is. I don't know the menu very well yet. Where is it? No, that's not it. It's not in advance, although I take that. They have an incredible archive system that I can't fucking remember where there it is, illustration. Let's see. I think it's in photo album? Yeah, this is like the only goonery moment so far, is we wake up like on our head on the lap of this character Nana, and there's like very nice angle. But so far, you can also see the art's really pretty. And these are live 2D animated as well. Yeah, art's very pretty as well. But like the game hasn't been particularly goonery heavy yet so far. But it does have a very interesting story as well as a very interesting world. The world building's been very cool in this game. The systems and like the concept behind things is very interesting. And I'm kind of excited to see how they take it. Because it's a really refreshing take on like the whole like interdimensional weird pocket dimension plus time travel sort of thing. That you can see as like tropes in the genre. I saw Guaba when he was streaming it, doing a sponsored stream last night, said it was a sci-fi game. I don't know if that's fully accurate, but I can understand where he's coming from, and maybe even the developers like say it's a sci-fi game, because it does have like, it is like kind of weird technology, weird magic, science, time travel kind of stuff. But it doesn't feel particularly sci-fi to me yet. But I can understand whether it's got a lot of similar theming. That's a lot of work. Yeah, it's got really nice art. It's got great voice acting. The reason I want to know the damage formula, because in this game, some of the DPS are not recommended to be built like the usual crit rate, crit damage like Florence, while the other DPS like Lychee is built crit. That's why I wonder. Isn't the crits damage built characters much better DPS than those not? Yeah, I mean, yeah. Without the damage formula, it's hard to say, right? I haven't really looked much into the endgame stuff because so far I've just been enjoying the game, and I'm not really planning on doing much research into like the meta and stuff like that until I've actually like cleared through the story or start tackling like endgame content myself. Because for the moment I'm just trying to enjoy the story. But yeah, that's very much depends on the damage formula. I don't really know how the like late game building and gearing system quite works yet because I just haven't gotten to that point, right? So like yeah, crit is definitely gonna be a thing, but whether it's best for Florence or not just depends purely on formula, because since her skills also focus so much on derived damage, it's possible that derived damage multipliers will just simply be more effective than general crit for her, because the vast majority of her damage is built into derived damage attacks or damage types. Why is my phone going off? But yeah, like I said, until we know damage formula, I mean, at the moment, as I would expect, even if people don't know the damage formula, they're probably trying both like different builds out and just seeing which has bigger number, because at the very least you can always do that. That is always an option, even if it's not the most rigorous and empirically tested method. Still works. Yeah, this also is the limited character Florence. Her default skin is actually a nice, pretty, and white one. But I am a goth hag who likes goth hags, so we are going with this one. It's much prettier, in my opinion. This is also a free one you can get where she like pretends to be a maid because she's a duchess. Not really a big fan, personally. I like her original outfit design a lot. Okay, well, it's probably enough yapping. Let's actually do things in the game. Also, I don't know why this red notice sign won't go away, and it angers me. Do I get... Did I grab that? It's still got a red dot on it. Shrug. We love launch 1.0 random little things popping up like that. Okay, well, anyway. Story. True, the red dot thingy again. Yeah, that has been a little minor annoyance. It's a very minor annoyance, but it has been a thing. Since they just did like a bunch of like fixes and stuff, I was hoping that they would... I was hoping that maybe they had fixed that along with it since they resolved all the Google account issues. Circa 2,000 years before the world calendar. Let me move my mic a bit. Javriel, the Eternal City, has stood as the heart of the Japheth Empire for many centuries. As the people of the Empire have come to expect, it will undoubtedly continue to do so until the end of time. The Empire was vast by the time of Thuranis the Great, but the frontiers of the Emperor's ambitions were far beyond the current borders of his domain.
Father, I
have
arrived.
Well, Husbando has appeared.
Just in time.
Not my type, but definitely very much a classic male appeal character.
Look at the water lilies.
He is very handsome.
They were brought here from Memphis.
Remembering your TC days in Genshin for C6 Bennett? Old, true. See, you say that like my Genshin TC days were old, but like the true old are like the Monster Hunter World 1.0 TC days for me, because that's where I got my start originally in Monster Hunter, in math and theory crafting was in Monster Hunter World.
This is a tribute from the governor of Memphis Province. The lilies were plucked 20 days ago from the banks of the Memphis River, delicately immersed in jars filled with fresh water, transported on a ship across the Philistine Sea, and swiftly brought to Javriel. Today marks the onset of the flowering season.
Flowers. Oh yeah, I just realized I don't remember if I remember to address this at the very beginning. I might have. It's also in the description. But I am gonna be finishing off all of like the Monster Hunter Wilds math and everything. It's been a long week, and I've already spent several hours on it in the past 2 streams. Yesterday and the day before that. Anyway, the past 2 streams I spent a bunch of time on math, and my brain needs a rest, so that's why I'm kind of just enjoying Black Beacon. Tomorrow I've also got D&D, so I probably won't be able to stream. But on Monday, Monday is the most likely time for me to kind of pop back on stream and finish up the maths, so we can have all of our very thorough calculations after Title Update 1. This game surely can't be good, right? Surely. Definitely could not be good.
It would be a waste to enjoy these flowers alone, so I invited you to accompany me.
Also, just so we're clear, in case anyone wasn't here for last night's stream or hasn't played the first chapter of the story, this is not the normal setting. We've traveled 2,000 years into the past to go find some information, basically. So that's why it's like ancient Greece, Greco-Roman, Hellenistic stuff going on.
I've also extended invitations to others. General Sarvis resides nearby in his mansion, and he should be joining us shortly. Are you acquainted with him?
Yes, I know him. Sarvis is a valiant general.
Well, if things go the way they might, then Sophie, you might get your wish, and we might get some Prince Rubicon and Sarvis yaoi bait going on. But we'll see. I was supposed to try this, but the Madoka Magica gacha has you addicted. Fair! Only play as many gachas as you can, like, you know, actually reasonably keep in your life.
Knowing him is not enough, Rubicon. As my heir, you must remain well informed about all the developments in Javriel.
And, like, if you're interested in the story, too, this game will always be here, right? Until it hits end of service, which hopefully isn't the case. It's had a decent amount of popularity so far. But, you know, if it's gonna be here, like, if you ever want interested in the story, you can just pop in and play the story and make use of, like, the generous system to just get some nice, like, standard 5 stars and stuff like that. You don't have to, like, actually keep along with it and try to keep up with, like, the meta or endgame or something. You can just enjoy the story. It's kind of how I'm treating like Reverse 1999 now. I pop on occasionally for a patch to like catch up on main story, but I don't really engage with the game much outside of that anymore.
Sarvis was recently promoted to the
Oh,
rank
that
of
happened.
youngest senator. It is imperative that you maintain a close relationship with him in the times to come.
Understood, Father. I shall pay him a visit later.
Well, that won't be necessary. He's already arrived.
Your Majesty.
Oh, yep. I think we're about to get some yaoi bait.
Right,
Let's
Sarvis.
go.
Now, we await the arrival of High Priest Mirari. Sarvis, you have accomplished remarkable military triumphs on my behalf. I had promised that on the day of your senatorial promotion, you may select any city within my empire as your fiefdom, excluding Javriel. Have you made your decision?
By the grace of your Majesty.
Let's skip the formalities of the Senate. Choose your city, and I shall grant it to you. Leave the pleasantries and bureaucratic matters to others.
I desire a land as warm and inviting as your Majesty's garden.
Oh, his garden, you say?
While numerous warm lands lie within my dominion, only one city possesses a garden.
One might
with
say
charm.
his secret garden.
Your discernment is commendable. For
Great,
you
now
have
I'm
chosen a
yaoi
place
pilled. Thanks,
even
Sophie.
I find difficult to part with. Very well. Bellefontaine shall be yours. Tend to her with care, for she is a unique and precious flower.
Oh,
even amidst
interesting.
my vast garden.
One of the loading screen tooltips mentioned that
here comes the
Bellefontaine
High Priest
is
as well.
related to the on-banner limited characters family, since she's a duchess.
Greatness be upon you, my lord. May your reign endure as long as the Tiberius River flows through the
All of these
eternal
men are
sea.
excessively pretty.
Indeed, at my age, divine favor is required to sustain my rule over this nation for much longer.
Worry not, Father. Your radiance shines as brightly as the sun that illuminates the entirety of Japheth.
You've picked up the rhetoric of those eloquent orators, Rubicon. But have you ever seen a day when the sun does not set?
I mean no disrespect, Father.
I know you do not. While your words are flattering, I believe I truly merit such praise. I no longer require badges, scepters, or crowns to demonstrate my power. Nor do my accomplishments necessitate statues, poems, or triumphal arches to extol their glory anymore. The Senate recently bestowed upon me the title of the Sacred One. I wonder, on the day of my departure, whether the artisans will find a monument vast enough to inscribe all my titles. Frequently, I have wondered what further achievements I can attain during my remaining time. My generals have conquered the entire civilized world known to us, and the remaining lands are either too remote or too desolate. My empire has transformed the Philistine Sea into an inland lake.
Damn, this emperor will not shut the fuck up.
I've surpassed all previous emperors in history.
Like, this is interesting, like, lore dropping and world building for this, like, world 2,000 years in the past of, like, the main storyline right now. But I also, in general, just don't care that much about Greco-Roman stuff. So I kind of just want him to shut the fuck up.
When I inherited Javriel, it was constructed of bricks. And when I pass it on to you, Rubicon, my beloved son, it shall... You mentioned the sun earlier, which brings something to mind. The governor of Memphis province sent me a letter along with the flowers.
Man, this guy's giving Calsted a
In
run
his
for her
letter,
money.
He mentioned an ancient legend cherished by the people of Memphis, asserting that their god of the sun was captured by conquerors from the east.
If you're emperor, you can yap all you want and no one can stop you. This is very true. Where is Brutus? We need a Brutus right now. Shut this motherfucker up.
According to them, the conquerors hailed from a realm known as the Arsacid Empire.
Like, he's not talking any more than, like, the genius siblings from the last chapter were, but their conversation was much more interesting because it was a back and forth, and also it's not Greco-Roman emperor stuff.
Have you ever heard of that place?
To the best of my knowledge,
Ah, there we
the
go.
Arsacid
More
Empire
pl-
lies
n-
far to
now
the east
someone
of
is
our
responding
domain,
to his
inhabited by different
monologue.
people with a distinct culture. This region is situated near another sea.
The Memphian legend concerning the god of the sun appears to lack veracity. It is merely a deity concocted by simplistic individuals for their own peace of mind.
I understand.
So far
your
we've
piety,
only seen
Ferrari.
like the faces of the other characters, and they're all like
However,
excessively
there have been
pretty.
countless gods worshipped in the land
So right now my
founded by
headcanon is that
Japheth.
the Emperor is just a really ugly motherfucker, but he won't stop yapping. We
Since the
love
native people
inbreeding.
believe in those gods, it implies that those gods have favored them, and we Japhethians won't interfere with their beliefs.
Japhethians.
With that said, it is surprising to hear claims that gods walk the earth as tangible beings that can be captured like treasures.
Wow, I can't believe the Emperor is objectifying gods.
Now, I find that interesting. Rubicon, Sarvis, and Mirari, go to the
Oh my
Arsacidian
god, is he finally
Empire
gonna
to
stop
see if-
talking?
If the god of the sun is truly there, bring it back to my throne. Only Javriel deserves an everlasting
Man, I can't believe I
sun.
just spent like 5 minutes glazing the writing and
Father,
story,
what
and then
should
we have to
do
listen to
the
this
kings and
motherfucker
lands
for
of
staying.
the Acid Empire?
I desire the sun only.
He's so
If they
handsome.
decline my request, destroy them all. And if they willingly relinquish it, you may decide their fate.
Why did you have to pause that long?
Well, I've spent too much time discussing a tiny piece of land. Let us enjoy these splendid water lilies before the sun sets.
Oh my god, 3 months later, you mean when he finally finishes as a single monologue?
Finally.
Ooh, the Tower of Babel. That's where we're at.
This is the fabled tower that reaches the heavens.
Back in Javriel, I heard tales of it. The tales spoke of how the ancient people aspired to reach the heavens, and thus the tower was constructed.
Yeah,
When its
these two seem like
foundations
classic
were
yaoi
laid,
bait.
The land was still known by its original name, Obed. I always believed it to be nothing more than fiction. I never imagined that the descendants of Obed continued to build upon it. The dreams of mankind are truly remarkable.
From the way you spoke just now, one would think that we didn't emerge victorious in our great conquest, General Sarvis.
Also, everyone, is the game volume loud enough? Since I turned it down to kind of... Since my voice was apparently hard to hear earlier, but I want to make sure it's not turned down too low.
High Priest, I am sure you can sense that even as conquerors, our splendor of victory pales in comparison to this tower. We are facing something that cannot be conquered by force and will never bow to humans.
You speak the truth. It is not only blood and sword that invoke awe. It is the achievements built upon intangible foundations that endure.
Today, for the first time, the Japhethians bear witness to this marvel, and poets will compose new songs to commemorate this event.
This is our shared feat. Together, our names will be engraved on the next. arc
Is
of
it still
triumph
having
in
like... Oh, is
Darius.
my mic still having like the clicking issue? I was trying to do things to resolve it, and it was fine in tests earlier, but is my mic still doing like the little clicking or puff sound issue or something? Boy.
But before your triumph, Your Highness, we have much to accomplish. What shall we do with the subjects of the Arsacid Empire?
Damn. Yeah, still not really sure what I can do to, like, fix that. It's weird that it's been having these issues. It does seem like it's a Streamlabs issue, because I don't really have any issue with it in Discord or when I'm, like, doing my own recordings or anything like that. But I'm not entirely sure how to fix it. I tried some stuff and it was working earlier, but now it's doing the click again. That's annoying.
They
I'm
have
not really sure if there's
surrendered,
anything I can do about it right now,
so
though.
I've ordered our troops to cease fighting and rest.
However, if the Arsacid Empire dares to resist, His Majesty's decree is to destroy it.
Father is the sun, and naturally, he does not concern himself with the insects scorched by his blazing
Wow.
light.
Classic
But
Prince
the people
talk.
here are far away from Japheth. It is not their fault they are unaware of His Majesty's mighty name.
I understand your point, Your Highness. It has been said that we Japhethians are like a melting pot. There are 2 points behind that statement. First, we open our hearts and minds to all who are willing to submit. Second, if anyone is as stubborn as copper and iron, we will melt them with our fire until they become part of Japheth.
That sounds violent.
Force and fear have been
Oh,
the
it
best
is
tools
violent.
your father has employed for decades. Through them, the fire of Japheth's heart burns brighter and brighter. I agree that those methods are hardly the most effective. If your highness allows, I will find gentler ways to integrate the Arsacid Empire into our fold. If we can make the soldiers abandon their weapons for good, they will no longer pose a threat to us, and we will not need to shed their blood.
The High Priest makes a valid point. This approach would spare the lives of those people without contradicting my father's will. What do you think, Sarvis?
Well, I am just a general.
Fuck, he
and I
is so
focus on
pretty.
military affairs
Why
only.
did they make him
I
so
will leave
pretty?
the decision on other matters to you and the High Priest.
Ah, Sarvis.
We can't even pull him yet.
It is evident that your knowledge and eloquence surpass those of your colleagues in the Senate. Yet, you humbly refer to yourself as just a general. I'll take that as a yes.
Just a general.
High Priest, I hereby grant you the authority to handle the people of the Arsacid Empire at your
Ars
discretion.
acid.
As you wish, your highness.
I love
Now,
Ars. That is
It is
acidic.
time to claim the ultimate rewards for our arduous journey.
According to the historical accounts of the Arsacid Empire, it was the Emperor Darius who brought the God of the Sun from Memphis to Obed 5 centuries ago.
Everyone else pronounced it Arsacid, and then the prince is the only one who went Ars acid. Is this because he's like a pampered idiot prince? Or was it just like a voiceover issue? I like to think it's because the prince is very sheltered,
Darius once established the greatest empire in Obed.
and everyone's been too afraid to correct his
He made
pronunciation.
Memphis his province long before Japheth came into power.
If this realm were still under his rule, I might have respectfully approached their gates and dispatched a messenger to request an audience. A man who desires to possess the sun must be as ambitious as my father.
Circa 2,510 years before world calendar.
The Tower of Babel. That's the one thing in the world, besides the
Oh,
stars,
Darius was referred to in
deserving
the
of my
previous
upward gaze.
chapter.
It's only fitting that the most glorious trophy should be placed in the highest place of
We
my
we
kingdom.
found like a old broken bit of his hat right over here, little.
I'm now entrusting
jeweled
to
part.
you, Emeon.
What is this, Your Majesty?
Emeon is the organization that we're a part of.
A good question. And one
They explore
that
the
I would
tower
like
in the
to pass to
library.
you, too. I have heard tales that beneath the majestic waterfalls of the Memphis River lies the dormant, ancient god of the sun. It once destroyed the capital of an ancient pharaoh and then sank into the river. So I conquered the land of that pharaoh and ordered countless individuals to dive into the waters, leaving no stone unturned. But the outcome was a great disappointment. The so-called god of the sun was no more than a copper sphere.
Yeah, so that copper sphere is why we're traveling back in time to try to find out more about it, because from the future, we found out that it's going to explode, and it turns out it's a fucking nuclear reactor.
While it's well crafted, the artisans of Obed could have created a work of art 10 times more intricate than that.
Yes, but they couldn't have created a nuclear reactor.
I ordered my people to smash it on the spot. However, even the mightiest warriors of my immortal army could not destroy it. No weapon could even scratch its surface.
Right, after you are done talking shit about how basic this little sphere is.
I had craftsmen construct colossal pyres and burn it for 10 days, yet its shell remained unaltered.
Bro tried to burn a nuclear reactor for 10 days. His ass is lucky that thing is well built.
Finally, I instructed my warriors to transport it to the highest peak in Memphis and cast it off the cliffs. But it was the unyielding stones below that shattered, not the copper sphere. Since long ago, you have collected many extraordinary artifacts in this tower, and you have recruited numerous scholars from my land. I have never impeded or doubted your endeavors. But now, I am asking for a small favor in return. Unravel the mystery surrounding this sphere, and the reason why the Memphians revere it as the god of the sun. And find out the secret to its immortality.
Oh yeah, we gotta fight now. Fight, fight. Oh, I see. They're making me use Mori. That's fine. Just throw Florence in there too.
Hand me the sword.
We love hags. Hags, hags, hags. Got another Monster Hunter yet? No, I'm just taking a break from it right now. We've been doing like a lot of Monster Hunter math for like the past 2 days, and I started playing this game last night on stream after like 4 hours of like mathing, and this game has been really fun so far, so I've just been wanting to play more of it. It's been like a long week, and I've already done like several hours of mathing on 2 streams now, so just kind of want to take a little brain break and just enjoy this game's story and combat. Yeah, Sebastian. This time, the surroundings alone declare that I have been transported back to the distant past. The distance past? The shells are filled with old yellow scrolls made of parchment and papyrus. I randomly pick a scroll and unfold it, only to find unfamiliar symbols covering its surface. What are these symbols?
The letters used in the Arsacid Empire.
We love British Ambi.
It was one of the dynasties that existed in Obed about 2,000 years before our time. The dynasty lasted for centuries, so it's hard to pinpoint exactly where we are within that period.
Did you just bring us to some random point in time?
We love Mori Calliope. I'm not sure. I was just thinking about going back to 2,000 years ago. Can't we check the records on the scrolls to confirm the timeline? I'm not sure.
You're quite unreliable, aren't you?
Girl, we just learned about our power to like travel to different time spheres of this weird library like a day ago. We don't know shit. No one's telling us shit. We have amnesia. Literally every single one of you motherfuckers is like, I can't tell you anything more until we confirm your identity. How the fuck am I supposed to know shit? Been playing Kazan the First Berserker myself. Oh, nice. Not familiar with that game, but it sounds like you're enjoying it. First time hearing of this, how gay is it? So, it has not been particularly goonery so far. However, just now, we were going through, like, the initial story chunk thing. Like, the story, like, the non-gameplay story bit. About this place we've come to 2,000 years in the past, and there were a lot of very pretty Greco-Roman men talking at each other a lot, and their designs were very much yaoi bait. And I guarantee you there's gonna be plenty of shippers shipping Mori Calliope and British Ambi over here, because they have a very like caddish rivalry thing going on.
This is a legal document about the sale of grain and a deed to a farm. While it provides concrete information,
the game definitely has a bit more of like a general, more serious but with like playful moments tone than like anything like particularly goony. But that's also, I'm also only just started chapter 2, because at least from vibes, it seems like the limited character, Florence, and her, I guess, servant, Asti, have like a lot of potential for like Yuri vibes. But we'll see.
You're as reliable as ever.
It's hardcore
No
Souls, like,
wonder the old man
oh,
wanted
okay,
to make you
nice.
the next director.
I am a super old school FromSoft Soulsborne Ring Demon
Why did you throw
player.
them at me?
You can read them too.
I played Demon
can't
Souls
you?
before Dark Souls was cool. Look at me. Annoyed, Erishan bites her lip but starts examining the scrolls anyway.
Let's see what the heck we have here. Basic math, ledgers, lists of engineers, tax collection records, and tribute lists. All useless information. Wait. I've found something, Zero.
Although I do say it's a more serious tone, but like the latter half of the first chapter is a lot more comedic just because of like the personalities of like the two twins that make up like a lot of the interaction of that part.
This is a record written by the court scribe of the 5th Emperor.
What happens when a neurodivergent unstoppable force meets a neurodivergent immovable object? Is basically the latter half of that entire chapter. The 5th Emperor?
He was an unremarkable emperor in the history of Obed, and not well known. Throughout its long history, Obed has been the center of powerful empires at times, and has fallen under the control of other empires at other times.
Your first FromSoft was the Feline Village one? I'm not familiar with that one.
The 5th Emperor's reign belonged to the latter category. During that time, the Japheth Empire in the west, ruled by Emperor Thurinus, was at its peak. Thurinus's armies extended to the farthest reaches of the known world in all directions. In the east, they reached the Arsacid Empire. During his reign, Thurinus sent an expedition army led by his son Rubicon, the High Priest Marari, and General Sarvis.
Ah, yes, we just met those three. Or we just saw those three. The Yowie trio.
However, the expedition didn't result in Obed becoming a new province of Japheth, as was the case with other areas during that era. The reason for the truce remains a mystery, as no records or treaties were passed down through history. However, the Tower of Babel remained under its existing ownership during that war. Amaon, throughout different generations, protected it during all the crises and incidents, ensuring the library's safety and preservation.
That's a nice way of saying sitting on the fence. The knowledge stored in the tower is incredibly valuable, so no one would want to destroy it.
Monster
right?
Hunter game made by FromSoft? Weird, I haven't heard about that one. Interesting.
Besides, those old chumps did have their talents, as long as they were willing to cooperate. No emperor in his right mind would give them a hard time.
Ah, every time Mori has that expression, it gets me. Monster Hunter Diary, Poka Poka Iroh Village is the full title. Yeah, I've never heard about that, holy. So I guess we traveled back to 2,000 years ago?
As much as it pains me to admit it, your ability is quite remarkable.
Wow, we got Erishan to compliment us. The sky is falling. Erishan grunts and strides ahead of us. Looking at her back, I can't help but quietly ask Zero. She surely holds a grudge against us, right?
If I remember correctly, this is the second time you've asked me a question like this. My answer is still the same. But, since this is your second question, I think it's best to give you more information.
Would Night Rain be similar? Not familiar. Oh, it was a Japanese exclusive on the PSP. That makes a lot more sense. That explains why I've never fucking heard of that.
Erishan is the daughter of the previous director. Before my arrival, Cosmos planned to appoint her as the next director.
Oh. If she became the director, Amaon would never know peace. So you, ...
My duty is to safeguard this tower and the Library of Babel. And naturally, that includes you as the current director.
Oh.
What are you two whispering about back
We
there?
stole her
Hurry up and
birthright.
follow me.
That explains why she's so pissy at us all the goddamn time. Cool. Oh. Some objects in the ancient library move. Find the corresponding items to activate/deactivate them. Ah. Perhaps that thing that the glowy sparkly things are leading me to.
What a rudimentary ancient device.
Certain paths in the ancient library are damaged for various reasons. Use displacement skills to reach them? Oh. Cool. What if I don't bring someone with a displacement skill, though?
This is such a mess.
Oh, here we go.
It's like a
Combat
battle
time.
just took place here.
Maybe that's exactly what happened. According to historical records, this is the time when the war between Obed and Japheth
They're too squishy, they die too fast. Sad.
The main path ends here. Let's check out what's below.
Now we gotta do the funny teleport tech you just showed us. Let's get like right up to the edge. Whee! Yo, we got free shit. Let's go.
Interesting fellow.
This is very cool. I'm just concerned about... I guess, like, if you go into a stage and you see those there, it will be like, okay, I'll come back and, like, bring that kind of a character along with me next time. I guess my concern is, like, other than Mori, what other characters have those kinds of displacement skills? Oh, actually, does British Ambi have one? She does have, like, a... She does have, like, an attack teleport thing. I just don't know if it has as much range as, like, Mori's Scythe Throw. Oh. Also, activating mechanism is not probably as smooth as possible. Instead, it rises slowly before getting stuck mid-air with something seemingly hidden in the gap. Zero is always the most reliable these days. Yo, Ereshon, break the thing. Arathon suggests, let's just go with the most straightforward way. Her words leave me unsettled. As expected, the next moment, Ereshon swiftly slices the mechanism with a scythe, astonishingly restoring it back to normal. Let's go. We'll monkey our way through. Oh, neat. But what's this way? I want to know what's this way. There's another treasure chest to be... Oh, wait, no. I think I got both the treasure chests now, so there's not much reason to explore here. Oh, yeah, there is. Woo.
Forgive all sins.
Ah. Oh. I might have built my characters too much. They die so fast now I can't actually do any combos or rotations. Oh!
Forgive all sins.
Damn, I can't even get like a single Florence combo off because they just die too fast.
Who's there?
Ereshon raises her weapon, but Zero holds her back. Why are we the director again? Because we can travel through time. Yeah, and basically the previous director essentially made us the new director. Who was Mori's grandfather. They did say that she was the daughter of the previous director though, so I wonder if maybe her dad died or got lost in the library or something, because that seems to be a common thing, is people going to the library and not coming back. They literally call it the path of no return. But yeah, also yeah, we are like a special person that has been prophesized to eventually come and solve things called the Seer, because we can travel through time. So I think that's kind of the gist of it so far. Is this a gacha game or something? Yep, it is a gacha. It is a gacha game. It's like seems to be like a very free-to-play friendly, generous gacha game, but it is a gacha.
Wait.
Which, a big part of the reason why I play gachas is because they're, like, really the only, like, solid, like, anime-style live services that continue to update with, like, new content and new story and stuff like that. And I am enjoying the story so far, once we go past, like, the beginning of this chapter's of, like, old emperor Greco-Roman man soliloquizing for fucking an hour. The figure, realizing his presence discovered, emerges from behind the bookshelf and shows himself. As both sides recognize each other, everyone's eyes widen in surprise.
You are.
Zero pauses, letting the man speak instead.
You're Outlanders. No, wait. The symbols on your clothes.
Zero, you explain it to him.
We need more portrait mode gachas, damn. Costs tons of money, though. I hope you have deep pockets. Lol, I mean, like, I probably won't be spending too much on this game, but, like, buying, like, even, like, the basic stuff that I would probably normally buy for a gacha has been very cheap in terms of, like, the monthly pass and battle pass and that kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, the hope is definitely that this game can stay funded to not, like, EOS anytime soon. Because so far I've been enjoying it quite a bit. But this is also a new unproven studio. They have, like, a good amount of pedigree because they're ex-Kuro devs. So they're people who worked on, like, PGR and possibly Woo Woo, but probably not. That probably was after they split. Hard to say. So, like, the quality is definitely showing through that, but it also is, like, an unproven developer, and we'll see how things go.
So,
a lot of gacha games end up
travelers from the
flopping
future.
and hit, like, end of service in, like, 6 months to a year.
That's truly incredible. Since you're from the future, your clothes must also be from the future. No wonder I can't place their origin.
No more Genshin content? Nah, I stopped playing Genshin when I stopped making content about it. I haven't played since Ito's patch, with the exception of, like, popping on when Arlecchino came on to just spend the, like, 400 fucking pulls I had still on my accounts on, like, pulling her and a weapon, and then I did, like, 10 seconds of the story, and remembered I don't like the story in Genshin, so I uninstalled.
The Library of Babel is truly full of wonders.
Like, I've heard that the Genshin story gets better, but my problem is, like, A, the setting is not that interesting to me. I'm not that huge about, like, classic fantasy, like classic Western or Japanese fantasy sort of thing. Well, Japanese interpretation of Western fantasy. Like, Asiatic, Taoist and, like, cultivation sort of fantasy is a lot more interesting to me. But also, like, having, like, gone now and played, like, Honkai Star Rail and ZZZ, and especially going back and playing Honkai Impact 3rd, whenever, like, the Genshin story just feels kind of disappointing to me because they really flex their writing chops a lot in those games. And nothing I ever experienced in Genshin through, like, it was, like, 2.3 or something is when I stopped playing, was, like, anything nearly comparable to, like, a lot of, like, the consistency, but also a lot of the peaks that happened in the other game story and character design. Like, there are, like, this isn't bragging because I don't like this fact about me, but it is, like, genuinely very hard for me to cry. And again, like, I don't really like that. It's not like I'm like, oh, I'm manly or some shit and I don't cry. No, like, there's just wires fucking missing in my brain that makes most things that would make a normal person, like, cry doesn't really make me cry. That is becoming better over time with therapy. But, like, there are scenes and sequences and like, animations and stuff in Honkai Impact 3rd that do genuinely make me tear up or even cry sometimes. They do a really good job with, like, the emotional impact of the character stories in there. In my opinion, at least. Also, you know, it's like fucking Yuri all over, so that helps.
Could you tell us which era we are in?
Since you're from the future, you probably already know that the current ruler of Obed, the 5th Emperor, is a disappointment.
Like, if there was any Hoyo game I would do any content about, it'd probably be ZZZ. Star Rail feels kind of pointless because there's already people like Guaba, who is a really cool guy. But there's people like Guaba who are already, like, carrying the torch for, like, theory crafting and math in that sense, and, like, are doing a much better job than I would do with it with, like, my limited time. But ZZZ is a lot more focused on, like, team comp and play and everything, rather than just, like, straight up mathing things out as well as possible. And there's a lot of really cool, like, team comp and tech you can do to min-max in ZZZ that would be more interesting for me to cover. Again, though, I doubt I'll ever really get around to doing that kind of thing, because I'm mostly just doing, like, streaming with, like, potentially a little bit of Monster Hunter Wilds, like, video content as kind of a hobby right now. But if I were to ever do a MiHoYo game, it will probably be ZZZ, just because there's, like, a lot of really fun tech and rotations and, like, min-max things you can do to, like, really, like, there's a high skill ceiling in ZZZ, I guess that's my point. And the difference in the high skill ceiling is, like, the difference between, what's their face? They're a content creator who always does, like, nearly, like, either does or gets very close to doing, like, max score runs on Deadly Assault in ZZZ, which is one of, like, the rotating endgames. You only need 200,000 points, 20,000 points. You only need 20,000 points to clear it and get the max rewards. But the boss dies at 60k, and this content creator consistently manages to either hit or get close to 60k on every single one without wailing. Like, I think their Astra's the only one that has, like, Mindscapes, like, copies, and the rest are basically just running signature or even free-to-play stuff. Or even for, like, A-rank stuff. Like, that just play is so min-maxed and impressive that they're able to put out that much damage. Like, the skill ceiling is massive in ZZZ, especially with certain team comps, especially if you run Nicole. Nicole is absurdly strong, but she's only absurdly strong for, like, 6 seconds at a time. Alright, anyway.
Yeah, and
Back to Black Beacon.
The Empire was at war with the Japheth Empire. Has the war ended?
The war has ended. Despite Tharinius being advanced in years, he didn't underestimate his enemy, and prepared enough troops for a full-scale war. Unfortunately, he overestimated his opponents. The Fifth Emperor couldn't manage a single clash on the battlefield. As soon as he found out that Japheth only wanted a specific item from the Tower of Babel, he backed down immediately.
You don't seem to have a high opinion of your Emperor. Is it acceptable for a subject to say such things?
The librarian chuckles softly.
Emperor. He's far from deserving that title.
You mentioned that Japheth only wanted a specific item from the tower. What is it?
I've heard that Rubicon's ultimatum mentioned Memphis's god of the sun. I've seen it a few times, but it's disappointing. It's just a huge metal ball that doesn't seem to have any connection to the sun other than its shape. I heard it was a trophy captured by Obed's past monarch, Emperor Darius, after conquering Memphis.
What do you do aside than content creation? So right now I am in school for a degree in data science and business analytics. Although I am going to be taking, like, at least a 6-month break from it once this exam period is over, which is over the course of the next month and a half or so. I'm going to be taking a break from that and just doing, like, probably just full-time, like, bar work again, since before I started school full-time, I was managing a craft cocktail bar in Atlanta, and it's kind of more of my general work history. But just need to take some time to kind of get my head and mental health and emotional health in order and kind of figure shit out, because shit has been messy the past 2 years.
The item was sent away by Rubicon a few days ago.
Memphis, Tennessee? Yup, Memphis, Tennessee. Definitely not Egypt, but with a different name. Nope, Memphis, Tennessee, home of Elvis.
Looks like we're too late.
No, not yet. 2,000 years ago, Ephrathah by the Philistine Sea witnessed the final glimmer of Arten.
Ephrathah by the Philistine Sea? Hold on.
My model is blocking a little bit of the text, so maybe move it over there? Actually, maybe I should move it to the left side, since the right side is where, like, all the cooldowns and stuff are, so it probably gets in the way of viewing the combat. Once we pop back into, like, combat mode, I'll take a look. As Erishan repeats Zero's words, she exchanges a glance with Zero and suddenly realizes something.
The Star of Ephrathah.
History sure loves to play tricks on us.
What's shining in Ephrathah was never a star, it's Arten. That's the name of the sphere, the copper sphere that turns out to be a fucking nuclear reactor. Elisha nods and looks at the librarian.
So, you don't know how to control that copper sphere either.
No, we don't. Honestly, we wouldn't even know it's something that can be activated if you hadn't mentioned it. But since those Japhethians are so desperate to get their hands on it, they might have some knowledge about it. Interestingly, Prince Rubicon and his Praetorians are currently stuck in the library.
What did you just say?
Rubicon didn't leave after obtaining that God of the Sun. He learned about us in the Library of Babel from the 5th Emperor. Rubicon considered the library a treasure far more valuable than that copper sphere, so he took his soldiers inside the Tower of Babel.
Prince is dead.
It happened to coincide with the opening of the library, so I'm not sure if we should call it lucky or unlucky.
So, you mean we can find him inside the Library of Babel?
Exactly. Unfortunately, I won't be able to accompany you for the rest of your journey. I need to find my companions as soon as possible.
That's all right. Thank you for all the information.
May the library be with you. Emayon from the future.
Neat. Mortal Kombat. Actually, you know what? Before we do this, I was clearing out, like, what's it? I was clearing out this one? Yeah, kind of like the, you know, newbie step thing, right, in these kinds of games. So I leveled up my weapons to 40, but now leveling my weapons to 40 is making things die way too fast in story, so I'm going to de-level them real quick so that I actually get to play the game. Right now, though, there's like a temporary thing for like the first week that lets you preserve like all of the materials instead of having any kind of like lost material for refunding. So that's nice. So we're gonna do that, because I am not bothering to build any other weapons for them until I get their signatures, since I will be able to get every single one of these characters' signature weapons through the battle pass and through the current events for the free signature for the on banner limited. Okay, this should make them sufficiently weaker, I hope. Yeah, the battle power dropped by like 1,000. Okay. I want to do proper rotations. You're studying for a job AI will control in the near future? No, I'm studying for a job. I'm studying for a job to be the one making AI. the focus and direction I'm going for is ML engineering. So if AI is gonna take jobs, I'm gonna be the one who is instead making and maintaining said AI.
Now we know exactly what to do next. Hopefully, we'll find something this time. Since the Japhethians are after that copper sphere, they must have heard something about it, right?
The Star of Ephrathah. I don't remember how they pronounced it. You just mentioned.
Oh, it was an anomaly that appeared in Ephrathah, near the western shore of the Philistine Sea, around 2000 BC. According to historical records, a solitary star of unparalleled splendor emerged in the night sky above Ephrathah. Unlike other stars, it remained fixed over Ephrathah. The star was visible along the entire coast of the Philistine Sea, but it vanished shortly after its appearance, and hasn't been recorded in any astronomical observations since. Naturally, some might consider it a collective illusion, but for us Emayans, it was an undeniable anomaly.
Naruhodo.
Since there were no Emayans in Ephrathah at that time, the truth behind this incident has remained a mystery for thousands of years. Until just now. Considering the time and location, it's safe to say that the Star of Ephrathah is Aten, which the Japhethian transported from the Arsacid Empire. Although it lasted only for a brief period, it did ascend back into the sky, emanating radiance and brilliance. The only question is
So
this.
pretty.
Who in this era discovered the command to activate it?
We must find them. Okay, let's see. I should probably move like over here and then put like this above this. Because this way the only thing I'm blocking... Yeah, this way the only thing I'm blocking is the WASD, which no one needs to see that. But now you can actually see like my skills and cooldowns and things like that. So that it makes a little bit more sense, I guess. Maybe we move chat as well, so it's not over their faces. Let's see. Maybe we move chat like over here. And like scrunch it down a little bit, like that. That's probably better, right? That makes things a bit more generally visible and such. Cool, yeah, I think that works for now. Okay, off we go. The only annoying thing about the controls in this game is since it's not a true PC port yet, in order to change the camera angle, I have to click and drag, which is a little annoying. Oh shit, what did she say?
Let's hope we can still reason with those Jabethians in the tower.
These are traces left by the marching soldiers.
Is there a thing up here? There is a thing up here! The shattered stone door blocks our path. Through the cracks in the ruins, I catch a glimpse of something gleaming inside. This pile of stones is unstable and could swallow both the treasures inside and anyone close to it at any moment, unless you tread lightly and carefully. Retrieving the unknown treasure hidden within will likely take some efforts. Wait, what? Tap anywhere below to make a connection when the pointer is on the what? On the what? Here? No, I can't read it. It's off the screen. Huh? When do I... Oh no, what do I click on? Why did it work that one time? Do I have to be like under a wavy parts? Or on the non-wavy parts? Wait, why did it work that time? So you do have to like clean up the waves. I just wasn't hanging the right part of them earlier. Okay, I see. So like, oop, yep. Okay, cool. We figured it out, chat. Yo, stuff. Let's go. Oh no. Okay, there we go. Ah!
Then let's be a bit more serious.
Ah, damn it. Failed that dodge. Dodge right before getting hit to release a chronosphere on the attacker. This goes a 10-second go. Oh, cool. So now we just got an upgrade that makes it so when every 10 seconds our perfect dodge will pop a chronosphere, which is a tool we have that I keep forgetting to use, but it's like a time stop bubble. This looks like an HSR PGR kind of clone. Yeah, I can see that take. It plays a bit more like old PGR, but with a lot of like Wua quick swapping built in, and it's definitely more quick swappy than Wua is because of how the design incentivizes swapping between characters quite a bit. Whoop. Oh, is everyone dead? Oh, okay, cool. Because like, so you see these little diamonds here at the diamonds here at the bottom. They don't go, I guess they don't go down when I'm not in combat. Oh, no, there they do, yeah. So you see these diamonds? So I need to use those to use my skills, and now you can see that I have a 25-second cooldown until they're back up again. You can also make them come back faster by hitting things with basic attacks. However, when you swap to another character, you can see how much faster it's regenerating these. So it seems like the, like the design is incentivizing you heavily to be like, okay, I'm gonna pop this character's things.
Take a seat.
Right? And then now she's out of skill points, I swap to this character, and I do their things, boop, 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 boop. Finale attack, animation cancel that. I mean, it doesn't work, the swap cancel doesn't work if there's not an enemy to hit, but similar to Wuwa, if there's an enemy to hit, then when you swap off of them, they'll still finish the animation. And Florence in particular, her finisher is a very long animation that you can easily swap cancel. Mori, on the other hand, has like a dash attack that you can swap cancel out of like that, and then her like secondary skill requires her to charge up with her skill 1, but it allows that one also is quite a big animation. But though you don't want to stay on her, I would assume, because she gets like increased, she puts a mark that increases her damage on enemies. And Viola here seems to be looking at like some stuff Rexlet was posting and like some leaderboard stuff. Viola is like basically for meta. I didn't even pick her because of that. I like her design, and I just thought that she would be a solid character. But like every leaderboard run has Viola on the team because she can pop down the turrets, pop down that turrets, pop down another turret, and now they're both doing these like resonant echo waves that do a shitload of damage, and then you swap off of her, and it took like 3 seconds to get all of this damage just constantly going out. And then you don't even have to like do the whole rotation. You pop onto her, and you can refresh them with that. Although, apparently I fucked up the distancing. Yeah, just like that. And it refreshes them. So yeah, it's got some interesting mechanics to it. Again, the only annoying part is having to control the camera with like click dragging. I'm getting more and more used to it, and I turned up the sensitivity because if it's too low, I'll like do a flick and like take my mouse off my primary screen onto a secondary screen, which is bad when you're in the middle of combat. But you gotta get used to it. Also, if you're wondering why when I'm traveling around, I'm constantly swapping, it's because every character has independent cooldowns for their dodge. So it's faster to do that than it is to just like dodge, and then wait for dodge to come back up for this character, right? So, I don't know. I find that a funny little bit of tech. Go, Mori. Oh, wait. Wrong character. Go, Mori, go! What's this? I fear nothing, and thus with boundless strength. Cunning and patient as a viper, I await the opportune instant to make my mark. Cool story, bro.
Interesting fellow.
Free shit. Let's go.
Interesting fellow.
God damn it, I clicked off screen again. Oh no, now my A key got stuck. Seth Moore classic dungeon style. Yeah, it has that kind of like PGR instance space thing, but like instance little levels, but like the levels are much bigger than they are in PGR. Like they definitely are like full little dungeons and stuff like that. I didn't even know you knew about Wuwa lol. Sorry, I mostly follow you for your ancient Monster Hunter vids, but I myself am big on the Hoyo games. Oh yeah, no worries. It's totally fine. I literally put out like one video about Wuwa and then realized that I wasn't in the place to like do content creation. Looks like it needs some better PC optimization. So here's the thing. This isn't actually even PC. This is all... They have like an official version for like Google Play Games, which is Google's official emulator, even though it technically isn't an emulator, but it's for all intents and purposes an emulator. They don't have a PC client yet. So like this is basically running on like... They worked with... Like they worked to optimize it for Google's like specific emulator. I haven't tried it on like Mumu or LD Player or anything yet to see if that runs any particularly better or anything. But for now, it's like, yeah, it's not the best optimized, but you know, it functions. And they did say that they are like looking into making a PC specific clients. Definitely seems like the kind of thing where they're probably gonna have to wait on like, they're probably gonna have to look at like community responses and shit like that, as well as devote the time to it. Why is my chat box like a little smaller? I guess it's like popping behind my head. Okay, but yeah, if you're big into Hoyo games, I am too. Like I stopped playing Genshin, but I play Honkai Star Rail, I play ZZZ. I really like ZZZ. mechanically speaking. The skill ceiling is insane in that game. And I did go back and play Honkai Impact 3rd, which writing-wise is definitely my favorite. Kiyame forever. And it is fucking tragic to me that our
Seems like those
Honkai
unwanted
Star Rail
dependents
May
are
XP
having some
Akron
trouble
does not
too.
have a Kiana.
So,
They deserve to
with
be
them in
together in
hand
every
now,
universe.
They'll be more cooperative, right?
Rude person.
Oh, that was one too many. Whatever. It's fine.
It's time for a change of tune.
We love red-eyed, white-haired women. Yeah, like I said, mechanics are pretty fun. It's very quick swap. It's like very quick swappy. There's probably comps you can build that are a bit more like, you know, double support on-field carry. But this, I would probably guess that Lee, who's one of the standard characters, he seems like he would play that way because he really wants to stay on field and like build up his resources. But that being said, I'm enjoying this team comp I have right now. I don't own Mori, but I normally use a similar like quick swappy character. And I like the playstyle I have now because I'm a really big fan of quick swap teams in Wuwa.
Our general is looking for you.
You're a devout Hoyo gamer, sadly. Your Genshin account is 1,660 days active. I mean, as long as you're enjoying your time and you're not like spending with like outside of your means, like it's a good game. People enjoy it. It's just not my kind of game, and I also have a lot of baggage associated with it because I was one of the first EN theory crafters, and I started playing day 2 of the game, and there was... I'm not the biggest fan of the community, let's put it that way.
Why bother being polite with these wicked sorcerers? We wouldn't be trapped in this never-ending labyrinth if it
Oh
weren't
yeah,
for them.
ZZZ's great. The vibe's great, the characters are incredible, the change in animation style and focus is really cool too, and like I said, like, a lot of people were giving it shit on launch about it's like, oh, you just see the flash and you press parry, and like, that is true, you can play teams like that, but there's a really high skill ceiling to min-maxing in that game, to the point where like, the theory crafting can't even be really done the same way as like Star Rail and Genshin, where you're like calculating exact rotations because there's too many factors and it's easy for you to do that. You can also figure out like bread and butter combos and things like that for characters, but then the rest really is just like min-maxing play and team comp strategy and things like that.
General ordered us to treat Emeons with proper etiquette.
Erishin raises an eyebrow at the sight.
Well, let's skip the pleasantries. To be honest, we're looking for your commander, too. And you should already know that none of you will make it in this maze without us.
Every time Mori makes that expression, it just gets me.
Are you threatening us?
Silence!
I love dangerous women.
I apologize.
I have very
Our
healthy
general's
tastes.
nearby, but this place is dangerous. Please allow us to clear a path ahead for you.
I usually don't listen to the Hoyo community much. I'm originally a Souls gamer, so the ZZ parry, I just thought it was Sekiro, but Gacha, and that's insanely fun to me. Yeah, no, definitely. It's a lot of fun. And like, yeah, it's smart to just not participate in the community. Well, so here's the thing, ZZZ actually has a really good community. Because like right now, there's like all of this shit going on with like Genshin and going on with Honkai Star Rail, at least in like the EN sector, right? Like CN doesn't really have shit going on. Like, they don't have as much drama, but like, there's all of this shit going on. I remember seeing a meme on Twitter, I wish I had saved it, where it's like, Genshin is like the community bitching about this drama, Honkai Star Rail, community bitching about this drama, ZZZ community, I have calculated the perfect angle for which X character should sit on my face. Like, ZZZ is just the weirdly the most wholesome out of modern Hoyo because it's just like fucking gooners being gooners and it's great. And yeah, if the community is like not to your taste, like definitely not interacting with it is a good idea. It's just as a like doing content creation full time as my job for it, I had to interact with the community. And yeah, not the biggest fan of Genshin's community. Especially in like the version 1 and version 2 days. I don't know if it's gotten any better, but like there was a lot of problematic shit back then. Alright, we do this thing. Oh, okay, no, this isn't the crack wall. Never mind. Oh no, I can't do the Mori tech. There's an invisible wall. You bastards. Fine. My Genshin account is older than the Genshin community itself? Lol, wait, were you a pre-day one player?
Despite all their fancy talks, they need our help in the end.
Take a seat. Take a seat.
Oh shit, wrong button. Oh no, she's on the weird number now.
From
Okay,
the
that's fine.
flames.
Bop, 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 bop.
In the name of Florence.
I have yet to fight something that can eat that entire attack.
Coming to our aid once again.
Like, the chapter 1 boss came close, but like by the time I had her ult built up, because she takes a while to build up her ult, the second hit of it killed it. Yeah, your day 1 is still active in Genshin? Yeah.
No need to thank us. You mentioned your general is close, so I wonder where we can find His Royal Highness.
Yeah, I ended up being day 2, because I hadn't played Gacha games before Genshin, but all of my, like, Monster Hunter World friends were, like, had like talked about it and were trying it out because they are Gacha gamers, and it was kind of like my, what's the term, gateway into, is that the term? Gateway? Yeah, gateway drug. It was my gateway Gacha, basically. Then I discovered the entire world of Gacha outside of Genshin. I was like, I prefer this a lot more. Because I play a lot of the smaller ones too, like Path to Nowhere. I occasionally log into R1999 to catch up on story. I play Arc Knights. I don't know, played and have played a bunch of different gachas, and the smaller ones are nice. Like, they don't have the same production value quality as you see in, like, Hoyo, modern Hoyo, or even, like, previous Hoyo games. Impact 3rd goes fucking hard on a lot of stuff. But, like, of Hoyo games, like, post Honkai Gakuen 2, and as hard as, like, Wuwa and PGR does, now that they have Wuwa money, but, like, it's nice. They have their own unique charms, like this one, for example.
You filthy scum! How dare you ask about His Majesty's whereabouts?
Prob tried this game out, but sadly I already missed being day 1. If you are interested in this game, I also missed day 1 because I thought it was coming out yesterday, but it actually came out the day before. It was the 10th, not the 11th. And like, if you're interested in playing this game, I would recommend making an account sooner rather than later, because there was some day 1 issues specifically with like account binding for Google accounts, and they were very communicative. They kept updates, but they were like having to go through a lot of bureaucracy and issues communicating with Google to get things fixed. And they did fix it, but they gave everyone 30 standard pulls and a bunch of resources as compensation. But that is no longer valid after the 14th. You have to like log in and claim the mail before the 14th. By the 14th if you want to get that stuff. Also, like, I haven't tried rerolling. I was planning on it, and then my very first account pulled the limited character on the first 10 pull. So I was like, fuck it, I'm keeping this account. But if you skip all the story and stuff, it should be a pretty fast reroll system, and at the very least, they give you an absolute dickload of, like, standard pulls. As for, like, and the rates are better than Genshin, marginally, before, like, pull 40, where the soft pity ramps up really fast. So, rerolling for limited should not be too terrible, but I wouldn't really know the particular strat for that one. It's just once you, like, unlock pulling and mail and stuff, they just dump a fuckload of standard pulls on you.
His Majesty showed great sincerity by bringing only dozens of Praetorians into this tower, as per your request.
Oh my god, these fucking Greco-Roman soldiers, will you shut the fuck up?
Us.
Your vile trap and scat- Bitch, we just saved your life twice.
Oh, I get it. You guys got separated.
Please, Eri, stop.
Stop antagonizing the insecure male, Eri.
Our general is just up there, not too far away. Please head in that direction.
You never played Arc Knights, but are very interested in Enfield? Yeah, I'm interested in Enfield too. My only concern is from like the technical tests and like the beta, the story doesn't look like it's at Arc Knights quality, and there was some concerns from like the Arc Knights community about the like previous lore not really being integrated. Like, as I recall, there's like a pair of characters. One is a Sarkaz, like the ones with like the black demon horns, and one is Sancta, the ones with the angel halos, and they're just kind of like chill and best buddies, and they don't really have much conflict. But like the Sancta and the Sarkaz history in Arknight's lore is really deep and really messy, and that's part of what makes like those kinds of character pairings interesting in Arknight's lore. And I'm hoping they integrate more of that. It's just with Enfield, they definitely have to appeal to a more mass market audience, and by mass market, I mean they have to appeal to a Hoyo audience, because that's just where the biggest market is now for Gacha. So I'm a little worried they might like distill down and kind of, not necessarily dumb down, but like remove a lot of the more like complex political character drama, darker aspects of Arknights that I really like about the story personally. I'm hoping it doesn't go that way. I'm still gonna play Enfield. I'm still gonna play Enfield, and if they like, since they've been releasing like kids of like characters from Arknights, if they make a Lapland kid, I'm dumping so much money at them, because Lappy is one of my favorite characters across like media in general. But yeah, I'm also excited for it. I just have some reservations that I hope don't come to pass, but who knows. I'm also a little concerned about the fact that like every development studio has specialties, right? Like Hoyo has always done action games. That's why Genshin ended up being like very clean and good with mechanics, and then that's also why like ZZZ improved on that even more. And same with Kuro. Wuthering Waves is as good as it is because of their background and experience with making PGR. But Hypergriff, the Arknights company, has only ever done strategy games. Like, they've done Arknights, and then they also worked on the original Goals Frontline before there was, like, this big fucking drama that caused them to split off and make Hypergriff and make Arknights. So I'm hoping that they are able to, like, hire talent that will allow them to make, like, a good action-style system and mechanics. It's definitely a concern whether they'll execute on that or not, right? Because they just don't have like the experience and pedigree for it. That doesn't mean they can't do it well, but like it is a concern of mine, I guess. Like this game has good, strong mechanics and action gameplay, but this team, it's the first game, but this team is made of ex-Kuro devs who worked on PGR, so they already have a lot of that experience and pedigree behind it, right? So yeah, I mean, we'll see. My fingers are crossed for like Enfield being like living up to not even the hype, but just like expectations. But there are a few things not in its favor, and I hope that Hypergriff are able to iron those things out by launch.
Oh, you're just in time. Although we haven't met, judging by the patterns on your garments, I assume you are Emeons, the caretakers of this ancient tower, correct?
Why is he so fucking pretty?
The vastness of this world is truly beyond mortal imagination. When I first heard about the Library of Babel, I dismissed it as mere ramblings of the common folk.
Yeah, we learned in the beginning of this chapter that this guy just got the Bellefontaine like city as his property, and the limited character that you were saying you play earlier with a great sword is also is the Duchess of the Bellefontaine family or whatever of the area. So, seems like a descendant thing, and you can definitely notice a lot of similarities in the design. Like, they're opposite sides, but they have like the one-armed gauntlets and pauldron that has this particular iconography on it. They seem to be using the same greatsword, as far as I can tell. Their outfits have fairly similar themes in terms of how they interpret like nobleman/military uniform.
Turns out this marvel really exists. I'm sure that
if you couldn't tell, I like lore.
New epics about it. Allow me to express my sincere admiration. However, as you can see, we are lost inside this tower. Could you show us the way out?
May I ask, who are you? A lot of the speaking of Arknights, a lot of these like dialogue option choices are very Arknights, because like over half the time when you get to answer something as the doctor that's the MC in Arknights, the two options will be first half of a sentence, second half of the same sentence.
Watch your tongue. A commoner like you has no right.
Shut the fuck up.
It's all right. They're the hosts here. It's only natural for them to ask the name of their guests.
Thank you, Sarvis.
I am Sarvis, a senator of Japheth and a general serving Prince Rubicon. Lord Thuranis is a benevolent emperor who welcomes scholars from all corners of the world. We will be returning in a few days, and if you are interested in joining us, I can take you back to Javriel. But of course, that's on the condition that you lead us out of this fantastic labyrinth.
Is he inviting us to his home?
I've heard that Rubicon's ultimatum mentioned Memphis's god of the sun.
Until just now. Considering the time and location, it's safe to say that the Star of Ephrathah is Aten, which the Japhethian transported from the Arsacid Empire.
Ephrathah, Aten, Japhethians, ... The scattered clues start to form a bigger picture. So you're the ones who took away Aten?
Atem? You mean the ancient god of the sun in Memphis? We've traveled all the way here to retrieve it. Do you have a problem with that?
Oh, his voice got much more serious there. Because we, too, are here for Aten, and we will fucking murder you to get it. Sarvis appeared unsurprised by my response.
During our journey, my men gathered many records about Aten, and I've heard about your research on the god of the sun. But there's nothing I can do, as His Majesty has decreed that if there is a sun on Earth, it shall only rise above the eternal city and shine down upon his throne. As for the Emperor of Arsacid, well, I don't think his lousy chair deserves such high honor.
Damn.
Obed witnessed the rise of its first sun-wielding monarch, Darius. It's such a shame that his successor would fall so far.
Edeshan narrows her eyes and starts fishing for information.
Since you've come here for Aten, you must know how to harness it, right?
Her eyes are not narrowed, and we've seen Mori's narrowed eyes. Sarvis furrows his brow.
What do you mean by harnessing it? Are you suggesting it's a living being that can be controlled?
Yeah. With the right commands, you can order it to do anything you want. Wait, you didn't know that?
Girl, you're trying to fish for information and you're just giving it out instead. You are a horrible negotiator.
Commands? So that metal ball understands commands?
Of course it does. How else did you make it float above Ephrathah? How did you deactivate it in the end?
Float, Ephrathah, deactivate? I'm utterly puzzled by what you're saying.
These are anachronistic words.
I've heard that Emeon means mouthpieces of the gods in ancient languages.
Bitch, you are
It is
ancient.
said that your task is to listen to prayers and provide answers, not ask questions. If you have forgotten your duties after all these years, I don't mind reminding you.
Wow. Wow. His gaze suddenly turns cold.
Or are you trying to buy
Oh
time?
no. He's doing the look.
Are you using this labyrinth to separate us from Prince Rubicon and now asking questions to stall for time?
Okay, these are actually like legit. These are like fair concerns of his though. Completely composed, he steps in our direction, and the soldiers around him raise their weapons, closing in. Bitch, I will kill you! At that moment, Zero positions herself in front of me. You're misunderstanding us.
I also hope this is a misunderstanding, but your words and actions lack sincerity. If you want to clear up this misunderstanding, please lead us out of this labyrinth.
I've already made it clear. We're here for Aten. Give us Aten first, otherwise we won't offer any help.
What a shame. It seems you're intentionally delaying my return to His Highness. We have traveled all the way here, but failed to find worthy opponents. And my soldiers are eager for a proper fight. Now I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to fulfill their wish. Show us your legendary skills, M.A.
Hell yeah. Murder. Let's go.
Take them down!
You've run into a bit of trouble.
Looks like you've had some professional combat training.
Yeah, no shit.
Praiseworthy, but your coordination was a total disaster.
Oh, what? Oh, there we go.
You might be good in gladiator battles against beasts, but when it comes to my battle-hardened legion, you're as vulnerable as a kitten before a lion.
You know, you say that, but I've already killed like 20 of your guys.
Don't underestimate our foe.
General, monsters are swarming in.
Hold the line. Maintain formation. Wipe out all those monsters and capture
Whoop.
those Amazons alive.
What are you waiting for, Master Director? Do you seriously think we can defeat the mighty Japheth phalanx at the peak of their power? Just activate your amazing time machine and make a quick escape.
Bop. To the past or future.
Anywhere will do. Just stop with the questions and do something.
I think we're doing pretty well,
Future,
personally.
like a month later. Let's get away from them.
Fire is burning.
Ah, okay, fight's over. The chaos disperses. However, the scene that unfolds freezes everyone in place. Instead of escaping from Sarvis and his soldiers, we find ourselves right in the midst of their encirclement.
Is your time travel ability malfunctioning or what? Are you sure you've sent us a month ahead?
Before I can answer Ereshan's questions, I notice Sarvis walking directly towards me.
Please stand down.
Looking at Zero, who takes a defensive stance, Sarvis displays a slightly surprised expression.
Dear Amayon, I bear no ill intentions.
That was sinister sounding. His gaze shifts from Zero to me.
Have you forgotten our agreement?
Agreement? Sarvis raises his hand, and the surrounding soldiers immediately step back and kneel before us. Oh. Gasp emoji. Gasp emoji. This unexpected twist leaves Ereshan and Zero stunned. Meanwhile, Sarvis steps forward and takes my hand.
Ah, thanks, Amayons. You truly are the mouthpieces of the gods.
Huh?
Following the divine words you delivered, we managed to appease the wrath of the god of the sun.
Huh?
It is you who have saved the world from destruction and allowed us to witness the true sun once more.
Huh?
The people of Japheth, the Arzacid Empire, and all other regions should be grateful for the news you brought.
Huh? Is this another misunderstanding or something? Zero tilts her head in confusion. Ereshan steps forward and positions herself between Sarvis and me.
What are you even talking about?
Her words snap Sarvis out of his excitement. He reaches into his armor and takes out a piece of parchment.
I apologize for my excessive enthusiasm. This is the note you asked me to write down.
Before Sarvis finishes his sentence, Ereshan's eyes light up as she reaches out towards Sarvis. However, just as her fingertips are about to touch the corner of the parchment, a violent tremor shakes the ground beneath us. Oh no. Time paradox bullshit happening? It feels like a powerful force is about to erupt from below. In that moment, an intense sense of unease washes over me. Ereshan, Zero, Mori! Ereshan quickly pulls her hand back and swiftly carries me over her shoulder, leaping away from the area. In the next instant, a colossal figure falls from the sky and lands in front of us. Oh. That is certainly a lad. Let's go, I love Mirror's Edge. Oh no, oh. Oh, yeah, that is a lad. Hello, lad. Yeah!
No, this won't get us anywhere.
Oh no, I tripped.
Are you trying to get yourself killed?
I'm not a combatant. I can't believe we've been mogged by God, what is his name? Margaret? from the first main boss in Elden Ring. It's been so long since I played the game. Struggling to remember the name. But they did look like them. Morgan. Thanks, Will. I just remembered it sounding like Margaret.
I'm grateful, Your Highness. If it weren't for your intervention, I might have been lost in that labyrinth forever.
Don't mention it. High Priest Mirari insisted on bringing the Emians along, and it turned out to be a wise decision. Otherwise, we would have been trapped on that endless stairway forever.
Speaking of Emions, I encountered a few of them in the tower, and they were dressed in a peculiar fashion. They mentioned something beyond my comprehension.
Oh.
According to them, the copper sphere we transported back to Japheth appears to be a living entity or a device that can be activated through specific commands.
About to jump into the digital world and beat the shit out of this topology that doesn't want to work because of how bad Blender subdivision is. Oh no! Good luck, Wilt. Good luck with your 3D modeling and all that. I believe in you.
They also claimed that the ancient god of the sun in Memphis would rise again over Ephrathah, and they held us responsible for this occurrence.
Where are those Emians now?
I apologize, Your Highness. I had intended to capture them alive and gather more information.
Thanks, that makes one of us. Believe in the me that believes in you, Wilt.
Although they were skilled fighters, their lack of coordination made them vulnerable, and we could have easily defeated them.
Excuse me? I killed like 25 of your guys and took barely any damage, thank you very much.
However, just as my soldiers closed in on them, they vanished into thin air. At first I thought it was an illusion, but the marks left on my soldiers' weapons and armor are undeniably real.
What about the guys we killed?
Sarvis, after witnessing numerous miracles in the library, are you still amazed by such minor happenings? I won't be surprised by anything that happens within those infinite rooms. It astonishes me that Obed possesses such a treasure. If the claims of those Emians are true, the Library of Babel contains answers to all questions in the world. Regardless, that copper sphere, even if it is connected to the sun, doesn't matter anymore. The sun rises every day, but it doesn't provide answers to humanity's questions about the world.
Speaking of which, how is the negotiation progressing, High Priest?
The clerks have prepared the necessary documents, stating that the Arsacid Empire will become our vassal state in exchange for our protection. Once you add your signature, the contract will be sealed.
There is no need. The treaty is now null and void.
Damn, okay, Prince. How are the negotiations going? Very well. Well, fuck them.
Disseminate my orders. Instruct our soldiers to besiege the city. We shall capture Obed, seize the tower, and claim the library for Japheth. The library of the gods. I never realized that such a wondrous place truly existed in this world.
Wow, what a dick. You have a really cool thing. I'm going to take it now.
Your Highness?
How Greco-Roman of them.
I understand your perplexity, General. While reneging on our word is dishonorable, let's consider the fact that the Arsacid Empire is corrupt, and its emperor is an imbecile. If they attempt to exploit the power within the tower for nefarious purposes in the future, I believe you comprehend my concerns, Sarvis. Only Japheth possesses the power to safeguard this marvel from the unworthy.
We love tyranny. A cloud of dust arises from the distant road.
A swift horse is approaching, Your Highness. The rider appears to be a messenger.
Bring him to me.
flicks his cape dramatically.
Your Highness. Rise. From where do you hail? And what tidings do you bring?
Your Highness, you commanded my unit to escort the God of the Sun back to Javriel. Several days ago, we arrived at Ephrathah on the eastern shore of the Philistine Sea, which is under Herod's dominion.
I know. Herod is one of my father's numerous vassals. Did he show any disrespect toward you?
No, quite the contrary. He treated us with great respect and insisted warmly that we stay at his royal court for the night.
Does this game have an open world like War Genshin? No, this is more of like your classic style action gacha where you have like independent little instance like mini dungeons or like chunks of dungeons for each stage, and you go through and like explore those, which is a bit more like classic before like Genshin kind of created the open world craze for the like higher end gachas.
Then, at midnight, while we were sleeping, we were awakened by a radiant glow outside the palace. We went to investigate, and to our astonishment, the sun had risen beneath the stars.
Did the wine addle your senses? What nonsense are you talking
Surprise emoji.
What I speak is the truth, Your Highness. We witnessed it with our own eyes.
Go on. Tell me what happened.
Fade to black.
My servants. The soldiers slumber now. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise to me. And should you dare to deceive me, your suffering will be 1,000-fold worse than your darkest nightmare.
Disregarding the blades pressed against their throats, the slaves from Memphis bow their heads.
Your Majesty, every word we speak is
true. Memphis is where the sphere originally was, and they also figured out at least a few of the commands for it.
Our ancestors were once priests of Memphis, serving pharaohs for generations in the distant past. After the kingdom of pharaohs crumbled, we were exiled, but fortunate enough to find shelter in your court. Our deepest secrets are never recorded, but passed down through oral tradition among our closest blood relations. Among them lies the secret of the God of the Sun. During the era of Pharaoh Akhenaten, the priests discovered how to harness the power of the sun, bending it to the pharaoh's will. It is the language of the gods. Merely recite the divine words, and the sun will rise at your command. Through it, you shall attain divinity and achieve immortality, just as the ancient pharaohs did.
So this is funny, because the reason Memphis doesn't exist anymore is because they made the sun rise, and then later they made it explode, because they accidentally found the self-destruct command, because the quote-unquote God of the Sun is literally a nuclear reactor. And that's why Memphis is gone. Or at least, like, the capital city of Memphis is gone. So it's very possible that these Memphian slaves are just trying to blow everyone up. Herod sneers.
Yet you do not hesitate to share such deepest secrets with me.
It's precisely because you are a benevolent and generous ruler. That's why we're willing to reveal these secrets to you.
Skillfully, the slave continues to persuade Herod.
Thurnus is nothing more than a tyrant who has ravaged our lands. If it were not for your generosity, we would all be living as mere livestock now. Your Majesty, I cannot bear to see you continue to bow before that tyrant.
Benevolent? Generous? Such descriptions are rare, but you're correct about one thing. We are both kings, so why should I kneel before that tyrant and allow my country to be reduced to a mere province of Japheth?
I'm going to assume due to a significant difference in military power. Herod rises from his throne.
Very well. Let me see for myself if your claims hold true.
The lips of the slave, kneeling below the throne, curl into a silent smile. He murmurs softly as if in prayer, at a volume only he can hear.
All deeds have consequences. All debts must be paid.
Oh yeah, they trying to blow the place up. By this time, Herod has reached the copper sphere in the courtyard, beginning to recite the so-called divine words instructed by the slave. Yo, let's go. The lines on the surface of the sphere gradually illuminate, like the reopening of an eye that has been dormant for too long. A faint light emanates from the copper sphere, causing it to tremble gently and detach itself from the ground. Flames erupt from the sphere, unleashing waves of heat that disperse the cool night's air. A small circular patch of dawn appears in the middle of Herod's garden. All eyes are filled with astonishment as the copper sphere ascends slowly towards the stars, shrinking in size even as its light grows brighter. It resembles a new star.
Arise, sun.
Nuking slavers based, truly.
From this moment onward, even the stars shall pale in comparison to the sun I have awakened.
So Wendigo, boom. All the clues we've gathered so far are like scattered leaves in the same tree, and behind each leaf we catch a glimpse of the blurry figure of Darius. There's a PC client? No, so there is not a PC client, but they did make it like an official version optimized for Google Play games, which is not the most stable, especially because it is a beta. But I haven't tried running it on different emulators. Like, I haven't tried running it on like Mumu or LD Play or anything. But so far, this has been performing pretty well. Like, I haven't really had much of any issues with, like, crashing or particular bugs or anything. I have heard reports of some of that stuff potentially being issues, but so far it's been fairly stable. But yeah, they unfortunately do not have an official PC client yet, which means that the kind of my only gripe about, like, the mechanics and everything in this game is that because it's not a true PC port, and it is emulator-based, that means... Oh, it is, like, Google's official emulators. I think it's technically non-emulator, but for all intents and purposes, it's an emulator. The main issue, though, is that I have to, like, click and drag to move the camera, which is a little annoying. I'm starting to get more used to it, though. 2,490 years before the War of Canada. My body has grown accustomed to the sensation of time travel. Once again, my vision becomes clear. The empty library, illuminated by the candlelight within the fire pit, is filled with tiny specks of dust floating in the air. The serenity of the surroundings make the intense moment of life and death seem as unreal as hallucinations.
I take back what I said about our director being an imbecile.
Gee,
Having
thanks.
a scene at our disposal is actually pretty convenient.
Yeah, no shit. Is that supposed to be a compliment?
Well, it depends on how you interpret what I'm saying. What? Finally done dealing with me? The former #1 director candidate?
Man, girl is salty. Still love Mori, but girl is salty. Without responding, Zero grabs a thick scroll from the bookshelf and starts examining it. ... The unfurled scroll reveals unfamiliar glyphs, which are quite different from the previous Assassid Empire text.
The collected letters of Obed royal family. Volume 3, Darius, the king of all kings. Written by a historian from the Obed court. The second half is blank. Looks like this volume is incomplete. It appears that we have indeed arrived in the era of Darius, around 500 years before the 5th Emperor's reign.
Let's go. Surely this can't have downstream consequences for us to travel back in time and interact with things. You mean the era where Obed still had control over the god of the sun? Zero nods.
That Emaon we encountered mentioned that Darius was the one who first brought Arten from Memphis to Obed. Sarvis also mentioned that Darius was the first ruler of Obed to harness the power of the sun.
It is an interesting choice for them to go with the, like, very Egypt-coded country to be called Memphis.
I see. The fact that the Japheth soldiers didn't know the command to activate a 10 suggests that it had already been lost by their time. Compared to the era of Japheth, the era of Darius was closer to the era of a 10, which means Darius is more likely to know the command to activate a 10.
Besides, there's something else that concerns me. The giant we just encountered. Actually, we might have encountered it once before.
I was about to say.
Back in our time, when you entered the Tower of Babel and activated the dormant beacon, we came across something very similar, Sia.
Yeah, the fucking thing that threw me into a wall. The giants we ran into the first time only had its upper body.
Indeed. The giant in our time was missing its lower half, so I can't say for sure if it's the same giant.
Okay, chat. I will be right back because I've been drinking a lot of water, like a good healthy streamer should. I don't do a lot of healthy streamer things, but it's one of them. So I gotta pee. So I'll be back in like a minute. BRB. Do I still have like a BRB thing? Yes, but it doesn't have any. What the? Oh. Okay, cool. BRB. Okay. I'll put my earbuds in. And we are back. Did you miss me, chat?
Moreover, I'm sure you remember the stuff we got from the mutilated giant.
Yeah, we got that thing. Which Nina mentioned was from Darius?
According to Master Ninsar,
Or Ninsar.
it belonged to Darius.
Yup.
So, it must have come from this era.
Oh, whoops. A peculiar feeling washes over me. It's as if all the threads of time have intertwined into a massive knot somewhere in the depths of history. All the clues we've gathered so far are like scattered leaves from the same tree, and behind each leaf, we catch a glimpse of the blurry figure of Darius.
Sorry Sorry for interrupting your discussion, but that was the first time I saw that huge guy. So that giant has been after you? What did you do to anger it so much?
I don't know, bro. I accidentally activated the impossibly smooth erected monolith, and then he just threw me against the fucking wall.
We didn't do anything.
And there's one more thing, Sarvis. Oh, one more thing, Sarvis. The second time we met Sarvis, his attitude was completely different.
Dear Emeon, I bear no ill intentions. Have you forgotten our agreement?
This man just, like,
We
cannot
don't have
stop
enough
from sounding
information to
sinister.
understand the reason behind it yet.
One moment he wanted to kill us, and the next moment he was happy to see us.
Zero freezes, as if she remembers something.
Just to confirm, when we met Sarvis for the second time, it was a month after our first encounter, right?
I believe so. ...
Did you figure something out, or...
Ereshan's woods trail obviously seems to realize something as well. At that moment, I realized something too. Chain of realizations. There is only one situation that can explain the drastic change in Sarvis' attitude, and there is only one miracle that matches his description of appeasing the wrath of the god of the sun. I'm assuming that some version of us traveled back in time to somewhere in between that month.
I'm afraid so. Sarvis didn't have a clue about a 10's activation during our first encounter. But in the second encounter, he mentioned that they had somehow appeased the wrath of the god of the sun. So during that month, a 10 must have been reactivated and turned into the star of Ephrathah. Sarvis also said that we delivered divine words and saved the world from destruction. It means that we were the ones who helped deactivate a 10, extinguishing the star of Ephrathah.
But we don't even know the command yet. How could we have possibly helped them? Future us did it. Timey-wimey. Wibbly-wobbly. The two of them exchange a glance, staying quiet for a few seconds.
Remember what Inky said?
Be careful. The prophecy may actualize itself.
Actions taken to prevent tragedy can end up causing it. Now I understand that Sarvis wasn't exaggerating when he said we saved the entire world from destruction. Imagine what would happen if a fusion reactor continues to increase its power output without being shut down. We obtained the command and delivered it to Sarvis. However, it wasn't us from the present. Rather, it was us from some point in the future. Because of our time travels, the prophecy actualized itself.
We must move on.
Sure.
There is no other choice.
Now we're not just responsible for saving the library in our era, but also saving the world in Sarvis's era.
We must move on and find the command to deactivate R10, and deliver it to Sarvis. If we fail, both eras will veer off their intended paths and collapse completely.
Fun! We love time travel bullshit.
I'm not going to answer that. There are a bunch of geezers in Emeon who specialize in time paradoxes. I've never paid attention to their lectures. All I know is that it would be very, very, very bad.
Ereshan scoffs and strides ahead. A sense of intense unease starts creeping into my mind. Are we moving forward by our own will, or are we being manipulated by an invisible force called destiny? No one can answer that question. Yay! Now we get to do things. What? Oh, nothing back here.
Who are those people?
Judging by their attire, they must be the Immortal Army, Darius's Praetorians.
Of course I know that, but why are there so many Immortal Army soldiers wandering inside the library in this era?
Your Majesty, Please forgive us. We're devoted to you.
Hey! They can't even hear us. Never mind. Let's keep going. We'll surely find someone we can reason with, right?
Can I talk to you?
Who
Oh.
betray His Majesty will pay with their lives. In the mighty name of Darius, the king of all kings.
Cool story, bro. Only the side controller support. Does it not? Was pretty fun and I like the combo system. Yeah, I do wonder. So I mean, the Google Play games version does have controller support, but you can if you can try it out on like an emulator like Mumu, and Mumu does supports controller stuff in that you can like assign keys to different parts of the screen and things like that. So it might take some work to like get it working, but that's definitely like a thing that you could do. New upgrade. Enemies' ranged attacks hitting the chronosphere will be parried. I'm not super familiar with how it works, but PGR specifically, a lot of people will do that to set up controller support for like PGR and emulator before the PC client existed, so you might be able to look up some tutorials like that and kind of apply it to this game.
It's those pesky creatures again. Hey,
oh.
Use your time-stopping ability on them.
Take a seat.
Okay. Oh.
The fire is burning.
Even with level 1 weapons, these things die pretty quickly. Yay, story difficulty.
Halt, Oriole. And like the sacrifices hanging there.
Hanging where? Okay. Oh. Huh? Oh. He died fast.
Take a seat. Forgive all sins. The fire is burning.
Ugh.
This era
Swap canceling in this game is so much fun.
really weird.
Obviously, those immortal army soldiers have been wandering around inside the library for quite some time. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so worn out.
What exactly happened?
Can you tell me more about Darius's achievements?
Emperor
we'll try.
Darius
Thank
was
you.
the
Yeah,
ruler
of course,
of the
Miss
ancient
Akasha.
Obed Empire, 2,500 years before our time.
Like, it's really
He was
nice
one of the
that
most
they.
renowned rulers in Obed's history.
It's really nice that this game had like they intentionally like tried to set up and optimize this game and work with Google for like Google Play games and everything. But like my expectations just to do it was just to treat it like any other gacha without a PC client and just like run an emulator on it. The emulators, different emulators will run things better or worse though. Like Mumu hopefully could run this pretty well, but there's some games that I've played in the past that Mumu doesn't work the best with, so you might have to shop around for different emulators. But yeah, the emulators give you a lot more flexibility because you're essentially just assigning like inputs to tap different parts of the screen or to do like swipes or like pinch ins, pinch outs kind of thing. So you can get like a lot of flexibility with how you want to specify your controls and everything. The only thing is it does take that upfront effort to do.
Unlike the Obed Empire under the 5th Emperor's rule, Obed during Darius's reign was the most powerful empire in the world.
Like, if you're familiar with, like, Wuwa and PGR, you might be familiar with Rexland.
Emperor
And
Darius
Rexland,
inexplicably
to
shifted
this
his
day,
focus away
has
from
been
governing the
playing
empire,
on an emulator of PGR, but he
leading to a
plays
rapid
controller.
decline of Obed.
He actually put out a video recently about why he still plays on an emulator. It's because his particular server in his region dropped PC client support due to, like, licensing issues, so he's had to play on an emulator since then.
The records about Emaon are not detailed, as their leader Pythagoras mysteriously vanished without a trace one day.
Pythagoras? Of the
Emaon's
famous
historical
theorem?
records are all but blank during this era. There are simply too many coincidences happening in this era. We need to be extra cautious.
Hey. Wow, Mori cares about us. Oh. Stage over. More story. Oh, I still have the BRB up, don't I? Whoops. "2,500 years before the world calendar."
The stars. They appear so distant, yet shine so brightly.
Was typing that Mr. Professional Streamer. Ah, yes, I am the most professional of streamers who is very good at doing things professionally on stream that you would expect any high-quality streamer to do.
Your Majesty, Farhad requests an audience.
It is you, my most courageous servant. How does the wine taste at the celebration?
The wine was exquisite, benefiting the conquerors of Memphis. We all wonder why you didn't join us in the great feast of honor. Why do you remain secluded in this corner, far from the bonfire, without even a single guard? Have we done anything to displease you?
Not at all, Fahad. I am pleased with your valor. After this battle, I've annexed the southern reaches of the world into my domain. I am staying away from the crowds to gaze at the stars. The campfire's brightness would obscure their light. Have you ever considered where our conquest will end, Farhad?
No, Your Majesty. I shall fight wherever you deem necessary. Until the farthest reaches of your dominion touch the sea, or until I fall on the battlefield.
Your loyalty is commendable. But what I'm seeing now is even more distant than the sea.
I'm enjoying Darius's voice performance a little too much, I think.
There was an Emian scholar named Pythagoras who told
It
me
is
that
tickling
according to
something in my
his
brain.
research, the land beneath our feet is a sphere.
A sphere? How is that even possible?
You're not a scholar, so it is understandable that you can't imagine it.
Damn.
However, I can easily imagine that there may exist countless such spheres suspended high above the heavens.
You're uneducated, so you might not get it, but I, the most educated, get it.
We call those spheres stars. The notion that these stars are fragments of Earth adrift in the firmament. So many uncharted territories awaiting conquest. Do you understand my feelings, Fahad? In comparison, Memphis...
Considering how old and raspy Darius sounds, the man has smooth-ass hands. I need his skincare routine.
I wonder how I can travel to those stars to conquer those lands no one has ever seen. How pathetic is a man so bound by his desires. From now on, I shall find no peace in my nights.
Fret not, Your Majesty. We, the Immortal Army, will always be your keenest blades. Even if you were to command us to conquer the moon, we would comply without hesitation.
Such loyal soldiers you've conditioned.
Favorite servant, Fahad. Arise. for I shall share my glory and dreams with you. One day we'll leave our footprints across the entire expanse of the sky.
The great emperor reaches out his hand towards the sky. Yet the touch of his fingers is chillingly cold. Slowly, the aged emperor, with incredibly smooth hands still, sits up in his bed.
So, it was but a dream. I'm feeling cold. Am I already so old that I'm plagued by such vivid dreams? I used to believe that only the inept dream, for they possess nothing in reality.
Wow, wow. Class shaming.
Is the heavens telling me that I'm no different from those commoners?
Yo.
My time is running out.
Man, it's almost like you're both humans.
Emeons.
Man, even in his like Live 2D model, he has like incredibly smooth hands. And yes, I am going to continue obsessing over these hands.
I'm summoning you to demand an answer I have long awaited. A decade has passed since my triumph in Memphis. I have given you so much time to unravel the mysteries of the God of the Sun. My subjects comply with my commands, never disturbing your research or prying into your tower. Only during the 6th and final month of each year do my emissaries visit you to ask about the progress of your research. You should know that it is a supreme honor, and that I have shown you extraordinary generosity, which no other Obed emperors have ever bestowed upon you.
How old are you if there's been multiple emperors?
Disappointed me every time, as your response of nothing has remained unchanged. Now, I've decided to ask you this question myself. This is your 10th year. Have you learned more about the nature of that copper sphere? What grants it immortality?
Your Majesty, our answer remains the same. You may perceive 10 years as a considerable length of time. For a human life, it is indeed substantial.
But we exist in timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly space.
However, for those devoted to the pursuit of knowledge, it is merely a fleeting moment akin to the evaporation of morning dew. Undoubtedly, that sphere represents a creation that transcends the limits of human understanding. Even if it is not a deity in its own right, its creator must possess divine qualities. We need more time.
Any
to figure out its
sufficiently
true essence.
advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic.
Time. Time. What an extravagant request. I too would grant you more time if I were.
Oh no, he's got the crazy tyrant look.
Unfortunately, the time given to me is dwindling. The sand in the hourglass is running out. I am growing old, and my time is slipping away, while the boundless, unconquered worlds still await me. I am asking you once again, Emeon. Do you indeed have nothing to give me in return?
Your Majesty, I hold you in the highest regard, but I must inform you that neither your Majesty nor your power hold sway within the realm of knowledge. Though you may command all on Earth to declare that the sun rises in the west, it will still be the eastern sky that illuminates the next dawn. I can assure you that we're more eager than you to learn the nature of the sphere. It is the calling of the scholar.
That is some heavy breathing.
I see. You're unable to offer what I seek in exchange for my leniency. I extend my regrets to you, Emeon.
And then
Since the
he killed
beginning
him.
of history, this will be the first time the Emperor of Obed resorts to violence against Emeon. If I had a choice, I wouldn't wish to make this decision.
You may rule over this land, Your Majesty. And while you may intimidate those who seek knowledge, the laws governing knowledge itself do not yield to mere might.
Immortal army, at my command, open this tower and seize their library!
Yay, they're gonna get lost in the path of no return. All your soldiers are gonna be dead.
If this library is as miraculous as the legends proclaim, containing the sum of all worldly knowledge, it must surely hold the secret to immortality and the immortal power of that copper sphere. Since the mouthpieces of the gods remain silent to my request, I'll uncover the answer myself.
We can't prevent you if you're determined to do so, Your Majesty. Permit me, however, to offer a final piece of advice. The gods remain silent due to the folly of humankind.
That was the last question I will ever pose to you. From now on, you are no longer permitted to address me. Immortal army, storm their tower and breach their gates.
They're all gonna get lost in timey-wimey space. And all fucking die.
That the paths within the Library of Babel are more numerous than the stars in the sky, and the smallest misstep can lead to eternal wandering. I've also heard you've devoted countless time and lives to explore that library, and that you've even familiarized yourself with a number of safe paths. I command you to lead the way for my warriors, and you have no right to refuse.
Oh boy. Oh, neat. That was like a little aside thing. Wait, did they like have the other ones like that? No, they're like separate. Interesting. Oh, I guess because we're gonna like start from the end of this one, and then it's gonna be the same area and like beginning of this one. Okay. That's neat. Yeah, I guess the little chains indicates that like, because if we go from here, when we hit next mission, it instantly takes us to this one, and we like in the exact same area we were at the end of the last mission. It's kind of a neat way to handle like separating up dungeon exploring. I look at the two ladies in front of me, who are deep in thoughts. There are so many immortal army soldier here. Maybe we can find someone we can reason with.
You're right. If we can find a reasonable soldier or an Imeon of this era, perhaps they will tell us what has happened here. Let's go. We don't have much time.
Oh, I missed. Oh. Oh, my animation locked myself.
Forgive all sins. The fire is burning.
Interesting fellow. Take a seat.
Oh, that was a parry attack. I should have parried that. Still not used to seeing those. Ah, I didn't swap cancel fast enough. Damn, we got hit.
Wait, isn't that the shoddy artifact that wouldn't even start? So is it working now?
Hello there, Mr. Soldier.
Those who offer themselves to His Majesty will be rewarded 100-fold.
Okay, bro. Oh. Wait. So that's the way forward. No, wait. That is... Oh, what? Huh? Oh. Oh, okay. I'm dumb and don't understand how curses work. A large group of what seems to be relatively sane immortal soldiers suddenly appear before us. They are locked in a tense argument about something. Should we attempt to negotiate? Approach and negotiate. We approach the immortal army and finally hear what they are arguing about. It seems they've split into two factions. One side wants to abandon the mission and leave the Babel Tower, while the others accuse them of being deserters and traitors. In the end, a fierce confrontation breaks out between the two, leaving no room for us to intervene. And everyone's dead. Time to take their shit, I guess. What? Oh. Well, we're actually taking their shit. Interesting, okay. It's not anything on the edges, right? Okay, yeah. Oh, there we go. How was this game? I'm enjoying it a lot so far. While I'm not like... Well, like, Chapter 2 isn't as much my taste as Chapter 1 was, I am still enjoying the story, and the character and voice acting performances are good. And mechanics-wise, I'm actually really enjoying the mechanics of this game, because it's kind of like... It's got some old PGR feel. I've also heard people mention kind of Aether Gazer in terms of some of the some of the feel, but it has a lot of that woo quick swap thing going on, while also being like much more heavily incentivized for like quick swapping and swap canceling. Like, you can do stuff on this character, right?
The fire is burning.
And you can see the vigor at the bottom has been drained, which is like what I use as my skill resource. Like, now I can't use my skills. And it regenerates very slowly. You can generate more by basic attacking things, but if you swap off, it regenerates much faster. So it kind of encourages you to like set up this, like do this, swap to this, do her rotation, swap back off. And if I had enemies around, then the animations wouldn't be ending as soon as I swap off, but it does because there's nothing to hit. Like, she will still finish her whole animation if I swap off. It's just, they're not right now because there's nothing to hit. So, like, I find the gameplay really fun for that reason, because I really do enjoy quick swap teams. That being said, there's definitely team setups that exist where you can just do, like, your traditional double support hyper carry thing, right? Like, there's one standard banner character, Lee, who definitely, based on his kits, from what I've read, sounds like he is the type that wants to eat a lot of on-field time. So you can run, like, a buffer and debuffer with him or something, pop their shit, and then go to Lee and just beat the fuck out of things for a while.
The main path is blocked.
But
in moments like this, it's time to show some innovation.
But, like... Oh, up here? Okay. Gotcha. But, like, this character is the current limited character. I got super lucky and got her in the first 10 pull, which is why I didn't end up rerolling. But like you saw, she burns her skills up. Like, this is her particularly big damage nuke right here. You can do another one that just doesn't have the same amount of stacks. These little stacks in the center you see are, like, her build-up mechanic. And because she's so heavily focused on dumping her skills, you want the quick swap off of her. Right? You want a quick swap off of her so she can build it back up. But Lee seems like he's a bit more based on, like, doing basic attack rotations with skills and, like, basically lowering his health and regaining his health to kind of manage damage bonuses. So, at least from reading his kit, he seems like a more on-field carry type. Because after you've dumped all your skills, like, you can basic attack with her, but it's not nearly as strong as just simply going to someone else to drop nukes and then coming back to do her full rotation again. That hits way harder.
The fire is burning.
Right? And then swapping off for her again. So, I don't know. Seems it's interesting so far. I'm enjoying the mechanical basis of the game. Oh! Hello. Ah!
Take a seat.
Ah! I'm really bad at dodging traps. Motherfucker! Why am I having a hard time with this?
for a change of
We
tune.
love white-haired, red-eyed women. Oh, everything was already dead. Yay.
The fire is burning.
I did not mean to press that button. I just burned my super. Yay.
I don't expect to find any living people we can reason with, but let's go check it out anyway.
Also, this game has been really generous so far too. So like, it seems a lot more free-to-play friendly and like low spender friendly than like a lot of other games.
The fire is burning.
Yeah, so now you can see the actual like quick swapping happening with an enemy that actually has enough health for me to do it. I did invest decently in my characters for like the beginner mission stuff, but I swapped them down to level 1 3-star weapons so they do less damage, but things are still dying a bit too fast. I would like to engage with the combat systems more, but story is story. Hello? The only surviving soldier's eyes are unfocused, his stance looks unsteady, and his weapon pointed at us is shaking.
Please lower your weapons. We mean no harm.
Who are you?
We are Emeons.
My name is Farhad.
Oh, it's Farhad.
I can't see you well. I thought you were monsters too. Thank you so much. I didn't expect your help, especially after His Majesty gave that order.
His Majesty? Are you talking about Emperor Darius?
Of course. Were you not there when His Majesty gave the order? ...
We're definitely not time travelers. ...
Take over the Tower of Babel and the Library of Babel. How long ago was that? 1 year? Or 2 years? I can't remember clearly.
Damn, dog.
This is
You are
not a
dedicated.
library. It's an endless nightmare. Ever since I got here, I've been praying for the gods to wake me up from this.
Yeah, that's fair.
hell.
Take over? You barged into the library? No wonder. It's actually impressive that you
Right,
held
Maury?
on for so long without any
That is
preparation.
actually genuinely impressive. He's made it a year or two.
Why did your emperor send you here to die?
Our mission is to uncover the truth about the god of the sun in Memphis.
His Majesty has given the Emeon years, and yet there have been no results. Eventually, he ran out of patience. Personally, I don't have anything against you. We're puzzled too. It's hard to understand why His Majesty, who's always been a profound thinker, would act that way.
Because he's old and dying.
Emeon.
He's desperate.
I know it may sound brazen, especially after we barged into your tower. But I'm asking you to take me back to His Majesty.
I just realized his spear is going straight through my model right now. Like, impaled through the neck.
The immortal army shall never fail His Majesty.
What a coincidence. We're actually searching for your emperor as well.
Snap.
How about you join us?
Oh
With you
no,
on our
she has
side,
the look.
we might be more open to hearing us out, don't you think?
Bet, let's go.
So, what does your emperor want to uncover about the god of the sun?
Even though the Emperor's brilliance can rival the sun itself, he can't accept that all things eventually come to an end. Rumor has it that the god of the sun of Memphis is immortal. Therefore, His Majesty wishes to unravel the secret to immortality, hoping to find methods that will grant him immortality.
In this vast library, there must be a scroll or something that holds the key to harnessing the power of the god of the sun. His Majesty's goal is to conquer distant stars. And we, the immortal army, must find that divine scroll.
Escort Farhad safely to the throne. Farhad will take damage from monsters and traps. If Farhad dies, the mission fails. Great! I love having an Ashley. Use the pendant's abilities to help Farhad reach his throne safely. Okay, I actually have to, like, engage with this time stop mechanic now. Because I keep forgetting it exists. I don't know how you're supposed to, like, aim this, so I'm just gonna stand next to them. No! Oh, okay, cool. Gucci. Ow, well, it hit me, but he's fine. Bonk. It is nice when, like, you have this, like, continual chain of missions going on. You actually keep things like your alt charge and, like, your skill charges and everything. So, now I have alt ready, despite just starting this mission.
His Majesty shall remain silent forever.
Hey, are you alright?
No. His mental state has irreversibly deteriorated.
Yeah, that makes sense. Are you alright?
I apologize, esteemed Amayans. I wasn't myself.
Sit down and take a break. You don't have to put up a strong front here, because there's no emperor who requires your worship.
I appreciate your kindness, but I don't deserve forgiveness. I made a solemn vow to His Majesty that I would never stop my journey until his realm reached the ends of the world. Yet here I am, empty-handed, a disgrace to His Majesty's glory. I feel ashamed to admit that I've known for a while that my time would come soon. But His Majesty once said he would share his dreams and glory with us. I want to return to His Majesty's throne.
Damn, dog.
Before drawing my last breath. Please, don't let my journey end here.
Damn, dog. I can lend you a soldier. It's not like MC is
for your generosity.
Fighting anyway.
Although I can't see your face now, I'll always remember your kindness.
Well, I have nothing to say to a blind loyalist like him.
Yeah, fair.
Take good care of him.
Literally blind now. Oh, that's the wrong button.
This place feels familiar. The device in the center should be able to take us down below. The correct switch is hidden under the tome that glorifies His Majesty.
Cool. Thanks, Daredevil. Is there any indication what the tomes are before, like, interacting with them? Guess not. A scroll imprinted with the accomplishments of Darius, the King of Kings. I am Darius, the great King of Kings, ruler of all provinces, and son of Hystaspes, whatever. To the faithful I grant grace, to the unjust I bring stern punishment. So that's obviously the right one, but I'm curious what the other ones say. A scroll imprinted with the moral code followed by the ancient Obedek king Zorobak. One passage reads, "Do not ignore my instructions. Do not defy my words. The teachings of elders are valuable. You should heed them." Okay? Cool story, bro. A scroll imprinted with the moral code practiced by the ancient Memphis official Tahotep. One passage reads, "Do not become arrogant due to your knowledge. Treat the ignorant with the reverence you would give a sage. Craftsmanship has no bounds. No artisan is all-knowing." I like that guy better. I need to stop pressing escape. Doesn't actually do anything in this game. Just pulls up that little thing. A scroll documenting the names and achievements of 5 ancient Memphis kings. It lists numerous years and events that have occurred in those years. Okay. I'm kind of curious what happens if we select the wrong one. Oh, cool, fight. Oh, that's not an enemy. Okay, we'll pick the correct one. Nothing else in this area, right? Yeah, looks like it's not.
Gods, if you actually exist, why did you stay silent when His Majesty asked?
The fire is burning.
Interesting fellow.
Oh no, they're attacking Darius! My boy!
Blooming from the flames.
Get off of him!
In the name of Florence.
Oh, I actually get to use my final attack. Oh, it did it stop? Oh, it died.
Looks like you
Get off of my boy!
trouble.
Did I say Darius? Get off of Darhead.
That shape. It's His Majesty's throne. Thank you for bringing me here. His Majesty is just ahead.
He's gonna be dead, isn't he? Yeah.
Take a seat.
The violin resonances are cute.
Farhad, a member of the scout squad.
Farhad, that's his name.
Maybe he's found something. Hurry! Bring him before His Majesty.
For a change of tune.
Why are none of you helping fight this thing? Damn, I just realized that Mori walks with a little bit of sass.
Why are you looking so exhausted, General Farhad? What happened to you? What did you do to him?
Helped a blind, tired, delirious man get all the fucking way over here. Thank you very much.
Behave yourselves. If it weren't for these Emeons, I would have died long ago on the nameless land. I'll inform His Majesty of your achievements, Emeon. Soon, you'll see that Farhad always keeps his promises. And His Majesty is a generous and benevolent ruler.
I'm doubting that second one,
Let us assist you.
but I do respect this man.
Stand back. No need. I've witnessed the distant and boundless lands with His Majesty when you were just babies. If I need help with even a few steps, how am I supposed to follow His Majesty to the ends of the stars?
But after taking only a few steps, Farhad falls to his knees.
What is happening? Why can't I move on?
Oh no. Slowly the Emperor rises from his throne.
I'm so ashamed to request that your Majesty descend from your throne.
With measured steps, Darius approaches Farhad.
Your Majesty, please.
Oh. His words are abruptly cut off as Darius swings his sharp blade and blood sprays out in a crimson arc. Bruh. Our boy. With a quick flick of this blade, Darius steps over the body and walks towards us. He never looked at the face of the soldier, as though what he just slaughtered was nothing more than a worthless lamb. Bro. I'm gonna kill this man. How can you just...
Shut up.
Erashan softly scolds me, while Zero puts her hand on my shoulder and shakes her head.
You're in no position to tell me how to punish my soldiers, outsider. Those who have failed me are no different from deserters, and this is what happens to deserters.
Darius turns to the man next to him.
Pythagoras, are they your companions?
No, Your Majesty. Although their clothes resemble mine, I've never seen them before.
We are not Emaons from this world.
Incredible story, eh, Jinx? Even with controller issues, I still couldn't stop playing it. Yeah, it's good. It's a good game. I was planning on just like checking it out because I really shouldn't add another gacha to my rotation, but I'm probably just gonna have to drop something. That's okay. But yeah, I was not expecting to get this into it. Very surprising quality, and the gameplay and like the gameplay mechanics are a lot of fun.
We come from the future, 2,500 years from now.
A funny joke. Unfortunately, it comes at an inopportune moment. Those who dare to mock me must be punished.
Please, wait, Your Majesty. The wonders of the Library of Babel surpass the wildest imagination of mortals.
Wait a second, I just like zoned the fuck out there for a second.
Here, it is possible to encounter someone from a past or future era. For the sake of your lives, strangers, if you too are Emians like me, show your proof.
Zero, that thing. I wasn't expecting it to be ridiculously good either. I could only imagine how good it would feel when we do get controller support. Oh yeah. I mean, like, I was mentioning to Miss Akasha earlier, but you also do have the option of like setting it up on a different emulator, like Mumu or something, because it takes like that's just take up like some startup effort, but you can use something like Mumu and assign your controller buttons to different parts of the screen, so you can just have full controller support that way and set it up how you want to set it up. But it does take a bit of upfront effort to do that. It's how a lot of PGR players played on controller before PGR got a PC client, and even afterwards, because Rexland in particular, who's pretty well known in WoW and PGR, his region, they dropped PC client support because of licensing issues, so he has been having to play on a controller for like this entire time, on an emulator for this entire time.
This is a fragment from your crown.
That being said, I don't know how well it runs on other emulators, because I haven't tried yet.
Indeed it is. Where did you get this weathered fragment from?
From a big weird dude I killed.
From 2,500 years in the future. By then, it had become an antique.
Interesting. Let's assume what you said is true. Answer me this. Who rules over Obed 2,500 years from now?
I can't answer your question, because Obed has no need for a ruler that far in the future.
Damn.
I see. You can't provide me what I desire either. Lead the way forward, Pythagoras. As for these useless freeloaders, get rid of them, my soldiers.
More murder. More murder. Darius turns around as the immortal army soldiers spread out, forming a semicircle and slowly advancing.
Ari.
Erashan sighs, undeterred by the spearheads of the immortal army soldier, walks up to Darius and bows to him. Oh.
Your Majesty, please forgive our rudeness.
Yo, she's negotiating? Politely? Is this really Erashan? What happened to Mori?
You know your manners, but your courtesy comes too late.
It's true that Obed won't need a ruler in the future. Because by that time, Obed will be insignificant compared to your vast empire. We don't need anyone specifically to rule over it.
Hell yeah. Lie to this old man.
The fragment you just saw is a gift you gave us yourself.
Upon hearing her reply, Darius stops.
You mean you've seen me 2,500 years later? Do I still rule over my vast empire?
Yeah, of course.
How did I survive until then in the future? Tell me, now!
Gladly, but we want something in return.
Darius sneers, looking down upon Erashan.
Even those who call themselves the mouthpieces of the gods are nothing more than mere mortals after all. Your wish is granted.
Oh, sorry.
All the wealth in my treasury and all the providences in my domain are yours for the taking.
We don't want wealth or fiefdoms. We just want to know what you know about the god of the sun.
How interesting. That's the very same question I've been asking you, Emeons, for years. But why is an Emeon from the future asking me this question instead?
You seek the secrets of the god of the sun because you're eager to know the secret to immortality, right? We discovered its mysteries once. However, over the long years since then, many details of our research have been lost. That's why we're coming back from the future, to get the missing pieces. You've been to Delphi during your expedition, and I believe you've heard the stories about Oedipus that go around there.
The best lies have a kernel of truth.
In the loop made by time, the result and the cause will become one. You'll need to tell us everything you know about the god of the sun, so that we'll be able to get you the full answer. That's the only way we can help you survive the next 2,500 years.
Damn, Mori is good at lying through her fucking teeth.
In the distant future, you gifted us the token so that we could return here to figure out the truth about immortality.
Although, assuming the thing we killed was Darius, it's not technically a lie that he gifted it to us. We just killed him first.
Nothing but lies. Myths are for ignorant children. Do you think I'm as gullible as a child?
Eri is such a sick character, especially when you take into account she never lies. Not once. Oh, interesting. I mean... Actually, you're right. She has not lied in this entire conversation. She's just been very specifically manipulative with how she recounts things. Huh. Matt, the writing in this game is really good.
I've found ludicrous loopholes in your words. Since the me in the future already knows the secret to immortality, why didn't that me ask you to tell me the secrets directly? Immortal Army!
Oh. Time for murder. How are we today? Doing pretty well. Unfortunately, since you were here last night, Craphius, I did have originally plans to do tonight, since there was this fetish-themed dark rave that me and my friends are gonna go to. But the person who was kind of coordinating the thing got the day wrong, and it actually happened last night. So that, unfortunately, is no longer a thing, but it's okay. The place that was happening at does like a lot of punk shows and goth nights and emo nights and stuff, so I'll just go over there for a different event at some point. But since I don't have plans tonight, and I have been obsessed with this game since yesterday, I decided to stream more of it since long week and brain is tired from week, so no math for tonight. No math for tonight, just story and fun gameplay.
Those who deceive me will pay with their lives.
Erashan remains composed.
Of course, you can just kill us, Your Majesty. But at the moment we're killed, the casual loop in the timeline will be
Why do
severed.
they keep saying casual?
If you don't learn the secret to immortality now, you, your empire, and all the feats you will achieve in the future will simply go up in smoke.
Pythagoras raises his eyes and studies Erashan. It seems he is about to say something, but in the end he just shakes his head gently.
Are you threatening me, Emeon?
A little bit. Erashan looks straight up at Darius.
No. As a scholar, I'm simply telling you what might happen because of your actions.
See, now the story is definitely getting a lot more interesting. The earlier parts of this chapter were a little bit boring, largely because I didn't care for the characters much, but now that we've got Mori and British Ambi and more interesting characters in play, I'm really enjoying it a lot more now.
Whether to trust us,
But like the first
or
like 2
kill
or
us
3
on the
chapters
spot,
were a little slow.
the choice is up to you. I'm sure you already have an answer in your mind.
Well, indeed. A nasty tone unique to Emeon.
Didn't care much for the Tasnies. No, I loved the Tasnies, but that's chapter 1. I loved the Tasnies, and that's part of why, like, so last night, we kind of burned through, like, the very beginning of chapter 1 all the way through the end of it. And then tonight we started chapter 2, and, like, as it was, like, such a contrast from the Tasnies, who were, like, very interesting, engaging, really well-built characters that were very fascinating, and like their interactions were so good and everything. But then like the beginning of chapter 1 was just like a bunch of like Greco-Roman like emperors and generals talking and like lore dropping about their era that we aren't even in anymore. And talking about all of these broad, vast politics that I just didn't really care about. Like, I enjoy political stories and drama, but not when it's just, like, an emperor talking so much that he can rival Kalstit's speeches in fucking Arknights, just going on and on and on about, like, the history of their politics and glazing himself. But now it's getting a lot more engaging because we're back into, like, the actual main fold of the story. At Accra, brain off, that's a mood. True. And Accra, this story is such a bad idea to brain off, not gonna lie. Okay, so, like, it's less so brain off and more so I'm not, like, trying to, like, use my brain to, like, calculate and, like, do intensive things, but I can still enjoy and consume a story and enjoy the more intricate parts of it and shit, right? It's a much lower brain activity and a very different kind of brain activity from, like, actively trying to create and calculate things. Well, indeed, a nasty tone unique to Emeon.
Lay down your weapons. For now.
I sure hope you don't skip any of those, because no spoilers. Yeah, no, I'm still going through all of them. I just was like, I mean, if you scroll back in the VOD, you can see I am just, like, waiting for that, for, like, not this Emperor. Darius is interesting, but the other Emperor at the beginning of chapter 2, I was just like, holy fuck, when is he gonna stop talking?
Listen well. I sent my people to collect many ancient documents and summon many scholars while I was in Memphis.
Like, comparatively, it's gotten really good, but, like, chapter 1 was really good and then, like, hit peak halfway through and kept being good. And this one, the beginning of chapter 2, was just a little slow and a little less engaging, but it's definitely picking back up to where it was at in chapter 1.
But the destruction of Eketaton was so complete that very little information survived. Despite my efforts, I only figured out one piece of information from the ancient records. The language of the gods is a palindrome.
Oh, interesting. For those of you who weren't here last night, the quote-unquote language of the gods for the quote-unquote the god of the sun that is just a nuclear reactor is also in binary. But now we know it's also a palindrome.
The language of the gods is a palindrome?
Interesting.
Legend has it that Akhenaten deciphered the language of the gods and thus learned how to harness the sun. The language consists of a huge number of palindromic words. They are written exactly the same forwards and backwards. They cause the god of the sun to perform very different behaviors.
Oh, that's important to know.
That's all I know. I didn't have access to the vocabulary. As soon as I returned to Obed, I shared this discovery with your companions, the Ameons of this era. But unfortunately, it didn't help them with the task I assigned them. Now it's your turn. Tell me, have you figured out the secret to immortality?
Have you found the secret, Ereshan? With elegance, Ereshan stands up and brushes the dust off her jacket. It's a very nice jacket, too. Like, I really like Mori's design. She would be a lot of fun to cosplay. Her expression, usually filled with sarcasm, now shows extraordinary confidence. Not actively using brain power is what I meant by brain off. It's more absorption brain on, which is more entertaining than draining. Yeah, pretty much. Chapter 3 peak will make you look down at Chapter 1 peak, which I didn't expect. Ooh, good to know. Exciting.
Alright. Huh? What are you talking about? The secret to immortality? It does not exist.
Let's go. She runs straight towards me.
What are you waiting for, Director? We've got the information. Now it's time to make a run for it.
Let's go.
How dare you?
Man, we are fucking with this old man's blood pressure. Secret to immortality? Yeah, it's simple. Don't die. Bye. Let's do the time warp again. Anyone in chat enough of a hag to understand the reference? Check something real quick. Shut the fuck up. It's not that old. Smile, smile, smile. Okay, to be fair, like, you don't have to be a specific age to have watched Rocky Horror and to have participated in, like, the, like, callback, like, style performance. But it was significantly more popular in, like, the, like, mid-millennial ages. Like, it was a much bigger thing back then. Yes, cry emoji. Hey, we love hags in this chat, okay? We stand for hags. Look at my team comp, we stand for hags. Although I've been using Asti because she's like the main 4-star healer, but it's definitely seemed like so far, and then from what I've kind of like understood from like endgame leaderboard stuff that I've seen like Rexlin and Peeps like talk about, like, healing doesn't seem that important, because at the end of the day, just with a lot of these kinds of action games, like, you can definitely, like, unskill issue your way around damage, right? Like, there doesn't seem to be any actual forced damage mechanics. And between, like, your time stop ability, your perfect dodges that have invulnerability, and also time stop every 10 seconds, parrying, and, like, swap cancel rotations, I don't think a healer is really strictly necessary. So, I was thinking, unless I get like a 5-star, I will prefer, but even then, there aren't really any particular 5-star buffers and debuffers. I was thinking of either building instead Zero or Otzi. Otzi is like... Rexland has been kind of glazing Otzi, but like, when he like fully explained what her whole kit can do debuffing-wise, I definitely get why, because her potential damage amp is kind of insane. Like... She gets... What is it built into? Is that not a passive skill? Yeah, so even at level 1, 22% damage resistance reduced, which we don't know the damage formula yet. Maybe some theorycraft in the Sienna figure that out, but as far as I know, we don't know the damage formula yet. But assuming that this is similar to like defense or resistance shred in other games, then it's a very strong multiplier that also likely would get even stronger the more of it you stack, because multiplicative factors, additively multiplicative factors get much better when you stack them negatively, as in reduction. So I think he says 50% or 40% at max level, along with, is it in here or her like potentials? And then also reducing lightning damage resistance, with Viola being so important and strong, and then also 10% defense on top of that. And then also her potentials, slowing down speed, another 10%, so 50% damage reduction at max skill level. One thing about Otzi is I always was considering running her, because her kits, like, her debuff kits seems like it's more likely more potent than buffing, because that tends to be the case in a lot of these kind of games. But I just didn't know what her final numbers looked like. Yeah. Like, having a large movement speed slow can definitely be good in a lot of matchups, especially if you want to keep things clustered. And then 50% damage resistance with an additional 10% defense down, and also 10% lightning resistance shred sounds very good for damage. Not to mention, she kind of has a cute personality. She's like a social media influencer chick with like this suitcase that is a mobile weapons platform. I've been using Asti since she was an umbrella. Your soul? Yeah, fair. There's a reason Wild Hearts has a special place in my heart. Oh god. Wild Hearts could have been so good. It could have been like a genuine strong, like, probably the strongest competitor to Monster Hunter in like the hunting genre style games. But like the optimization and launch issues just fucking killed it. But it was such a good game. And it's really a pity that they like flubbed on it that way. It's still build crafting at the end of the day. They can def work regardless of recommended builds as usual. All gacha endgames are DPS races anyway. Yeah, although like, I do wonder about the end stuff. I mean, it does end up being DPS races, but there's also potential for them to have like non-DPS race endgames. Because there are some games that do that, right? And like PGR in particular has added a new event that got really good reception. It just hit global, but it's been on CN for a while. They got incredibly good reception, so hopefully they do more with that and even possibly make it an endgame mode. But it's like a Devil May Cry stylish sort of system where instead of it being a DPS race, you're trying to kill the enemy as skillfully as possible by maintaining like a score. Like a letter score, like S, trying to keep it go from like, you know, B to like SSS plus and maintain that. You get additional points for doing parries, you get additional points for perfect dodges, you get additional points for like doing basically same orb, like multi combinations, as well as getting certain attacks off. You get more points if you manage to overlap those by having certain attacks be the parry, and it's like a really cool system where it's not a DPS race, it's like a skill expression thing. And like that is like a potential kind of endgame thing you can have that is like a really refreshing change from your like typical DPS race stuff. I mean, you can the main issue with that, right, is like it not incentivizing whales and like pulling, which I can understand as a concern because at the end of the day, you need money to run a gacha game, and especially with increasing production values in terms of like just graphics, gameplay, cinematics, voice acting, all of these things, right? Like, I understand that it is pretty, it gets more and more expensive since it's a live service. But you can still probably cause some level of incentive for that by making damage volume be a factor, right? Like, making the amount of damage be a factor, just not the only factor. I come from SMT, stack both all the same time, or I stop mathing this early. No, I refuse. I refuse. I can only be mathing. I am a math addict. Thank you very much. Play the playstyle you want and then math it out after before getting spoiled with actual DPS values. I mean, no, that's fair. I'm just enjoying the story and kind of more enjoying exploring the mechanics and systems right now. And I'm enjoying like the story and characters primarily. Is there a set artifact system in this game to grind for? You're tied to that system? It's different. Not sure what to make of it yet, but it's pretty cool so far. Yeah, I'm excited to see how they handle it. Because like if they go with any influence from the PGR route, PGR is like a much more classic old system. Because like the random substat stuff was not really as intense and popularized until after Genshin, and it's not necessarily what you might call classically industry standard for systems. It's just become that because of Genshin's success and how now every single company is basically trying to appeal to Genshin's audience because it's just the biggest, most accessible and profitable audience, right? Like the mainstream gacha gamers in now are MiHoYo and Wuwa players, but it's not necessarily like, as far as I understand, I've not been gacha gaming for long. I just have a lot of friends that I chat with and hang out with very regularly who have been gacha gaming for like over a decade kind of thing, right? But yeah, like PGR system is kind of more specifically, you have like your gear sets, right? Like 6 different memories. And you have like 4-piece, 2-piece matches, or later on when they add weapon harmony, you can attach another 2-piece to your weapon with more resource investment. But they're pretty set on which ones are the best. In a lot of cases, they might have one that's best for this situation versus this situation, and you can make multiple different gear sets for that. But the only RNG related to that is that they have a thing called resonance, where each of the memories can have a top and bottom resonance, and they have different like things that can be in them, but they basically effectively act as like adding additional skill levels to certain skills in your kit, or just giving you like straight minor attack buffs. And so like in that system, there is a degree of like re-rolling, because you basically consume other copies of the memories, but they're very easy to farm in the game because you can farm them through the events that are always active, and they're very efficient. But basically, you can like use those as material to try to roll out for a random one of those set like skill level ups per on top and bottom. And so inevitably, you're pretty much going to end up with the correct combination, right? On top of that, they have a lot of ways for you to use free-to-play resources to buy resonance pickers, so you can just skip that entire thing. Because like if the ideal slot for a character is like plus 15 attack, there's like 4 of those in the pool, so it's pretty easy to roll for it. But if they specifically need their ultimate levels or their class passive levels, that can, depending on your luck, that can take a lot of rerolls, right? So you can burn those things on that. And so like you have a degree of RNG, and you have like a degree of like building characters up that you have to do, but at the end of the day, the final fighting ground is like even. Outside of, you know, pulling copies and like shit like that, getting like ranking them up through copies, but like at the very least, in the gear sense, like it's even, because PGR is a game that's a lot more about like skill expression and mastering rotations than it is about rolling for 0.7% more damage because you got an extra crit sub. Still RNG and stamina spending, that's for sure. Random subsets you get, mats, blah 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 blah. You can also combine artifacts, and they just flat stack their effects. Interesting. Yeah, I will look more into the system when I get to it. I kind of glanced over what you said to not really avoid spoilers, but just to... What's the word I'm thinking of? Where? I don't know. Brain is a little dry right now. Words are hard. It's not hard to say words because I'm constantly fucking yapping this entire stream, but it's sometimes hard to think words. Word thinking challenging. And water important. I yap so much that my mouth starts to get dry really quickly, which leads to me drinking a lot of water, which leads to me going for bathroom breaks pretty often. I think I had like 4 bathroom breaks last stream. It was like a 10-hour stream, but still. Okay. Yeah, I do want to build Otzi, but for right now, I should probably hold off until I see... I mean, I'm still gonna build Otzi inevitably, but if I get a character like Logos or something, or Mori, I'm probably just gonna stick them on my story team for right now. So I'll worry about investing in Otzi later. Speaking of which, I leveled up. Give me free shit. Give me free shit. Oh, I'm not level 20. Damn. Fuck you. Oh, but I can pre-farm essential materials.
People created religion for a better living.
I love this line she does.
Religion lasted too long, and people are now living for religion instead.
After Ascension 60? Yeah, that makes sense. So I'm about to unlock it then.
What I said.
She blink strikes, that's pretty fun, lol. Yeah, no, I looked at Zero's kit, and on top of that, you're pretty incentivized to get Zero because she is a support character. She's free, and they also, through like the free progression event thing, they give you like full copies, like max copies of her and her signature weapon for free. And she is a buffer. She buffs attack and crit damage for your team when she's like, you know, fully leveled and everything at different breakpoints. So you're very heavily incentivized to play her, and she is fun. She's like fun to play in a quick swappy style, especially because you can do like, you build up charge by like popping double blinks and then swapping off and then swap back onto her, pop on like a single or double blink, and then you can activate a skill 2 that you can just kind of dump damage with, and then yeah, and then like provide buffs and things like that. So you're definitely incentivized to play her. And I do want to mess around with her, but I do personally, like, I don't know. Well, I'll see how things go once I start hitting like actual like challenging content, right? Because right now the story is like too low difficulty that I'm intentionally nerfing my characters so that I can like fight for longer because I'm enjoying the combat system. So I'm worried if I throw Otzi in there, it's going to make things die even faster. That being said, though, actually, let me go to the characters for this. Let me go ahead and, because like, you can pre-farm the mats at 18, you just can't actually ascend until 20. So let's go ahead and do this real quick. Wait, what's this cost? 20? Oh my god, they're both 20? Oh, wait, I'm fucking stupid. Right, this is like the exact same mats. It's just more of it. Cool. Alright. Yay, content! We get to fight things. She's fun with logos rather than her cannon master Florence. Yeah, true.
Let's go. The road is long, and we can't afford to stop.
You're building a straight DPS? Yeah, no, do it. Like, if you aren't concerned with, like... Oh my gosh, I'm fucking this up. One sec. Oh, wait, I've swapped the wrong character. Okay, now I'm on the right character.
The fire is burning.
Walk with the umbrella.
Oh, I swapped off a swapped back to a 2 early.
No contact allowed. I've lost my composure.
Oh my gosh.
Time for a change of tune.
I am pressing so many wrong buttons.
Blooming from the flames. In the name of Florence.
Bop. That's such a good
May
ultimate.
their souls rest in a garden full of blooming flowers.
I adore
This glory
Florence.
is the finest crown.
She does like, oh my god, I got one, fuck you. She does like the whole like noble woman hag thing really nicely. And a lot of her lines are actually very interesting to me, I guess. It's funny to hear her philosophizing about the effect of religion and the effect and push and pull of religion in society. Okay, I can sweep, but that was disappointing. I need a better run.
Let's go.
She feels a lot like a
The road
Savory
is
in the
long,
strip. Oh yeah,
and
no,
we
for
can't
sure.
afford to
She very
stop.
much plays that way. But I'm just saying, like, design and character, and like personality-wise especially, I enjoy her a lot.
Walk in the rain.
The fire is burning.
Rude person. It's time for a change of tune.
Yeah, also a problem with this comp too is that Asti doesn't take, oh no, yeah, Asti doesn't take up enough like
Fire is burning.
field time for me to like effectively rotate. Sec. For me to like effectively rotate long enough
In the name of
for Florence to like actually get her charges back up. And that's kind of part of my issue, because Viola is like an absurdly low field time character. That's part of what makes her so strong, is that she pumps out a shitload of AoE turrets damage while taking like 3 seconds on field. Like, you know what? Let's just like pop Artsy to like level 20 and see how that feels. Because like originally I was like building her because it's like, okay, she's a healer. Healers are always going to be useful for some kind of a content. But I do want to try it with Otzi. Yeah, I already have like P2 as well, which is nice because that's where you get the slow. Also, I feel like this quick ad like trolls you. Because that went like 1,000 experience over, and I don't know if they refund any. I haven't really been paying attention to that.
It brings back memories of attending classes at Tongue Clan.
Okay, change
Both ammunition and
character,
sunscreen already?
reset formation, save. Her ult is just begging for a collab skin. Oh yeah, no, 100%. 100%.
Let's go. The road is long, and we can't afford
Also,
to
this
stop.
like black skin of hers is just so good. I fucking love it so
Take
much.
a seat. Rude person. Take a seat. It's up to you, Shakong. It's up to you, Shakong. Don't even think about escaping. Take a seat. It's up to you, Shakong. The fire is burning.
It's time for a change of tune.
It's up to you, Shakong. Don't even think about escaping. Target locked. Fire!
Boom!
Blooming from the flames. In the name of Florence.
Yeah, Otzi feels
may
way
her souls
better.
rest in a garden
Like,
full
she
of
still doesn't
blooming
take up
flowers.
quite enough field time
This glory is
for
the
Florence to like gen up that much, but it's definitely better because she still has a longer rotation since she's going like skill 1, skill 2, skill 1, and there is some delay between like the ability to input those. This team definitely feels a lot better. I share the same sentiment with Viola. Scoured tier list online. Nobody freaking knows what the fuck they're talking about. Undermining Viola's kit. Lol. I mean, like, if you just look at things if you just look at like what limited empirical evidence there is, literally every team, at least according to Rexland, again, I haven't unlocked the endgame, but according to Rexland, literally every single team in top rank uses Viola in it because of how strong she is. So like, I mean, everyone's gonna have their own opinions, and until there's like actual damage formula understood and calculations to really determine what's like actual DPS output and rotations and everything look like, everyone's just gonna have their own base list based on vibes, like opinions on tier lists and stuff like that, right? But like, if you look at the empirical data that we do have available, Viola's always there. Florence is too, but to be fair, Florence's use might get inflated by the fact that she's limited, and so whales are gonna pull all copies of her, and won't necessarily have all copies of a different carry like Lee. But the fact that Viola's on every single one of them just kind of shows how strong she is in the team. Hot equal good. Well, I was brought up by Mr. MV Peddler right here, so just looking at a kit, she's just so broken. It's true, her values are insanely high. Her values are insanely high, and she's like built to quick swap because like her super chunky finisher takes so long to execute, so she's like built for the quick swap meta in this game. I'm gonna try this one more time, and then we'll just start sweeping. I'm just kind of trying to get a feel for this team style. And like, her MVs are high, but she also doesn't have that much animation commitment outside of her finisher, which is when you swap off of her anyway. Oh, yeah, I can't do that quite fast enough. I made a mistake.
It's up to you, Shakong. It's up to you, Shakong.
It's time for a change of tune.
Oh, wrong character.
It's up to you, Shakong. It's up to you, Shakong.
Oh, shit. Fuck that up.
Take a seat. Target locked. Fire! Take a seat. Override.
Didn't really want to use Florence ult there. Just kind of feel for like more actual rotations.
Easy peasy.
Yeah, I feel like Otzi's really good for like some quick swap rotations too, because like her skill 1 and then secondary skill 1 is placing that like damage field and then detonating it. And like you can immediately like animation cancel or combo right into her skill 2 off of it. So you could always just like pop that and then pop your skill 2 and then swap off of her and then come back onto her to detonate her skill 2. Yeah, Otzi's feeling really good. I'm really liking her in this team. Alright, now we sweep. So yeah, this might be one of my main teams. Because, like, all the 5-star... The thing about all the standard 5-stars is that basically none of them are, like, too supportive. Like, Logos heals, but no one really has much in terms of buff or debuff for the team. It seems like they kind of stuck that into the 4-star characters, which is nice because it incentivizes using and building 4-star characters. Because a lot of them have, like, some kind of damage amp for the team built into their kits. God damn it, I still need one more. Yeah, we're level 20, let's go! Ancient Mark. Oh, that's the thing you were mentioning. Of course we get 2 this time. It's always when you're 1 away you get 2. Okay, let's see what this new system is like. Oh, you get... What the fuck? Oh, yay! More shit. We love more shit. I'm surprised the bird isn't tutorializing me on this new thing. Oh wait, I probably have to break through first. Okay, let's break through Florence. I guess we farm this now. Come to think about it, Viola's fleal time is just as fast as my fucking goat Sanhua. Yeah. Yeah, I would say it's shorter. But like, yeah, no, I definitely get what you mean though. I guess it's not short, it's only shorter if you don't ult on Sanhua. Like E charge quick swap, very fast. Oh my gosh, I'm fucking up these rotations really badly. Oh, I didn't do an entry. Oh, what? Florence didn't do a finisher? Weird.
It's up to you, Xiaokong. Don't even think about you, Xiaokong.
It's time for a change of
That is not the button I meant to hit. I am very good at inputs in this game.
Forgive all things.
Re-ups debuff.
Forgive all things.
Ah, damn. I mistimed the skill and couldn't parry it. Just gonna watch him die now. Turret's funny.
When will the next opportunity for a performance come around? The performance.
But yeah, in Wuwa, it is kind of insane how good they made Sanhua, especially because she's free. So many inputs. Wow. Such inputs, many wow. I mean, like I said, I've specifically kind of built a team that is very quick swappy. I'm sure you don't have to play this quick swappy if you don't actually want to. I just am enjoying doing that. Like I said, Lee seems like they're probably much more of like an on-field type. And for like 4-star carries, Shamash is very much built to be like on-field, because his main gimmick is after doing parries and regular skill 1 combos, he unlocks his punch mode where he just punches the shit out of everything for a while. So like there's definitely like, if you prefer like the less quick swappy like hyper carry comps, there's definitely characters that seem tailored to that. I just like doing it this way. I just like this kind of combat a lot more.
Let's go.
Let's
The road is
go.
long, and we can't afford to stop.
I'm also pre-stack this. Oh, how the hell did I hit that button?
Take a seat. Take a seat.
Oh shit, I was too far away, didn't auto target correctly.
It's time for a change of tune. Take a seat.
Oh, that didn't parry? Must have timed it too early.
Target locked. Fire!
Blooming from the flames.
And now they have debuff on them.
In the name of Florence.
Rude person. Take a seat.
Oh, fucking up my inputs again.
It's up to you,
I think I'm dash canceling her attacks actually.
May their souls rest.
Like I'm not waiting for it to hit the point where her Q can go off and it's fucking up my combos.
Glory is the finest crown.
And then me trying to land it after fucking it up is getting me hit. Still not there. Okay, fuck it. Let's just sweep. I'm just happy I was able to make a hypercarry Yang Yang comp that clears tower. Oh, that's really funny. Yeah, no, I am playing on Google. I am playing on GPG. Wait, isn't 12 how many I needed? No, I think it was 16. Oh, no, let's go back. It was 18. More grinding. Okay. Let's go. Breakthroughs.
Tests us like
Yo,
gold
live
placed in a
2D
furnace.
Ascension though?
It accepts us.
I
like a
love
burnt
Arc Knights.
offering. When we are favored, we shine.
Hell yeah, girl. I'm not gonna level her yet though, because the story's already like not too squishy. Ancient memories flow downstream, leaving faint traces that linger even after the erosion of time, guiding the path for future generations. This bird is such a little shit. Awakening these memories may cause members to regain some lost, forgotten skills. Entrust the ancient marks to your members, they'll understand the rest on their own. Oh, it uses like a hex grid thing. If you don't feel like configuring your ancient marks, Antwerp can assist you with the task. Let's give a huge thank you to this diligent bird. No, fuck you, you little shit. After receiving your gift, significant changes occurred in the members. I've carefully summarized these effects for you. Oh, well. Neat. Pierce 5.7%. I mean, that's all I got right now. What is re-engrave? Oh, it's for... Oh, right. For, like, re-rolling and like, combining shit. Okay, well, I guess now we just unlock shit. We unlock that shit. Yep, 5 stars, live 2D Ascensions. I like that. How are you moving the camera so smoothly? I'm just getting used to using my click and drag for camera movement. No reroll it, that's just a selector. Okay. Well, we'll farm up some more of them and get to explore the systems a bit more. Thank the bird. I'll thank the colonel instead for KFC. True and fucking real. Oh shit, I can do the thing now. Oh yeah, what was the new talent I unlocked for her? That's the damage resistance one. Meh, it's not that important or cool. Gamba? Wait, why Gamba? Do I have like a 10 pole? I do not yet have a 10 pole. Are we talking about like the artifact stuff? Wait, no. I was trying to do the thing. God, I am very good at pressing the correct things on screen and buttons. An expert, you might say, at it. Is this what it's telling me? I already got the daily special pack, though, didn't I? Yeah. 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 Okay. Why is it still highlighted? Like, is it this thing? Have I not claimed this thing? Then how do I claim it? The button will not click. Sigh. Big sigh. I should probably do these for the mats at some point. Damn. First 5 chapters. Damn, there's a lot of story in this game. 30, 409, brute force mode. I haven't unlocked that yet, have I? Nope. 217. Peripheral area, 419. 318. 318. Level 8 of Enki's Great Escape? What the fuck does that even mean? Yeah. You overcap energy? No, I'm not overcapped. Also, I had to rebind my mouse for left click attack and right click dodge to not destroy muscle memory too much. I haven't been able to bind right click. I would like right click to be my dodge, but I haven't been able to bind right click, just left click for some reason. And I tried using it for attack, but I was like, no, I need this for camera control. Okay. Well, real quick, I was doing a thing and then got distracted by random bullshit because I'm really good at doing that. Alright, let's do this. Oh, I have to do... Oh, okay, I have to do 2. Okay, fine. Let's do the thing. Just bind it using mouse app, not in-game. Oh, that's what you mean. Okay. I could do that, but changing profiles... I mean, I have a G502 hero, so it's easy to do in the Logitech software. In G-Hub, I just kind of don't feel like swapping profiles all the time.
Take a seat.
Oh my god, that really does have a lot of animation commitment, though.
It's up to you, Shakon.
Yeah, that's got a lot of animation commitment. I need to get used to that.
Take a seat. It's time for a change of tune.
May their souls rest in a garden.
We love the Duchess of Domination.
This glory is the finest.
Just passing by, this game is shockingly good. Not sure I've ever been so surprised by a game. Right? Right? Like, it's kind of crazy. Like, I just wanted to try this out because I'm a PGR player, so it's like ex-Kuro devs and a lot of like the PGR content creators who got into the CBT were glazing it so hard, but like, I am very genuinely surprised at how good this game is in like so many aspects. Like, the combat is great, but also the story and writing and voice acting is really good, and the world building is super interesting. Like, it's kind of wild. I'm kind of obsessed, which is why I'm playing it again today. Sure. The gacha is great compared to most? Yeah, it's very generous. I don't know if I would say it's compared to most because there's a lot of smaller gacha games that are about as like good gacha, but the amount of like standard pulls and stuff they're giving us is very generous for launch.
Forgive all sins.
Oh, I didn't start off with this. Oh, yeah, that animation movement is brutal. I've really got to get used to that.
Change of tune.
Oh shit, I fucked up. I don't have. Oops.
Blooming from the flames. In the name of Florence.
Yeah, like Otzi feels really good as a part of the rotation. It's kind of more a matter of whoop, whoop. It's kind of a matter of getting really used to like how slow her skill 1 animation is. Like that is definitely something I'm gonna have to get used to not getting hit by. Or getting hit through.
It's time for a change of tune. Fire is burning. Forgive all sins.
Oh really? That didn't parry, huh? Oh shit. Okay. I guess we have to invest now because I'm not clearing in under a minute. My play is sloppy, but I'm still not clearing in under a minute, so now I actually do need to invest a bit in characters. If I keep clicking it, eventually something will happen, right? Okay, Florence. Ikuzo.
See suffering as a blessing.
Spoken like a domination, Duchess. This is like the game. The combat kept me because my lizard brain couldn't handle PGR. Fair. This is like Wuwa but PGR-esque. Yeah, definitely. Like the Wuwa quick swap DNA is really in there too, but it also has like a lot of feel of like old PGR before PGR kind of just became like executes your rotations flawlessly, the game. What are you saying for the next banner unit? She's child on chapter 4 onwards and she's sick. Yeah, I'm excited. Like I saw that her weapon is a Guandao. Because it's like one of the ones you can pick for like the 5-star weapon picker event thing. Like, so yeah, that one's definitely excited to see that. Okay, I guess we just do this. I already de-leveled this because it was making story too easy, but I think now we need to do this. Yeah, that's enough though. And I'm not going to be able to break through her anytime soon. That's way too much farming right now. So let's just... Alright, we can also sync these, can't we? Oh, is like sync 3 the max for 3-star weapons? Sure, whatever. Oh, nope. Don't trust this to refund me. I haven't checked if it does. Cool. Cool. Do I don't have the mats to break through you, do I? Whatever, we'll wait later. Since right now, during this like the first week events, I can refund and not lose any of these mats, so I might as well be throwing them in. Otherwise, I assume you probably get like 70 or 80% refund, right? Something like that. Does her weapon? Oh, okay, yeah, no, she doesn't have any sync for her weapon, does she? Yeah, because I haven't. She's not in the standard pool. And I didn't have the pull in the event banner, like, at all. Pull her weapon on the free 10 pull, so I just pulled for her weapon. Yeah, I also pulled Florence on the free 10 pull. I was actually planning on, like, looking into what re-rolling on this game looks like, because they have so much, like, generous early rewards for, like, the launch and everything. Then, I just pulled Florence on the first 10 pulls, so I'm like, fuck it, I'm keeping this account. You're just gonna use the event free thing for the next banner unit instead? Yeah, fair. That's definitely fair. I do have these 4-star weapon crates, though. How long is it until Florence is gonna be able to get her weapon? Right, this is all like chapter 2 and like chapter 3 and 4 stuff, so fuck it, fine, we'll get Florence a weapon. I have so many of these weapon selectors. Or actually, do these weapon selectors even have weapons for her, or are they like locked into like 4-star characters? I don't look into 4 stars, but did they include events? It doesn't look like they include events. Yeah, I don't see her thing, any of her great sword here, so never mind. Is this a different pool? No, it looks the same. Yeah, these look like the same pools. Sad. 4-star weapon crate scam is equal to a Sync 3 blue weapon? Really? Interesting. Just use it on the support or something. Also, the thing is, like, since the battle pass gives me a 4-star's signature weapon, I was just gonna throw, like, I was gonna use that for Artsy, which is like gonna be my main team anyway. Maybe I'll use it for Asti or something, but I don't know if I'm actually gonna continue using Asti. Oh, yeah, there's also this. I could just get another... Since I own everyone, I could just get another copy of Artsy. I mean, I might as well. Yeah, okay, shrug. That is a good point, though. The next character, it can also have the weapon. So, fuck it. Let's throw a 10 pull. Gamba! Okay, that's enough. Purple? Yeah, it's purple. Wow. For Nana, who I don't own. Let's go. Yeah, I did throw an extra temple at Florence just to see what would happen, since this pity's gonna carry over to the next character anyway. Okay. Lol, Asti Simp used BP for the 5-star umbrella. Yeah, I mean, I was originally gonna do that, but then, like, I wasn't really feeling Asti in my team. And I'm definitely preferring Oddsy. It's just kind of a matter of, like, getting used to, like, I have to get used to the fact that I have to dash away and then use her skill 1, because the animation commitment is really long. But her debuff potential, especially because her signature also gives her even more debuff, is, like, kind of nuts. Oh, yeah, that's right. We were doing the thing, and that's why I was investing in shit. Where is it? It was like this one, right? Yeah, it was this one. Get Artsy's weapon. It's so useful. I just really got Artsy's because simp. I mean, that's fair. You know, it's a gacha game. Play the characters you like and build the characters you like. Unless you really care about like leaderboard chasing, like who you don't have to worry about the meta unless that's your thing, right? Like I didn't get. Oop.
Full of flaws. Don't even think about escaping.
Ah, God, I really cannot get a good feel for that parry.
It's time for a change of tune.
It's up to you, Shakon.
The fire is burning. Take a seat.
Target locked.
Alright, that'll apply debuff. And then this'll
Blooming from the flames.
make use of debuff.
Name of Florence.
Boop. Yeah, it made very good use of that debuff. That was a lot more damage than it dealt without debuff
May their
active.
souls rest in a garden full of blooming flowers.
Oh no, he's linked to another gacha. I know, man. I know. It's awful, but so good at the same time. Because this game is really good. Like, genuine surprise and like, amazement. I was like, oh, I'll try this out for a few days, see how I like it. It's kind of how I felt like about, like, fucking, what's it called? Snowbreak? Like, the gameplay mechanics of Snowbreak are really fun, but I'm definitely not all about, like, the massive gooning. Don't get me wrong, I'm a very sexually expressive and like sexually accepting person and everything, but at the same time, like, Snowbreak is a bit too far for fan service for me. But like the gameplay mechanics were so fun, so I played it for like a patch or two and came back for like one of the other patches. But like, you know, that's kind of more what I was expecting. Was like, okay, maybe it'll be pretty good, maybe I'll play a patch or two, and then I started playing, like, oh my god, this game is fucking fantastic. I can't stop wanting to play it. Like, this is wild. Like, tomorrow I'm gonna probably play some, like, before D&D, and then after D&D as well. And then on Monday I might still even play even more. Kind of take my weekend early, and then focus on, like, studying, like, after Monday. Let's go! Free shit! Why did it take me over here when I haven't even claimed everything? Free shit! Free shit! Oh, clear the side story? Gross. Actually, I probably would like the side story. It's just, you know, more story, and I already am slowly clearing through the story. Parry 3. Yeah, I really need to, like, get a feel for parrying. I'm popping, like, my skills way too early to parry with skill. Actually, maybe I should just do, like, the entrance swap parrying. That probably would feel better for me than, like, trying to do heavy attack or skill. Because you can parry by swapping to a different character and using their entrance attack. Yeah, that might be more the play I should go with my playstyle. Ugh, but you can't do that with Florence, because then you burn her stacks if you swap off of her. I don't know why I'm clicking on things. Okay, anyway. That part is done, so... you know what? Fuck it. One more Gamba. Since I'm definitely intending to get the other character too, so I'm gonna have to get both of the weapons anyway. Let's go! I feel like every time I stream Let's Go, I never get, like, good luck. I didn't even look, but I'm assuming it was purple. Well, okay, at least I got her weapon. I mean, I guess in that case... D-level this one. You get everything back, including the money. That's nice. Alright, we level a weapon yet again. Oh, and that's the same point it was at before. Okay. More stats. Said to myself, is there a me character in this one? I mean, there's like a few femboys. Like, there's like... Ming. Actually, I'm not even sure what Ming's, like, gender is, but it's whatever. I mean, either way, you like femboys and, like, female characters that look like femboys anyway. There is Enki, who is a little shit, but a funny as fuck character. You probably like Hefei, especially because she's, like, a wrench wench. Lee is kind of built more like a twink, though, so probably not your thing. There's also Ninsar, who is also actually a very solid support from what I've heard, because she has like both shielding as well as debuff built into her kit. Or is it buff? I think it's attack buff built into her kit. Yeah, exactly. Yo, Big Hammer. She's also a really solid support. Because she also, instead of shields, she adds like a 3 damage hit reduction or damage reduction hit shield things. And then she also gives a big attack buff with her fire field she throws out. And so like, I don't know. I feel like you probably like both of these two, and then like these two combined with like an on-field carry of, or like a main carry of some kind. I mean, Zero's free. And she's basically British Ambi. There's Florence, but she might be a bit too hag for your tastes. Viola's a very fast off-field one. You might like Mori, because I think you'd like her personality. But yeah, I mean the pool is pretty small right now, but like definitely quite a few characters you probably like. And like I said, like I said to you earlier, Main, and to like everyone else in chat, but it looks like there's probably new people in here. If you do want to start playing this game, I'd recommend doing so soon, because I mean, some of the early events are ending soon, but that's not really the biggest deal. The biggest deal is that, I wonder if I can pull up the old one. Is this one. So I believe this ends, as well as some of the like coupon codes or like the codes they put out end on the 14th. If I'm correct, I'm not 100% sure, but I think this one ends on the 14th because it's compensation for the first day issues they had, particularly like binding Google accounts, which they're very communicative about. So far, it looks like the company's got a lot of like green flags in terms of how they handle communication and community stuff. But yeah, that's 30 standard pulls. So, and you unlock mail really quickly. So it seems like you could probably do re-rolling really easily, at least for standard if you wanted to, right? On top of that, you can't see it anymore, but just in general with the gacha system, it now requires 300, but you can pick any 5-star standard banner character after your first 30 pulls. So that's really nice too. I mean, you should do the smart thing, which is wait until you get your first 5-star and then use it to get someone else. I did not do the smart thing, so I got Viola, and then at 70 hard pity, I got Viola again. So I have a P1 Viola now. Not that I'm complaining, I really like her design and character, and she's apparently really strong, so. Might try it tomorrow then, or I guess later today at this point. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think you would enjoy it a lot, given what I know about you, and you also probably would enjoy the very, like, ADHD playstyles that exist in this game, too. Okay, anyway. That's everything I wanted to do, right? What's this? Oh, handy. Handy, handy, handy. Do I have any PE? Have I not completed any Okay, that's a little annoying that it doesn't let you know that you have, like, things completed for this. Whatever. We take the dailies. The fuck is a Chest of Fate? Oh, okay. I'm not active yet. Soon, level 15, my beloved. Soon I will be at you. For those who are new, the reason why I want to hit level 15, the free battle pass lets you get a 5-star signature weapon for any of the 4-star characters, which I will be using for Atzi. Because it also adds her some more anomaly mastery and gives 8% attack to the whole team. And also make them lose even more lightning resistance. So, like, good buffing things, as well as also making her pop electrocute faster. And this game does have, like, a ZZZ style anomaly system, where you do apply, like, anomalies based on elements. And then when you have 2 of them active at the same time, you get an elemental... What was it called? Elemental something that's essentially a disorder from ZZZ, if you're familiar with it. So, like, Atzi, like, if you saw earlier from when I was just clearing some stuff, like, Atzi very much builds up her electrocute really fast. And then Florence built up the burn pretty fast, I guess? I mean, Atzi is also assisted by the fact that Viola is also putting out, like, constant off-field damage, but anyway, Yeah, free battle pass gets you one of those. Paid battle pass, which is only $7 below industry standard. You gotta pick a 5-star signature for one of the standard 5-star characters, which I am obviously gonna be using for Viola. Activates resonance. Each spread resonance increases damage by 20%. This fight can stack up to 2 times and last for 2 seconds. Oh, interesting. So it basically just makes her main kits do a lot more damage. Oh shit! I unplugged my earbuds. Combat just has ZZZ elements and disorder. It's not super complicated. Yeah, it's really not super complicated. It's not like super complicated stuff at all. Like, you can make it complicated. I'm making it complicated by playing a really quick swap heavy team with a lot of like swap cancelable animations, but you don't got to play that way. I just like doing that. There's definitely like your more like simple hyper carry double support setups you can do. Oh, achievements. I want more free stuff. Free stuff. Free stuff. Okay. Okay, that's officially enough fucking around. Let's get back to frogging. I just wanted to get a little bit of progress on events and a little bit of like
don't you dare run away!
Chunky combat done, because story has decent combats, but like it's not the same as like burning through a bunch of resource levels constantly, right?
How dare you deceive me!
Oh, he angry.
Your Majesty, please calm down.
He's gonna execute you for that. Yup. The shouts of the Praetorians become distance. Darius glazes down as the blood flows around his feet, stemming from the blade in his hand. Damn, this man is angry. The shiny mirror-like blade reflects a familiar stranger back at him. Darius fixates on the reflection for a prolonged moment before exhaling deeply. His voice regains composure, though an underlying madness remains.
I am Darius, the great king of Obed, the king of all kings!
I think we broke this man just now.
I shall bestow grace upon the faithful and punish the disloyal!
He discards the blade in his hand and raises his scepter high once more.
Heed my command, my immortal army! Hunt down those Emions!
Damn, you got me addicted to this game. I rerolled 7 times and still didn't get Florence, haha. I did get Viola and Mir though. I mean, did I get you addicted, or did the surprisingly good quality of this game do that? Because I didn't like sell you your first hit, I just did it in front of you and you made that choice. I'll only play if there's a Scythe user. Well, I have great news for you, C's, because there is not only a Scythe character, she has an incredible personality, and she's also Mori Calliope from Hololive. Heed my command, my immortal army. Hunt down those Emions. In fact, she's one of like the two like poster characters of this game. Okay, that did it too. The combat is super satisfying. True. No way they put Callie. Yeah, man, they put Callie in this game. She's also got one of the slickest kits in the game. True, her kit is really nice and her animations are really nice.
Until the end of their lives, or yours.
Oh shit. So I'm just like checking my Arknights farming. I didn't realize that the Live 2D skin I got for Doro looked that good. Finally, one day, one of the Praetorians gathers up his courage and steps forward. Did I miss anything? No, I heard that. Heard that. Okay.
We have ventured too far, Your Majesty.
Nah, you're fine. He knows what he's doing.
If we continue, we may not be able to return. The paths ahead. Not even the Emions have explored them.
Emions. Always those babbling Emions. Why would I, the king of all kings, need someone else to pioneer my new territories? Wherever I go,
Legally distinct Callie. Oh yeah, you tried the Google Play Arknights thing, right? How was it? I haven't actually tried it yet. I'm doing it on my phone right now. I'm hoping it works well, because I would much rather do that than like fuck around with emulators for it again, because it's always a little unclean on emulators. But yeah, I will check it out at some point. I'm just, you know, too invested in this game right now. I'm just burning sanity on the event on my phone, since it can run on auto.
We don't need those false mouthpieces of the gods.
But, Your Majesty, what about Pythagoras?
The king of all kings just glances back at him.
I won't repeat myself.
Yes, Your Majesty.
The king of all kings and his army continue their march. However, fatigue and hunger prove to be the deadliest weapons. I've been wondering about this. How the fuck are they feeding themselves for this long in here? Because, like, there's like a bunch of... It's like a whole thing that, like, a bunch of Emeons will go on, like, the path of their return, knowing that they won't be able to come back unless they reach the end of the library and find its secrets. But how the fuck are they feeding themselves this entire time? As resolute as the immortal army may be, silence pervades their rank with each passing day. Their voices diminish and their numbers wane. Yet Darius remains unwavering. Unaware of the distance traveled, they unexpectedly encounter another group of seekers.
You are...
Wait, please, spare us. I beg you.
Copy your homework, but I'll change it a bit to make it not obvious. True. Fair, trying to get a friend to play Arknights and then not having to use an emulator would help. You'll, yeah. I mean, yeah, it would be nice. I will let you know when I get around to doing it. Unfortunately, Path to Nowhere isn't on Google Play or Google Games Play, but that's fine. I still don't mind doing that stuff on my phone. Such things happen occasionally to the detriment of honor, but this cannot be helped.
Take away their supplies, spare the strong, and destroy the old and the weak.
Jesus Christ. So that's how they're feeding themselves. Banditry.
What is happening? Why do you defy my orders?
Let's go. Mutiny. Mutiny. Revolution. Revolution.
If we hadn't plundered the caravan, it wouldn't have been us celebrating under the magnificent waterfalls of the Memphis River.
Rebellion.
Carry on.
Tear down the tyrant.
We have a long path ahead. We must not stumble here.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Okay, no, just the seeds of dissent have been sowed. Never mind. Revolution. Let's go! Wait, what? Oh, never mind. They killed, like, the weak and the old. Never mind, that's more boring. I wanted a revolution. No different from all the expeditions before. Equally long, equally solitary, and equally grueling. However, Darius remains certain that he will ultimately reach his goal and emerge triumphant. For the immortal army journeys alongside him, their loyalty is steadfast as ever.
Let's station ourselves here today. It looks like we're running low on food. Soldiers, kill my horse.
Yeah, okay.
What's the meaning of this? Why the hesitation? Have you forgotten what happened when we attacked Delphi the first time? And that time I slaughtered my horse so that we could cross frigid Mount Medicus? This is no different. Come. I shall share the horse's flesh with all of you once more.
We love emergency food. But why? Why is he the only one willing to consume the meat in his hand?
My warriors. My warriors.
Oh no. Darius continues to march forward. Is he senile or did they all just die? They just made American hot dogs Lamau. True. That's the thing they don't. That's why they don't return fair. Don't worry, they'll sustain themselves on knowledge in the Great Library. Darius acknowledges that his days are limited. Even his most loyal Praetorians speculate on how much longer their emperor can endure. It has been a considerable amount of time since they last spoke to him, yet he senses his soldiers whispering, suspecting that one day he might suddenly collapse and never wake up. What a ridiculous speculation. Darius no longer looks backwards, for there is nothing but feeble doubts and apprehension left. His followers no longer warrant his attention. He will prevail, just as he has in every war thus far. He will endure until the very end of the world.
Halt here. We need a break once in a while. I grant you a brief reprieve. These books on the shelves are unlike any I've seen before.
The glyphs on the pages are unfamiliar, distinct from those used in Obed. They differ from the languages of all the peoples he has encountered during his conquests.
No matter. One day I will conquer their lands. Remember what I said, Fahad. I shall share my glory and dreams with you.
You killed him!
Armor me, Fahad, my most loyal friend. Let's embark on our
Oh no, he is actually going senile.
Our expedition must not stop here. Fahad?
You killed him, bro.
If you choose not to accompany me on this quest, it's all right. I permit you to turn back and return home.
Damn. Damn.
It is a king's duty to forge ahead. As my subject, your duty is to spread news of my accomplishments throughout the world.
Oh no.
Go back, Fahad.
Oh no.
Whether in life or in death, you shall forever be showered in my grace.
Oh no. In a trance, Darius hears a faint sigh.
Fahad.
The nameless tyrant continues to march forward. It knows with certainty that many have vanished along the way. It no longer calls out to its praetorians, for doing so is futile. It cares not for those cowards. It cares not where those cowards have fled. If the king's path is too arduous for mortals, then the king shall proceed alone to the end. Having pillaged traders, slain its horse, and utilized all available resources along its path, the nameless tyrant marches forward on its unending journey. Even in its resolute states, it occasionally experiences hallucinations. It feels as though a part of itself is dissipating, transforming into something else. Such is a sign of dehydration, an ordeal it endured during a sea voyage across the Philistine Sea. Back then, it and its army were lost in a storm, and all the fresh water had been consumed. How did it and its army escape death? It can no longer recall. The only thing that remains within its soul is the desire to press onward. But why must it continue to march forward? Oh, right. It wants to find the secret to immortality. It wants to become immorality. Does it mean immorality, or does it mean immortality? And it wants to take revenge on certain Emians who have deceived it. But why does it seek the secret of immortality?
One day we'll leave our footprints across the entire expanse of the sky.
Dot, dot, dot. It closes its eyes. That brilliant canopy of stars, along with its steely ambitions, has long since faded. Thus, the grandest vision has been twisted into the most grotesque desires. The nameless tyrant finally comes to a halt. How much time has elapsed since the expedition began, and how far has it traveled? There is no way to ascertain the answer. The unit year is inadequate to measure the passage of time during this interminable journey. Only the visage of those deceitful Emians grows clearer in memory. It must unleash its wrath and retribution upon them, making known the might and majesty of the king. Oh, so that's why the monster fucking attacks us and throws me against the wall. It has grown accustomed to this peculiar library. It has traversed numerous corridors, rooms, and staircases, seamlessly blending with the library's surroundings. Emian, I have come this far without your guidance. Immortal army, I have endured without your companionship. Strange visions still arise, but they no longer cloud its mind. The tyrant once saw a mirror that did not reflect its face, but instead displayed a strange and imposing figure with a cold gaze, like that of a mythical giant. As long as it gazed into the mirror, the reflection stared back at it. In astonishment, the tyrant realizes that it saw the very same visage reflected in a blood-stained blade long ago. No words are spoken, and the reflection remains silent until the tyrant departs. ... At times, the tyrant reminisces about the distant past, the days when it and Pythagoras were still friends. Pythagoras shared rare pieces of knowledge with it, one of which still echoes in his... There, water. One sec, my mouth is getting dry. To be fair, Enki sustains himself with the knowledge in the library, and Ninsar sustains himself through being disappointed at Enki. True. Pythagoras shared rare pieces of knowledge with it, one of which still echoes in its mind.
Probability fears time.
And so, the nameless tyrant resumes its march onward. In the vast expanse of time, it anticipates an encounter with those who deceived it. Literally 2,500 years later, awaiting a minuscule, incredibly remote, yet not impossible chance of meeting them once more. Damn, literal engine of vengeance at this point. Returning to 2,000 years ago. Damn, that was good. Darius is a very well-written tyrant. And that was a very good sequence. Yep, see? Who was it from earlier? Seas, take a look. It's Mori Calliope. Also, Main, if you're still here, it's Mori Calliope from HoloLive. Games kind of sprinkled with typos. That's how you know they're truly ex-PGR devs. True. Please don't shower us in your grace. No way. Yeah, it's Mori Calliope. Actually, when I was looking at like Lena from from Grey Raven Radio and greyravens.com, she tweeted about this game the first time I saw it. Mori Calliope was on there, and I was with Aka. I'm like, this is very influenced by her design, and pulled them up side by side, and there's a decent amount of similarities. Darius's furious roars swiftly dissipate, fading into faint ripples in the river of time. As the ripples disperse, tranquility is restored to the surroundings. Zero quickly examines volumes of literature on the nearby bookshelf.
This is Sarvis's era. ...
Something seems to be on your mind. That I've really got something to say look on your face is pretty rare.
I think I figured out why we've been entangled with Darius. Now I'm certain that the giant we encountered when we first entered the library, and the one we saw during our second meeting with Sarvis, are one and the same, Sia. It is... Darius.
Yup. That thing doesn't resemble a human in any way. Zero closes her eyes, just getting a bite of food.
This library is alive and has its own wisdom. That's what Elish, the first director of the library, once said.
Okay, food eaten.
Therefore, visitors should stay quiet, humble, and cautious within the library. It is not recommended to speak, write, or daydream, for words and ideas carry power. The library is an anomaly, after all. It may give incredible responses to obsessive thoughts.
The echoes of Darius' shouts reverberate in my ears once again.
Don't you dare run away! How dare you deceive me!
In addition to anger, there was unrestrained fear and despair in his voice. It is as if a man is grasping at the last straw, only to find that it is turning into dust.
We deceived a man of extraordinary strength, of willpower. Obsessive ideas may stir up billowing waves in this ocean of thoughts.
So, you're saying that the library distorted Darius, turning him into the giant that has been chasing us around? If that's the case, it explains why he hated our guts so much. After all, we shattered his world with that devastating lie. Hold on a sec. So, we lied to Darius, and after he got distorted by the library, he stayed here for all those thousands of years, just to get revenge against us? According to our time machine, you met the giant before you met me. Thanks to him, our time machine met the future me and heard the prophecy. And that's how we started this totally messed up journey, right? How ironic.
True.
We went to Darius because we had already met him.
We love timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly bullshits. So he survived on pure spite, yeah. Well, initially he survived on pure determination to move forward and to find immortality, and then as he became more senile and deranged, and as that looked less and less possible, his engine was instead fueled by spite and hate. Revenge engine.
Cause and effect become one in the Library of Babel. It's a loop. ...
Why are you giving me that look?
No, it's nothing.
Also, like, these two are honestly some of the best, like, I guess essentially like poster girl or sidekick characters I've seen in Gacha in a while. Like, Zero is great even if she's mostly British Ambi, and Mori Calliope is great too.
My permission,
and not just because she's Mori.
What are you talking about? That's a weird thing to say. Quit using that tone with me.
And you got the fun, like, very emotionless, neutral, neurodivergent coded character, and then the very, like, the much more, like, true to her emotions and rebellious isn't the right word, but more generally assertive character. It's a fun back and forth. Looking at Erashan's disgusted face, I understand why Zero suddenly became silent. From the beginning, we have been faithfully following the directions of destiny like cogs in a well-oiled machine. Whether it is searching for Tasni, arriving in the era of the 5th Emperor, or going in search of Darius, everything seems predestined. So if this journey continues, ... will Erashan die under Aten's blazing radiance, just like I foresaw? Oh no! We have to save Mori! Once again, the image of her dissolving within the radiance comes unbidden to my mind. No!
Shut up!
God damn it, I love her.
Hey, what's with that look on your face? Stop it. It's making me sick.
Stop it.
I'm not going to follow this so-called prophecy. But with the current situation...
Hell yeah, fight your fate.
We have to continue this loop. Remember, the fate of 2 eras rests on our shoulders. Next, if our time machine gets things right, we should be at a point between our 2 encounters with Sarvis. We must inform him about the divine words at this point. Since someone in this era activated a 10, the divine words must exist in this era. If he can find the person who activated a 10, he'll naturally get the command to stop it. If everything goes smoothly, we'll put a stop to a 10. No. The Star of Ephrathah, before it burns everything in this era to ashes.
Let's go. You do have a kind soul. You're not just a cunt.
Try saying that again.
Oh no, she's such a Sun Sun. Our banter sweeps away the tense atmosphere. However, I have a vague feeling that something is wrong. We love Sun Sun, Tsundere, and Kudere characters. If everything is a part of this loop, who actually activates a 10 in the future? Why was it only Erashan facing a 10 in the future? Why weren't Zero and I there with Erashan in the future? Unfortunately, I don't have enough time to find the answers.
Someone's coming.
Come.
Those are Japheth soldiers.
Looks like they're in a tough spot too.
Oh, you'll get to see how Mori plays. Although first, Viola sits down her bullshit. Ah, I pressed the wrong fucking button. I'm like trying to avoid using just to show off her kid, but no. I'm trying to charge up her skill, and Florence will kill everyone too quickly.
Wait, you're the Emians who escaped from Lord Sarvis before?
So what if we are? Are you planning to capture us and hand us over to your general?
No, we Japhethians are anything but ungrateful. Anyway, it's good to see you. We've been searching for you.
Anyway, it's good to see you. Sarvis just won't leave us alone, huh?
That's not the case, Emian. Lord Sarvis has encountered an extraordinary problem, and he says only Emians can solve it.
As I thought. And what are we
Of course he
waiting for?
needs something from
Lead
us.
the way.
Take us the pretty boy.
I'm sorry, but when we enter this infinite library again, we got separated from our general. I have no clue where he could be now.
Y'all really need to figure out like some sort of communication or landmark system. This keeps happening.
The path ahead takes us back to where we came from. Let's head in that direction.
Like, this place is like an infinitely winding, like crazy place, but at the very least, Enki's like victory animation, he shows that the thing he has is a giant scroll that's clearly a map he's put out, so that does suggest that the geography still remains mostly the same.
Aren't you coming with us?
So like surely they could be mapping things out and figure out some sort of either like checkpoint relay or like very primitive like system to be able to find each other again.
As you can see, my squad has been decimated. With all the dangers lurking here, we shouldn't burden you with protecting us. Please, hurry to the general as soon as possible. ...
Let's go.
Each time an attack is parried, it reduces dependent skills cooldown by 1 second. Oh, neat. Yeah, I keep forgetting you can parry ranged attacks with your little time orb. Oh, sweet. Ow. Okay, now we get to do the thing. Of course they immediately die once I get my skill up. Since time is of the essence, let me get straight to the point. Do you know how to shut down the sun god of Memphis? This seamless transition between like levels is really cool. I don't trust you. God damn, her combo is really fast. Which actually matters for like certain things in this game. This isn't like a cracked door, though, right?
Our strength isn't enough to break through this stone gate. We are entering the unknown sector.
Finding
Oh,
someone in the
boy.
unknown sector. This is simply a living nightmare.
I've done it
Let's
before.
hope that general didn't go too deep.
Use the pendant's power to freeze fast-moving text. Oh, fuck. How did...
The unknown sector has changed, so the rules we know
How did I...
might not apply anymore.
How did I manage to get progress by accidentally walking backwards? That's fucking funny. This road that's like a round ring and a projector is the right way. Round ring and projector. This one? Come on. A round ring and a projector. Oh, maybe the projector pod is referring to something else in there. I don't know. This one's got a round ring over the top. Well, that didn't work.
That is the wrong way.
Yes, but now we get combat, and I think that's a good thing.
Interesting fellow.
Okay, there isn't anything else. The unknown sector, the most mapped out portion of the library. True.
Figure out new rules before finding a way out.
This road that's rotating clockwise is the right way. Wait, did it say clockwise or counterclockwise? Because there's 3 going clockwise. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense.
The one surrounded up ahead is Sarvis.
Ooh, we get to do the funny thing.
And then we'll have the perfect chance to strike. Hey, why are you
Overkill.
All right, fine.
Oh shit, I should have saved it for the elites. Whoops.
Oh, it's you.
Okay, well that was plenty.
Thank you for your help, Emeance. I apologize for my rudeness earlier, and I would like to do my best to clear up the misunderstanding I caused. But I'm afraid we don't have time for that now.
The fire is burning.
Why didn't it swap cancel? Why didn't it swap cancel? That's really weird. Did I like misinput?
Take a seat. Allow me to get straight to the point. Do you happen to know how to deactivate the God of the Sun?
We have spent this entire chapter trying to figure that out, bro.
Did someone activate that sphere?
I'm afraid so. According to our plan, we delivered it to the Philistine Sea to get it loaded on a ship and then transfer it to Javriel. However, it passed through one of our vassal states on its way back. To my astonishment, the ruler there, Herod, had the audacity to lay his finger on it. It was only afterward that we learned that quite a few servants in Herod's kingdom had been exiled from Memphis. And some of them had even served as priests in Memphis.
Okay, you know,
They knew a number
My brain
of
blanked for a
secrets that had
second.
been passed down from generation to generation by word of mouth. Not even Lord Thuranis or Emperor Darius had learned about them when they conquered Memphis. Those Memphians stirred up Herod's greed, making him believe that he could awaken the god of the sun like the ancient pharaoh Akhenaten did, and thus be elevated to the status of a god.
How ridiculous.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Truth is, the Memphian slaves hate him for his brutality and wanted to use this chance to take revenge.
New cursed slaves. New
They
cursed
didn't
slaves.
think about the catastrophic consequences it would bring. Unfortunately, Herod killed all those slaves once he obtained the divine words, so nobody else could ascend to the divine throne like him.
Lol.
By the time we arrived, the copper sphere was already levitating and burning over Herod's capital city, Ephrathah. We apprehended Herod before the city was razed to the ground. However, he only knows how to activate the sphere, and he didn't ask for the command to deactivate it. Now, with the death of the last Memphian priests, the secrets are lost forever. If that copper sphere continues to burn, one day the Philistine Sea will dry up, and even Javriel, the Eternal City, will end up in flames.
We love non-stop, constantly getting hotter fusion reactor.
Fortunately, I had met you in the Library of Babel. I remembered you had mentioned that the copper sphere could be deactivated. So, we rushed back here to seek your help. Such is the situation. If you know how to stop this world from ending up in flames, I'm willing to offer whatever I can in return.
He kneels before me, head bowed. That's exactly why we're here.
Hey, hold on.
The language of the gods is a palindrome. While they are written exactly the same forwards and backwards, they cause the god of the sun to perform very different behaviors.
You've told him already?
The language of the gods is a palindrome.
Sarvis closes his eyes, ponders for a moment, then opens them again.
I understand. That'll do. Write the palindrome words in both directions, and the quill will go back to where it started. In other words, the command to activate the sphere is also the command to deactivate it. We just need to repeat the same word Herod used, and it will revert to its previous state. I can't believe this answer is so straightforward. I must return to Ephrathah immediately. But the thing is, we've lost a significant number of soldiers since entering the Library of Babel.
I don't know if that's the most accurate way to interpret that.
I'm sorry, Hemayon, but I need your assistance once again. Could you escort me out of here?
There's quite a few assumptions behind that interpretation of the statement. Oh, there's a thing. Only accidents and deviations remain the sole constants in this universe. True. Wait, do you say something if I come up to you?
Take a seat.
Oh, whoops. Oh, that was one too many. Whatever.
Our strength isn't enough to break through this gate.
This gate is heavy. Please stand back.
Yo, no way. No fucking way. There is no— bro.
Thank goodness we didn't fight him earlier.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you because of the noise. What did you say?
Oh, it's Nothing.
Bro just giga chatted his way through a door, through a gigantic stone gate. Bruh.
Forgive all sins.
Take a seat.
I think I've been here before. The path on the right leads back to where I came from.
I'm wondering if maybe I should do a thing similar to what I do with PGR and scooch the character portraits a bit further in, because I sometimes have difficulty remembering which one is in which position, because they like change depending on who you just swapped in.
One of those annoying stone gates.
Don't worry. My strength should be enough to break through it. However, I've just exerted a lot of energy. Give me a moment to catch my breath.
Fine. Take a step back, Sia.
Oh.
They started following us before I even noticed. What a bunch of eyesores. Interesting fellow. Looks like you've run into a bit of trouble.
It's time for a change of tune.
White hair, red-eyed woman.
Forgive all
Actually, you know what? Fuck it.
Blooming from the flames. In the name of Florence. The fire
This
is
is what
burning.
vocal music.
The door's been breached. Let's follow him and not waste time dealing with those creatures.
I mean, they're all dead. Yeah, Mori's kit is pretty fun.
Finally. Ahead is the sector I entered from. One must exit from where they entered. Such is the wise words from the Emeons who guided me here. Thank you for escorting me here.
Hey, Mr. General. Although we didn't request payment, it's okay to ask for a favor, right?
Of course. Just let me know whatever you want.
Well, when you go back and see Herod again, please make a copy of the divine words he tells you and give it to us.
Sarvis pauses for a moment, then nods.
Sure thing. That's a simple task. Once I resolve the troubles in Ephrathah, I'll come back and deliver the letter for you. Thank you for your generosity. I'll never forget it.
Please rest assured,
What an
Your
honorable
Highness.
pretty boy.
Sarvis is one of the few generals who possesses both wisdom and bravery. He will be safe.
But he's been inside all night. I know it's prudent for us to stay out here, but you've witnessed the enigmatic library yourself, as well as its labyrinth plucked from myths. Will Sarvis return safe and sound this time?
Your Highness, High Priest.
Sarvis, you're back!
Yes, and I bring good tidings. I found the peculiar Emeon I mentioned last time, and they instructed me how to deactivate the God of the Sun.
Excellent. This library truly holds the answers to all questions in the world.
The three of them face west. Oh, that's a pretty image. I like the way that they painted it. As dawn approaches, the Tower of Babel casts a long shadow across the land, stretching to the other side of the world. However, the sun, still cloaked in its sanguine hues, is not the cause of the shadow. A solitary star emanates blinding light, causing the night to retreat and its surrounding clouds to swirl tumultuously. In a distant future, humanity will remember this star that briefly illuminated history as Ephrathah. Its radiance at this moment would mark the beginning of another legend.
High Priest Morari, do you still have a copy of the treaty with the Arsacid Empire?
I can have the scribe immediately draft a new one, Your Highness. What do you mean, Your Highness?
I will sign it. Tell our soldiers that we are no longer at war with Obed. Let's go back. Once we resolve the issue in Afrafta, we will make our way back home.
May I ask the reason behind your change of heart, Your Highness?
Look at that burning star. If there's anything like divine revelation in the world, it probably looks like that. Wouldn't you agree? No. Japheth is not ready to confront such power. My father has been invincible throughout his life. He forged his great empire in his 30s. I heard that he was frustrated at the thought of spending the remainder of his days governing rather than conquering.
You will understand the significance of Sarvis soon. Oh yeah, he seems to be very involved in the plots. I would not be surprised if he pops up as limited in like the next patch or something.
However, I think governing is far more challenging than conquering. I'm always worried that if Japheth's armies keep crossing new frontiers, sooner or later, they'll meet an impenetrable presence. Father has never tasted defeat, and neither has Japheth. Father is aged, and Japheth has long grown accustomed to the countless triumphs he has achieved. If one day Japheth fails to sustain its momentum of conquest, if one day the tip of Japheth's spear finally shatters against a towering wall never before encountered, how do you think the people of Japheth would feel in such a moment? Pride renders one fragile, and when it breaks, it shatters the heart into pieces. Now, seeing that newborn star, I think we've reached a towering wall that casts its shadow over Japheth. Undoubtedly, there are forces in this world that surpass the limits of human imagination. This library, capable of harnessing even the power of that star, lies far beyond our dominion.
That's a surprisingly wise and mature choice of it for him.
We are not yet prepared to venture into the realm of gods.
I concur, Your Highness. It is time to head back. Since Emian has guarded his power for so long, let it be. There must be reasons why this tower has stood undisturbed for thousands of years. Until we understand those reasons, we must not disturb the balance. No. We shouldn't even touch it. It'd be best if all of us stayed away from it. Neither to inquire nor to disturb it, lest it bring a catastrophe down upon us. While my words may appear disrespectful, His Majesty's order to retrieve the God of the Sun and the situation we are facing serve as compelling evidence.
I agree with your decision to retreat, Your Highness. However, if we ignore the blaze of the star and the impending destruction it brings, it is beautiful, like a real celestial body. Now we know beyond a shadow of a doubt that someone, or some being, crafted it.
Hold up, brain flub for a second.
How extraordinary is it to craft a star? If I had the
Fair.
chance, I would love to see the hands that forged the star.
Sarvis lets out a long sigh.
Even if I am unable to witness it, I hope that my descendants will be blessed with this fortune.
Time to go. We have no time for sentimentality. Leave the recording of history to poets and scholars. As for us, let us restore the sky with its true sun.
Surprisingly grounded take on events, especially after Darius loses his shit in the previous chapter, lol. Yeah, but I mean, I think for me the most surprising part is that in the very beginning of this chapter, they very like intentionally characterize him as this like wise, intelligent, and like humble general and senator. And then they actually delivered on it in terms of like how he handles events and information and conflicts. Like they actually did a good job like being true to those early characteristics that the king and prince like planted on him basically. And that's impressive. They did a good job with that. Like I said, like the writing is surprisingly good in this game, and it's not just like the overall plots or like the like very romantically worded little soliloquies and descriptions of things. It's like the consistency of and building of characters and their interactions always seeming, at least so far, seeming like they make sense. Like they don't seem like the interactions they have feel out of character at any point. Yeah, writing is spot on. Like, it's honestly reminding me a lot of, like, Reverse 1999. Not that this even, like, got any, like, necessary thematic similarities or, like, plot similarities, but just in that, like, the voice acting is really good, the writing and characterization is really good. It doesn't get, like, too overly, like, burdeningly philosophical, which is kind of a problem in, like, Arknights in some of the chapters, where, like, it's, like, Kalstit just yapping for like 25 fucking paragraphs, trying to philosophize and really get into the nitty-gritty of like incredibly simpler to explain concepts, philosophical concepts. And like the things she talks about are interesting, but Jesus fucking Christ, she could reduce the word count down to like 30 and lose no meaning. Like 30%, I mean, and lose no meaning. But yeah, it's well written, definitely. The characters are interesting, but also have so far been like very characteristically consistent while not being like shallow and one-dimensional, which is really a challenge, especially when you have so many characters interacting and like each of these chapters have different characters and them interacting with things, and now we have multiple eras interacting with each other and everything. Like, I don't know, it's just, it's surprising how good it is. I was not expecting this, but kind of the same thing happened with Reverse 1999 when they came out. I was not expecting like the quality and level of like writing acumen they had, because brand new gacha game. Okay, it's kind of like a stereotype, but also consistent truth that for most gacha games, the first few chapters are fairly rough until they kind of really like get into their flow and figure out like their story presentation and like their characters and like the plot. But like this and R1999 have just been like stellar from the start. Like they have a really good writing team, I guess is what I'm saying, because all of gacha games, the writing team kind of has to like grow into it, right? And they're just doing a stellar job like at the beginning. And like you kind of expect that from like a Hoyo game at this point, right? Because they have the resources and funding, and also they have a long history of writing really good stories in the gacha games. I mean, even like their really old ones, like it's called Gungo Z in global, but it's Honkai Gakuen too. Like I haven't played it, but I looked into quite a bit of like the lore and the stories and everything, and like even then the writing was stellar. So you expect that out of them, but this is a completely brand new company that like, as I understand, this is their first game, but they are ex-Kuro devs from PGR, and you can definitely see a lot of that DNA in their writing, because especially if they had writers who worked on later chapters. PGR has that classic issue where most of the community agrees chapter 8, but in my opinion it gets good at chapter 6. The early writing is not good. Like, it's not good. In fact, like, the general recommendation is that you read summaries of the first few chapters on greyravens.com and just skip them. But yeah, no, they hit their stride immediately with this. It's impressive. And I feel like they had to have a lot of... It seems like a lot of the, like, the directing of the writing probably comes from, like, veterans who were probably at Kuro before, like, coming over, because it's just impressive how quickly they nail it. And that's not easy to do, especially for gacha. I mean, even Wuwa, like, fell flat on its fucking face for, like, the early story and everything, right? And, like, again, that was even surprising to me, because PGR is incredibly well written in the later chapters, and it makes me feel like they didn't bring on or take advantage of a lot of their talent they had when they were writing Wu's like early story. Now they've very much hit their stride and it's like on point, but early on it was a bit rough. Oh, it's a Salvus reover chapter. Let's go. Let's go. So crit boost greater than attack boost, right? In most situations, yeah. If you're talking about Monster Hunter World, in most situations, crit boost is going to be better. Really, the only case where attack boost has a chance of outdoing it is either for like raw scaling things, like if you do shelling heavy gun lance, for example, or you're doing like impact SAED charge blade, although it is important to note that that style is much weaker than it has been in previous games, but you know, play how you enjoy it. It's still a fun play style. In those situations, then attack boost is of course going to be better because those things don't really scale well off of crit. But the only other time, and this is a thing where you probably want to punch it into like my calculator, that if you go to like previous like Monster Hunter, like me mathing live streams, all of the descriptions have my spreadsheet, my like calculator in there, and you're free to make a copy of it and like mess around with it yourself. But like in some situations, if you are dedicating all 3 slots of an Arshan weapon to a combination of attack boost and crit boost, there are situations where attack boost 5 and crit boost 3 is better than crit boost 5 and attack boost 3. However, if you have to dedicate one of those level 3 deco slots to something else, like for SNS Lance or like all those kind of things, like to offensive guard, for like Switch Axe, it's Power Prolonger. Power Prolonger is the biggest damage increaser you can have on Switch Axe by a good margin, because of how insanely stronger your like full release slash and your attacks are that you only can do when amped are compared to anything else in this kit. It's laughable how big the difference is. Like those kinds of things. For Charge Blade, you might run Magazine, right, for comforts, and especially if you're doing like an impact style or like an impact SCAD style. But like impact Savage Axe doesn't really need it, IMO. I play without it. I normally run Offensive Guard. I'm not the biggest fan of Offensive Guard because it only lasts 12 seconds, and like good Savage Axe playstyle spends as little time in shield mode as possible. I'm thinking about maybe swapping it to Power Prolonger just so I have to do less chores. Like I can remain just constantly in Savage Axe instead of having to spend time like rebuilding shield charge and stuff like that, or empowered shield. But anyway, in those situations, crit boost 5 always wins. Like, I have not seen a single case where attack boost 5 beats crit boost 5. It's only when you dedicate all 3 and you can get attack boost 5 and crit boost 3 that it sometimes beats it out. Like, sometimes. Because, like, crit boost scales pretty much linearly, right? So 3 and 5, 5's bigger, but it's not like a massive, it's not like, you know, an unexpected spike. Attack boost 3 to attack boost 5 hits the threshold of attack boost 4, and attack boost 4 is significantly stronger than attack boost 3. So if you can run both, if you can run attack boost 5, it's significant gains over attack boost 3. However, it's not worth not running crit boost. Crit boost is just still too important, because attack boost, it has like a percentage multiplier, but it's primarily additive, right? And then crit boost is just a total full percentage modifier that's only in its own pool of like stat saturation that you get to apply to all of your damage, assuming it can crit, right? So crit boost is just too valuable. But yeah, generally easy answer, yes, go for crit boost. There are situations attack boost wins, but they're definitely more niche. Side-eyes Gunlance. Gunlance is just a weird weapon in general. Yeah, I would be curious to see if people were to do like attack rotation math on Gunlance and see what the rotations look like in terms of like actual critable EFR based damage versus just raw and artillery scaling damage. Because, you know, the classic thing is like, oh, you just build like attack boost and artillery on Gunlance, and that might still be true. But like, as I understand, the best general combo for like Gunlance is to do like the little white, like the little bursts, the little like side to the side burst attack thing, and then follow up with the like Wyvern Stake thing. And the Wyvern Stake thing does crits, So that means a percentage of your damage is critable and EFR based, and I'd be really curious to see someone calculate those rotations accurately. Now, because it's critable and the like shelling is hit zone value independent, so basically it does damage regardless of like how tough or soft or strong or weak a body part is for a monster. That means you do have to also account for that, because the crit damage will be affected by that. But that's an easy thing to do. You can just make like an array. You can just make an array, like I do on my spreadsheet, of various values and see what it looks like at each particular breakpoint of like a multiple of 5. Like that's the thing I would even be willing to do. I just don't have like accurate motion value. I don't know if there are accurate motion values for it. I took like a 3-week break from Monster Hunter mathing, and the only document that was available at the time was a Deliman one from before even like the day 1 patch. So I don't know how trustworthy it is, because they have definitely done like some stealth buffing and nerfing of things. But if there is an actually tested, accurate, up-to-date motion value document, then there's definitely a lot of weapon calc stuff I would like to do. But that's one of them. I would just be very curious to see the results of that, and because the thing is, you quickly reach a point where there's not that much more raw attack you can get. But combining some raw attack with crits, you can easily do without like running out of shit to put in your build. Like the common I guess wisdom, for lack of a better term, for Gunlance is generally like people like, oh, go with Burst instead, because at least it's raw attack, like Burst and Agitator versus like Weakness Exploit. But I'd be really curious to see if that's actually true, because the problem is Burst scales really badly for raw attack. But it is raw attack, right? Weakness Exploit isn't. Max Might isn't. But it scales really badly. Like, there's a reason why every build has 1 burst in it, and it's because the first level of burst is super efficient. Everything else scales badly. The only way for you to make burst scale well is to run elemental, because you double dip in the stats, because it increases raw attack and elemental attack. So I'd be really curious to see if like that's actually an accurate assertion, or if running things like Weakness Exploit, Crit Boost, Max Might, that kind of thing, for specifically the portion of damage that can crit from your Wyvern stakes and stuff, in whatever the combo is. I have Gunlance main friends, and they've shown it to me. I just don't know what it's called. But like if that is a significant enough portion, it might be better than running something like Burst, because the scaling is terrible. What I know for Gunlance, you need to run both artillery and load shells, so you even have room for either crit or attack boost. I mean, if you have artillery and load shells, you can still fit 3 crit boost in there. And 3 crit boost isn't that much better. Oh, that much worse than 5 crit boost. Snipers, the set Sniper told you to use is 4 Odo because you get a bunch of raw from it. Yeah, you do. It does give you a bunch of raw. It does give you a bunch of raw, but you can also make an argument for running like 4 gore, because 4 gore gives you 10 and 15 raw. Depending on whether you've cured or not. And with Gunlance, you probably don't have to worry about like the higher HP damage taken, because you have a gigantic fucking shield. Like I said, like 4-piece Odo with Burst, or like 4 gore for like that raw gain, and like the evasion window utility and shit are like options. I'm genuinely curious to see if that's actually better than running something like an Andragore crits with Agitator focus setup, right? Because you still get a good amount of raw from Agitator, and if the critical damage is significant enough that it's worth to run, I'd just be really interested in seeing whether that's the case or not, and not what like hit zones that ends up being true. Because it's kind of like how normal Gunlance was in World and Iceborne, where normal Gunlance has a lot of its damage coming from like EFR critable attacks, because you have to do the sweep and the down slam, right, as part of the normal burst rotation. So like at that point, crit does matter. You should still try to fit in a lot of attack, but there were like specific breakpoints at which you're like, okay, it's better to slot in this amount of crits than it is to get in more like inefficient forms of attack, because it just is more returns on the actual combo. Anyway, yeah, math, Monster Hunter math yapping. I'm not doing any math today, but you know, just I'm very good at yapping about it. Guardian Arcveld gunless is still best weapons. Wide, slightly strong shelling. Load shells gives 3 shells, and artillery is a given. Yeah, pretty much. Like I said, like you do have the option of running because you need load shells and you need artillery, but the thing is, like I said, attack boost 3 isn't very good. Like, you need 4 attack boosts for it to actually be a good efficient skill. So like crit boost 3, I just wonder if it is actually better or not. I mean, either way, you probably just run offensive guard, right? Like, surely you run offensive guard. You only have 2 3 slots. Oh, right, because Guardian Arcveld Gunlance. Right, it's not an art. It's like one of the only ones that you don't use an Arshan weapon. Okay. Well, I suppose in that case, it's kind of whatever, but either way, it still is a point of, do you build for Agitator, or could you try running, like, Max Mites with Andragore versus, like, Burst 5 Odo for Raw? Slaughter Economy be like that. Yeah, true. I just completely forgot that you don't have 3 3s for Gunlance because you can't really use the Arshan weapons. The shelling level is too low. Either way, makes sense. Either way, I just, like I said, I'd be interested to see math on it. But like I said, math that kind of actually takes into account uptimes and value arrays, because that's one issue with a lot of like math in the Monster Hunter community, is they basically go, I'm gonna take these exact specific assumptions for like uptime on skills and for like enemy hit zones and things like that, right? And then they just calculate that single value, which is why like I've been spending so much time doing my particular math, and it's why my streams are like, this is overly complex, almost unnecessary levels of things, because I want to make sure I'm calculating for a whole array, or like a whole array of uptimes, and understanding where breakpoints are between certain sets, as well as understanding what's the difference actually looks based on the quality of your Arshan weapon, because that is a very significant factor. If you look at any of my calculations, you can see how significant sometimes the margin could be, like 5%, depending on the quality of your Arshan weapon. And it's a thing to consider, because not everyone is gonna sweat and grind to get like a perfect raw heavy roll. Sometimes people are like, okay, I've got like, I didn't get any like wasted element things. I got enough sharpness. I got like 200 or 205 attack and a good amount of affinity, and those breakpoints are different, right? The higher the affinity, the worse off Wex becomes relatively compared to Agitator, because eventually you hit a point where you overcap on affinity. Feeling wise, it started to feel better after switching to 4 Odo from Andragore. I mean, that makes sense. But have you tried Andragore after the title update? Because that's kind of the big deal, is like how different Andragore is post update. Because now, assuming that you don't eat enough stamina damage when blocking, you can pretty much keep up Max Might. I've been told you can keep up Max Might pretty easily and comfortably. I don't know, I don't play Gunlance, but yeah, like Andranath. Oh, sup Sash, how you doing? Yeah, Andranath after the title update is like stupid good now. Like, for rolling specific playstyles, it's genuinely pretty hard to actually drop Max Might. I haven't played any like actual shielded weapons with it, but I am told that at least with some levels of guard, like you can pretty comfortably run it. So shrug. The thing is, Max Might is 1 roll of lenience, but it's also 2 rolls of lenience in most situations. Like, 1 roll is guaranteed to never drop it, but you can double roll in most situations and still not drop Max Might. That's huge. Like, if you watch any of like the last 2 streams, I've kind of been like the first like hour or so, because I kind of spent like the first hour of both going over skills and like kind of showing things off and explaining things about them. And like, I mean, there's several parts in those streams where I'm literally just like walking around, like spamming rolls with different timings and not dropping max might. And being like, I sure do love having 30% more affinity right now, despite how often I'm rolling right now. Anjagor is fucking crazy. Con 3 was a breakup for long rolls. Depends what you mean by long rolls. So, for Switch Axe in Sword mode and Charge Blade in Axe mode and things that roll similarly to that, it's Con 1. So it works how I thought it should have. Was it actually a bug? I don't know. They just changed it. Whether it's a bug or not, they changed it. I just don't know. Couldn't tell you. I just don't really believe in Forgore given how horrible the contribution of these pieces. Oh no, 100% agreed. Again, especially like inefficiency, but the trade-off is you get 10/15 raw, right? That's kind of the idea behind Forgore. Yeah, looking at the other stuff, yeah, there's a lot of other options. Like Anjagor is great for max might uptime, and I genuinely, like, before the title update especially, too many people I think were just looking at like the spreadsheeting of it and being like, oh, look how good Forgore is, and then probably never like have recorded and reviewed their own hunt footage and don't realize how actually garbage that max might uptime actually was, because most people don't pay attention to when it pops off on screen or when you lose the red glow on your hunter, right? But I guarantee you there's probably a bunch of people who were running Forgore before the title update who had less than 20% uptime on max might and just don't realize it, because before title update 1, max might dropped every other roll. It doesn't matter how long you waited in between it. I tested it 5 minutes. You drop it every other roll, because it was like a fixed amount of stamina used, not like a current like timer based one that can refresh. So yeah, like I genuinely don't think most hunters who decided to run Forgore actually understood how shit their max might uptime was. You have to play very cleanly to have good Forgore max might uptime before title update 1. All my homies hate EFR. LOL. Most because weapons like Horn have additional input delay on roll due to having something else bound to the... Oh! Okay, gotcha. I wasn't aware of that factor. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, those probably... Con 3 would make sense for those. It's Con 1 for, like, just standard rolls and all rolls into attacks for, like, Switch Axe, Sword mode, and, like, Axe mode. Heavy Bowgun is particularly weird, because Heavy Bowgun needs Con 4 or Con 2 plus Black Belt, because its roll is so cope. And that's where the playstyle diff I mentioned yesterday comes in. Swags for both Mizu and Zoe can't spam FRS blindly anymore, so max my potential even worse. Yeah, fair. Yeah, fair. Horn roll is faster in focus mode. Really? That's interesting. There are some roll changes that happen in focus mode though. Like for Switch Axe, sometimes I think your rolls to the side can become, like you could do, like you can have even more hops than regular rolls if I remember correctly. Or maybe it's Charge Blade. I don't remember. Anyway. Yeah, by several frames. Wow, that's crazy. That's fucking crazy. Okay. It's the only way to access directional recitals from neutral. Interesting. Huh. Okay. Enough Monster Hunter yapping. I'm not opposed to it. I enjoy doing it, but I also want to push story. Because there's so many things locked behind, like, story progression in this game. Like, I want to check out, like, these various other modes that are listed in, like, the events and Battle Pass and stuff that I can't access. Sarvis is gone.
Now this farce can finally come to an end.
Actually, I need to pee again, so I'll be right back. Be right back, chat. Putting in my earbuds. This one is not being agreeable. Okay, I'm back. Hello, everyone. I ended up not just peeing because I realized it's like dinner time, and I'm really bad at like feeling hunger, so I forget to eat when I should. So I was like, okay, let me heat up some more pasta, and I had to swap out my laundry, and also re-up my water and everything. But now we're ready to sit down and know life some Gacha story. Although, side thing, I realized when I was out there doing this stuff, I think I'm the only person in the condo right now. Because we have like a house guest who's like crashing on our couch while she kind of like figures out like her living situation. And my roommate also and his partner seem to also be out. They might actually be out with the peeps that originally was gonna hang out with tonight, because we were going to like a fetish themed dark rave together. But apparently that was yesterday, and we had like the person coordinating had the wrong date. So like they're still going out to like this local like gay bar that we like, but I don't know. I don't really feel like going out just for that, right? Like I'm kind of more the type that if I'm gonna go out, I want it to be for like a goth night or an emo night or a dark rave or a punk show or something like that. Like if I'm gonna go out and especially spend money on like drinking and stuff because I can make my own craft cocktails of very high quality at home for literally an eighth of the price, then like, I don't know, I just don't really feel like it. I've also been really tired from this week. I guess worth going out if I was going to like an actual cool event or something, but like just to go hang out at like a bar, even if we really like the bar, I don't know, not really feeling up to it. Okay. Holy hell, cocktail crafting? Oh yeah, I guess you don't know, Sash. I haven't been like, I mean, I'm very open about it, but you know, I don't really like mention it in like videos and whatnot. It just randomly comes up on stream. But before I was doing and after I was doing Monster Hunter Mathing, my career has primarily been in high-end restaurants and bars. I worked as a consultant for a few years in the business too, and then over the past few years, I've kind of specifically fallen in love with craft cocktailing. So before I moved where I'm at right now and started school full time, I was working at a little place in Decatur. It's kind of like a cute sort of more like California granola parts of like Atlanta, like a little neighborhood in there. But I was running a craft cocktail bar over there, managing it and stuff, and I really enjoyed the creative aspect of it. It's really fun to like mess around with builds and try to figure out interesting flavor profiles and like create interesting drinks. So we ran like a regularly rotating seasonal menu as well as specials all the time, just because I'd be like, oh, this seems like a cool concept, let me like figure it out. Okay, let me refine this. Okay, let's sell this as a special. I don't speak American location. That sounds like it's basically just like a cool like very craft food and drink centric sort like neighborhood in Atlanta, which is like a big southeast city over here. If you listen to any hip hop, you've probably heard many references to Atlanta because it's like one of the biggest focal points, arguably like the home of, but I think like a lot of the Northeast would disagree of like East Coast hip hop. Lil Nas X in particular is from like of more recent times. In particular is from Atlanta, and the mayor like 4 years ago, I think 3 years ago, the mayor officially declared that there is an Atlanta holiday called Lil Nas X Day, and it's great. Food is important. Spent his entire time catching up on Nikkei campaign, so I feel that yeah, I need to push more campaign. I've just been lazier about it. I've just been really lazy about it and haven't really felt too much like sweating. Because I'm like a high deficit pusher. I generally push like 20-25% deficit when I play Nikkei. I'm down to like a 10 or 15 just because I've been lazy. But yeah, I'm a high deficit pusher, so I have to like, actually stretch for it. Are you back to content creation? So hi, Hacks. Sort of. I'm enjoying streaming as like a hobby right now. And it would be nice to make some videos, but if I do, it'd have to be like me cutting up like a chunk of a stream or something. I don't really have it in me to like actually fully edit videos and shit anymore. It may be that kind of thing, like what I was kind of thinking I might do for the next Monster Hunter Math stream is I'll like write a script talking about like specifically talking about like Counter-Strike because it's the most underrated skill in the entire fucking game. Largely because people haven't done uptime calculations to understand how little uptime you need on Counter-Strike for it to beat non-Counter-Strike versions because it's so efficient. And then also talking about new max might so people can really understand like the nuances of it, because like I said earlier, I genuinely just don't think most hunters, and even most theory crafters probably, don't realize how bad their max might uptime probably is. Especially pre-Title Update 1. After Title Update 1, it's a lot more reasonable for like a disciplined, skilled player to have high uptime, but you still need that discipline. So, I don't know, I might like write a script talking about both of those. In fact, I already have some that's kind of drafted, because I wrote like a 7-page script for what was gonna be like the stream where I go over all the meta sets and stuff, and then I just kind of had like a fucking like a bunch of shit happens, and I had like a really bad emotional breakdown. Isn't accurate, but I did fall into a really bad like spiral I had to claw my way out of, basically, so that's why I disappeared for 3 months. And so like I never ended up doing that, and it's like definitely hurts in terms of like contents and like viewership stuff. It's definitely hurt things, because like I just came back to streaming like this week, right? And so it's been 3 weeks, and because people were probably disappointed in like me not ending up doing that, like going completely radio silent and not doing that stream that people were excited for. Like I used to be averaging like 80 to sometimes 100, 110 people in like the stream, or like especially my math streams like I was doing the past 2 days, and now we're hitting like 30, and I don't have a problem with that. Like it's fine. I know that I haven't been doing like the smart content creator things to like maintain and grow shit, and that's on me. But at the same time, like it was like a fuck up, because I should have at least been a bit more communicative about like shit when it happened, so I just wasn't just like ghosting the community, ghosting like viewers for like 3 weeks. But anyway. Just to delete the VODs for calcs, I'll use it for reference whenever I start WoW Adventure. Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm not planning on deleting the VODs. Thanks, Motion Value Peddler. True. I mean, like, the thing is, too, like, the idea is in those streams, I'm, like, answering a bunch of questions, so that might be, like, the nice part to tune in, but I'm doing the calculations, and they aren't, like, super conclusive or finished, right? And a lot of last stream was me fixing up a bunch of, like, fucked up formulas and values that I had in there that was slightly off. But, like, the idea is for me to finish up all those calcs and then have, like, one shorter stream where I go over all of the conclusions and all of the evidence and data, and then keep it short so it's easy for people to watch. Because what I have been doing, like I was doing yesterday, I'll do, like, 3 or 4 hours of math and then just go play Gacha afterwards. And then yesterday's stream was like, almost 10.5 hours, because I did, like, 4 hours of mathing, and I spent the next 6 playing this fucking game. And so today I'm just playing this game, because I'm having a really good time with it, but... I see, I used to watch you and Tuner back in the early days of Genshin and some Monhun content. Glad to see you're doing well. Yeah, I'm doing better. Yep, I'm doing better. I haven't been doing very well the past few years for a bunch of different reasons, but I'm doing better than I was doing at least, a few weeks ago. I'm not gonna pretend everything's like hunky-dory and stuff, because I don't really give a fuck. Like, I like to be honest with my community and viewers and shit. I'm not afraid to talk about, like, mental illnesses and mental health shit and whatnot. Which, might hurt me as a content creator a bit, but fuck it. I don't do this full time anymore. I can vouch for one gang of T-series that did in fact a lot of looking into it, if that's any consolation. Oh yeah, I'm glad to hear. Like, I'm sure I'm not like... I mean, it is nice to hear and see how much the EN theory crafting community on the whole in a lot of different spheres has grown, because when Genshin launched, I was arguably the very first English theory crafter, at least in terms of someone who put out content. I was like one of at least the very first EN theory crafters because I brought over a bunch of my Monster Hunter stuff to Genshin, right? So I was like, oh wow, I can apply this, and like I really want to know what the DPS rotations are. I'm gonna do frame calcs and figure out what like the motion value per second for these things and how good are these characters actually. Everyone's debating tier list shit, and a lot of people are just asking whales who have zero proper understanding of what a C0 character or C1 character is like, because C6 is by definition completely different. Also, you know, they go by feels and vibes and not actual like empirical data or testing, which is understandable, but if you're certain something is like the best or much better than this other thing, it's probably better to have empirical data. But yeah, it's really great to see how much it's grown, because like now like Genshin and Star Rail and ZZZ had like this very thriving community of theory crafters, especially in content creators, but also just in general. Although I would say for like the general scene, Kaching Mains definitely did a lot more work than I can ever make a claim for that. Kaching Mains has been huge in like the MiHoYo and then into the Wuwa like theory crafting community. And at least back in the, I don't know what they're like. I don't know who's even around still that I knew from back in the day. But at least at the time, they were very cool people and very fun to work with. But yeah, I don't know. It's interesting to see that. It's refreshing too, because like since I kind of got back into like being slightly in TC stuff in like, you know, my MiHoYo games and Wuwa and stuff like that, like a few months, like half a year or so back. I've seen people's spreadsheets and stuff, and it is like a really weird point of pride for me, because like I don't really feel like it's right for me to claim that much as like, oh, this is the impact I had on X theory crafting community. Like, it's okay if people tell me that like, oh, you inspired me to like do this kind of stuff, yada yada, and thank you. I'm like, okay, cool, but I feel weird like myself actively trying to take credit for that. But I do know for a fact there's one thing in like the MiHoYo game things that I can claim was my fault. I even apologized to some of the newer theory crafts at some point in some discussions about it. And that's the fact that motion value is used in MiHoYo games. Because motion value is not a MiHoYo game term, and it's not even like a general term often used outside of Monster Hunter games and fighting games. And the only reason motion value and MV is a thing in the Genshin community is because since, like I said, I was one of the first ones, and then a lot of my spreadsheets kind of ended up becoming the basis of a lot of other people's spreadsheets. I come from Monster Hunter, so motion value is what I call the total, like the damage percentage dealt of your effective attack or whatever by an attack. That's what I call it, motion value. But it's not in any way like a gacha or anything else term. And it's just funny because like looked at like modern ZZZ and HSR calcs, and they still use MV. And I was chatting with some of like the newer theory crafters at one point, and they were like, yeah, I don't really like motion value. It doesn't make sense, and I don't know why we use it. I'm like, that's probably my bad. Yeah, like I said, I don't really feel right making any claims of like, other than when the people who have actively told me it, like I don't know, making claims of like, oh, I was this cornerstone or foundation, what the fuck ever, of like TC and stuff. I'm just happy to see how much it's grown compared to those days, because I was for at least the first like month or two, it did feel like I was the only fucking like actual like empirical data mathematically defined like theory crafter in Genshin for the most part. And most of the attention for like guides and like thoughts and stuff were coming from, you know, vibes guide people, for lack of a better term. And then like it started growing and more stuff happened, and like it's really cool to see how far it's come. But yeah, anyway, enough yapping about the past and the funny oopsie I made that pisses off modern day theory crafters. Let's see. I know I missed a bunch of messages because I was too busy yapping and not looking at chat. Take your time and do whatever content you want. It's better that way. Your community will grow organically. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to do with it. It's just like I said, like I don't want to go back to full-time anytime soon. Like, I like the idea of it. It seems like a fun career path for me, and there's a lot I've learned since I did it back in the day that I would want to do differently and all that kind of stuff. But like, it's just a hobby for me right now, right? It's just a hobby for me. And yeah, I definitely would prefer things to just kind of grow organically and stuff, right? Because at this point, I mean, part of the reason why I started VTubing and like made my own PNG tuber here is because, like, I don't know, A, I like VTubing. I've been consuming a lot of VTubing content over the past year. And B, it seems like VTubers have a lot more people, just like in general, people coming in and like coming in for like just for the VTuber and the personality or the kayfabe and all of that, because it's like a big part of the VTubing, right? And I definitely think I prefer that because it was really disheartening back in the day how hard it was to convert any audience that we had into like anything not related to Genshin or Monster Hunter. And that's understandable because like we built, like everything was built under like that math and that guide stuff and like education, information, calculations and stuff. And I unfortunately did not inject a lot of my personality into those videos, right? Like I radio faced really badly for those things. And because of that, when it came to like transitioning to any other kind of content, like none of the attachment was very much to my personality. There were sure like phrases and stuff, like people still find it funny when I say however and whatnot. And that would make like good merch at some point if that ever becomes a thing. But like it was very difficult to transition to anything else, and feeling trapped in that was part of why I quit as well. And that's why, like, this time around, I'm just doing this as a hobby, but, like, I'm gonna be myself, because, like, the, like, cleaner radio face I put on back then is very much not me. I am, like, a fucking degenerate. Like, I am the reason why my VTuber model is a trash panda is because I'm a fucking trash panda. Stell from Honkai Star Rail is literally my spirit animal, and she is, like, literally a person that I aspire to be. I wish to one day be as, like, happy, confident, and competent as Stell is. But, like, yeah, I am very different personality-wise than I, like, presented in our videos. I was a bit more real in, like, the podcast stuff we fucked around with, but even then, I still was kind of holding back a bit. And I've kind of decided that I'm just gonna fucking be me. Like, if I want to say something, like, say a stupid joke, I'm gonna say a stupid joke. If I want to just yap at an incredibly high syllable per second about random shit, I'm gonna yap about it. If I want to play a thing or do a certain game or just do certain content, I'm just gonna fucking do it at this point, right? Like, this is the first stream I've done where I didn't have any Monster Hunter in it at all. And I'm enjoying it a lot, and it's nice to see that, like, there's still like some traction with it and everything, despite it not having anything to do with Monster Hunter. This is literally me playing a completely different game. And I don't know, that's the direction I want to go with things. I'm a fucking degenerate, like, and I'm gonna be a degen, right? I'm gonna be my honest self and not filter things, because I don't know, that's what I did back in the day, and that's part of, like, the mistakes I made that led to a lot of circumstances and led to me quitting, even though I really enjoy making content. And also, never streaming, I think, was a big problem. Like, I very rarely streamed, and when I did, it was like, since I don't stream often, like, my mod system and everything like that isn't very well set up. Wilt was even here in the chat earlier. I don't know if he's still here, but Wilt will never let me forget about day one of Iceborne. Because, like I said, I didn't stream often, so I didn't really ever have, like, the things of, like, okay, let me sure my mods know we're getting everything set up and stuff like that, and I didn't expect that much out of it. And then, at least according to his account, I need to, like, double check and see the exact number, because I can do that, right, with past live streams. But according to his account, we hit, like, 7K viewers somehow in the day one Iceborne, and he was the only mod in the chat. And he will never let me live that down, and that's deserved. I should not be allowed to live that down. Jesus fucking Christ. I remember being like a few K, but I don't remember specifically being 7. But I mean, it was so traumatic for him, he's probably got a lot more like burned into his memory. Okay, anyway. Well, yeah, I'd rather have evidence-based shit, which is why after just stuff I end up watching and sometimes helping out Maggie. Yeah, Maggie. Out for woo stuff. One of the people I was mentioning is like a modern theory crafter who was like, I don't like motion value. I was Maggie, and like I said, completely fair. It doesn't make sense. It's just an artifact of like Monster Hunter theory crafting moving into Genshin at the beginning. Almost as if in order to provide accurate data, you really need to focus and have experience with one specific thing. Heck, yeah. Also, late insert, lol at mental health wilds. I'll see myself out. Yo, that is... Oh, damn, that is a good one. I'm stealing that. Envy is not even consistent within Monster Hunter. I remember a lot of world sheets used attack percent for some... Yeah, no, that was a thing, too. Envy wasn't that consistent. Like, a lot of theory crafters didn't use it, despite the fact that it's actually an official Capcom term, right? Like... We got, like, motion value came from Capcom because it is originally a fighting game term, and they make Street Fighter. And, like, back in the day, before we actually had damage values you could see, like, they released official guides that had motion value tables for you, because you didn't have damage numbers in-game. So, like, even then, though, there's still a lot of people who just didn't use motion value. But, like, I mean, we saw good level of success. A lot of other, like, TCs and whatnot around us, as well as basically every fucking speedrunner, would use those terms and stuff because they're the proper terms. And like I said, when I kind of dragged that over to Genshin, and yeah, I kind of dragged it over to Genshin because it makes even less sense to use motion value in Genshin and fucking MiHoYo games. Like, at least Capcom is actually an official term. Because you freaking used it while selling water femboy 24/7. It is still dumb how strong Jingqiu and Bennett are, okay? Like, it is wild how much power they packed into them. But I guess it does come back to the whole, like, strong supports are always the best investments in gacha games, right? Have you tried the latest Will Patch yet? Yeah, I've been playing. I've been doing dailies. I haven't done, like, much of the story yet, because I also wanted to do that on stream. And I've got, like, a bit to catch up on. I also want to do, like, Star Rail story on stream and ZZZ, though, so I don't know. I might just have to do it myself, like, outside of stream for some of them, but... Vibe guiding, indeed. But really, you know, when I said motion value peddler is from the Monster Hunter stuff, not Hoyo stuff, I mean, true. But yeah, I was an MV peddler. The amount of times I explained what motion value was during my tenure in Monster Hunters, I can't even count it. True, people can be very cult-like to some games. Sometimes better do variety than be labeled as the X-game guy. Yeah, that's the problem. I was labeled as the, like, literally the Monster Hunter math guy. Like, that was even, like, of my own doing and choosing. And then, like, the Genshin math guy. And, like, problem is, that is heavily tied to those games, and specifically tied towards the educational content and the information, and not me, right? Oops, sorry. Smack my mic. Oh, speaking, trust me, in terms of VTubers, you're on the cleaner side. Oh, I know Acrafius. That's part of why I like it too. Like, when it comes to VTubing, the only agency I really watch is FaZe Connect. And, like, Pippa's my Oshi. But I also really enjoy Leah and Lumi. So, like, anyone who knows those VTubers can definitely tell that I have a pretty degenerate taste. Speaking of Woo stuff, that is a way to get arrow over to 100% arrow damage with the Rainbow set. It's really ridiculously fun. Oh, interesting. Oh, nice. Looking forward to future streams. No pressure, though. Just want to make them when you feel like it. No rush. Yeah, that's pretty much the idea. We had a previous VTuber timeline. It was our AC-tuber timeline. Did you buy that coffee? No. I kind of missed the coffee thing. Also, I wouldn't. I don't drink coffee anymore. I just drink, like, supplements and, like, energy supplements that have formulas that I personally like. Like, Celsius is really the main one because it's the most easy to find in, like, a grocery store or gas station or something, right? Like therefore, like the format they have in there is really pretty good, and I got really into nootropics when I was like in my early 20s. I learned a lot of stuff about that. But yeah, I don't buy like coffee because I don't drink coffee. And I fully admit when it comes to VTubing, especially with like agency stuff, I am fully like a tourist. I am a tourist who really enjoys them and spends a lot of time, but I'm not really a part of any kind of particular VTubing community. I barely even catch the streams because I'm not really much of a stream watcher. I mostly watch VODs. I'm one of those motherfuckers. But, you know, it's inspiring, and also it's been really good to get back into content creation, not just because it's fun, and I like doing it, and I really wish I had done more of it back in the day, but it was kind of like the division of labor thing, was that like Tuna was the streamer and like did the community management, and I was like nose to the grindstone, like pumping out videos and whatnot. And I was often like told by a few people that like I wasn't really the best streamer either because I have difficulty like paying attention to chat sometimes, which is like fair, but that's also not necessarily like a deal breaker quality. I mean, especially with a lot of bigger streamers, it's like you don't really expect your message to get seen. And I guess it's one thing with like educational streaming though, because people ask questions and want them answered, right? But either way, I don't know. I'm enjoying this a lot now. And it's been good. Oh, right. I was saying it's been good because it's also got me back into art again, since I was a classically trained artist when I was in high school. And it's been getting me back into art and got me back into like learning digital illustration because I wanted to make my own model. I mean, this PNG tuber you're seeing right now is 100% made by my hand on a digital tablet. It's not nearly to the level I want it to be because I'm not back to like my high school level of quality and like realism, and also learning and adapting to digital tools is very different and weird, and I'm still getting a feel for it and finding the right brushes and everything like that. But I also do want to make my own live 2D model as well, which is kind of like the end goal right now, is to make and cut up my own live 2D model. And then Wilt, I mentioned earlier, has a master's in animation and special effects, so he's going to be teaching me, like, he's going to be helping me with, like, actually rigging the thing once I actually put it together. The long-running joke is that they're a coffee shop with VTubers, not VTubers who sell coffee. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, if it's a moneymaker, it's a moneymaker. I do find it really funny how the CEO, Sakana, anytime he's asked, like, in an interview or whatever, like, why did you start a VTuber? He's like, the money seemed good. But despite that, there's some of, like, he's like, his management style is one of, like, the most supportive and non-toxic ones out of a lot of the, like, bigger or relatively big agencies. Because there's been a lot, even with HoloLive, there's been a lot of shit happening in, like, a lot of graduations lately because they went public. And going public means you now are, what's the word? Not indebted. I guess you're now responsible for and have to like, bend to the will of the stock owners. That's just how it works when you go public, which is a big problem with going public. But yeah, despite Sakana just being like, oh, I did it for the money, like, his management team and him are, like, actually very supportive, and he has very good rapport and everything, like, with his talents. VOD Squad is a vast majority of most streamers' fan base. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it has to be, right? Like, not everyone's into watching streams live, and not everyone can even make it to them, even though, like, even when you post schedules and stuff, right? It is fun to be in chat sometimes and, like, interact. Like, when on, like, the first, like, week or two of Monster Hunter, I did go around a few streams and ended up, like, getting to, like, talk about and answer a lot of questions for some streamers. I actually went into a Kuro stream from V Shoujo and ended up answering, like, a ridiculous amount of his questions over the course of the stream, because it's the first time ever playing Monster Hunter, and that was actually really fun. But, like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. At this point, I'm literally just rambling, but I am a very yappy hag, and I am proud of that fact. Okay. Anyway, now that I spent like fucking half of an hour yapping, let's continue the story.
Once we return to the time sector where we met Sarvis for the second time, we'll learn the divine words to stop a 10. What are you waiting for, Time Machine? Activate your magical time travel ability, alright?
Reveals time. ... I'm feeling a bit uneasy. Don't you find it strange? The commands that activate and deactivate it are the same. For some reason, this information fills me with unease. I mean, he said it was a palindrome. That doesn't necessarily mean the same thing or the same thing in reverse deactivates it. A sense of foreboding grows in my mind. I feel like what's gonna end up happening is they're gonna say the activation phrase and it's just gonna make it intensify. Who actually activated a 10 in the future? Who else knows the divine words beside us?
There's no point in thinking about that now.
Yeah, there is. In an unusual display of persuasion, Erishan sets aside her sarcasm.
This world has seen its fair share of ancient mysteries that have been passed down to the present, only to be used by people with ill intentions. Even if someone is trying to activate a 10, we now know how to deactivate it. That's all that matters.
Questionable. It's not tested yet. Erishan's words carry a comforting aura. Somehow, her words dispel my doubts like an enchantment. I find my mind drifting into a state of trance. ... In the flickering candlelight, Zero narrows her eyes slightly.
Besides us, the only ones who know the secrets of anomalies and might intend to use them are Nemesis. Ere, you said you ran into them during your retrieval of Arten, right?
Exactly. That's why I was wary of Seer.
Yeah, fair. ...
All deeds have consequences. All debts must be paid.
Looks like something a brooding teenager would say.
That's their motto. How can I give you a brief explanation? To put it simply... Oh, here's the perfect example.
But it's simply, oh, here's the perfect example.
Do you think something like a 10 should be known to the world? These artifacts possess the power of easily obliterating an entire civilization.
Every time Mori has an expression, it just gets me. Why do I like dangerous/crazy women so much?
You've witnessed the destruction of Akhenaton and the war between Japheth and Obed. It merely revealed a fraction of its existence. And that was enough to change the course of the world. Countless people were frantically seeking it, whether it was for immortality, overthrowing another dynasty, or simply catching a glimpse of its eternal glory. Even in this era, where human intelligence supposedly reigns supreme, we no longer worship the god of the sun. Do you think a nuclear fusion reactor should be revealed to the people of this era? Will it bring about an energy revolution? Or just another war?
Huh. If there isn't nuclear tech at this time period that we're actually from, I guess I'm wondering how they know what a nuclear reactor is, but then again, the whole thing is the pursuit of knowledge, so they probably have knowledge of some future technologies as well.
Humans of every era believe their intelligence to be superior. Yet they fall prey to the same mistakes time and time again. The power of the unknown is a sweet poison. Now you're well aware of that, right?
Dots, dots, dots.
That's why we've decided to hide its existence from the world.
To safeguard them from any intrusion or exploitation. Let it fade away until its very existence falls into oblivion. That's the philosophy of us Emaon and the philosophy of CAVE. Emaon is merely the secret society watching over Obed. There are other organizations that share our ideals.
Wait a second, my brain just flopped for a second. Okay, cool.
For example, Florentine and Japheth.
Florentine?
Weisha in Xi'an.
Weisha?
And Delphic Oracle in Delphi.
Delphic Oracle in Delphi.
Well, we don't have time to delve into all this now. Once we leave here, you'll be formally introduced to the rest of the Alliance as the new director of Emaon, and you'll learn who they are for yourself.
By definition, don't we literally have all the time in the world? We're fucking time travelers.
Speaking of that, we need to mention another group of people. Not everyone shares the same attitude on such matters.
Wow, I would never have guessed that the Oracle of Delphi would be found in Delphi, right? Oh yeah, also Kravius, I did have to make an amendment to what I was saying earlier. Pippa is my Kami Oshi because she's who got me into VTubing. Right now my Oshi is probably Evil Neuro because I just really enjoy them and I find them really fascinating.
There's another group. Well, they're not all a bunch of bad guys, but their philosophy differs from ours.
Wibbly wobbly, timey wimey, indeed.
While some people want to stow away unknown power, others want to exploit it. Nemesis belongs to the latter. They see it as something that can propel human civilization forward by hundreds of years, if thoroughly studied.
Both amusing to watch, true.
And they see no reason to set it aside instead of utilizing it.
Neuro and Evil Neuro are both kind of fascinating to watch. Because, like, I don't know, I mean, I'm studying data science and machine learning, and, like, with current technology, like, true artificial intelligence is just fundamentally not possible, in my opinion. However, a facsimile very close to it is, and that's really all the fact that, like, functionally matters. And, like, it's just so interesting to see, like, how well trained the model of, like, the models behind Neuro and Evil Neuro are. Like, the conversations and everything are very organic. It's really fascinating. Especially because they're, like, literally, like, trained off of Twitch chats. Hot take: current AI is a glorified spreadsheet? Yeah, for the most part. I mean, at the end of the day, it's mostly just algorithms and, like, statistical models. Like, it would be an excessively large spreadsheet that would probably crash your fucking computer, but you could represent it on one. We're spending billions on AI and Vito made 2 in his cave. Google probably. I mean, honestly, yeah, though.
As for how such actions may affect a society, they don't care at all.
I think it was also recently Neurosama broke the hype train record in Twitch, and it's just funny because they're AI and everyone knows they're AI, so when they're just like shamelessly milking donations and hype trains, it's just part of the content. It's not like someone being like, you know, greedy because they're fucking AI, and it's always really funny to watch them do that. Simply put, they're another bunch of charlatans who don't see eye to eye with you.
Your summaries are on point. I'm impressed. But have you forgotten that you're part of our crew now?
With the Library of Babel open, we Emaon have no means of stopping outsiders from invading the tower. However, if they were really to do that, they would just end up lost in an infinite ocean of information.
Zero purses her lips and looks thoughtfully at Erashan.
If only the future version of you had provided us with more information.
Oh, what? Blaming me again?
Okay, to be fair, she had exactly enough time to say what she said, push me off the edge, and then get hit by a fucking nuclear explosion.
No, I have no intention of blaming you.
Zero stares intently at Erashan.
You're smarter and more cautious than anyone else. It wasn't your style to deliver such an ambiguous message.
Huh. She acknowledges that she's more intelligent, that Mori's more intelligent. To be fair, she was the next in line for directorship, and like, until our main MC Seer, like by definition, they did, like, the director was supposed to be like one of the most brilliant people of their time. Since they're the head scholar of the crazy knowledge-seeking scholars that make up Emeon.
You're giving me too much credit.
Her gaze wanders until it lands on me.
Indeed. The journey with you is full of surprises at every turn.
Erashan looks into the distance, muttering.
Well, this trip is definitely not boring. Quit lazing around. Let's get moving.
Doop 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 doop. Two weeks later. Wait a second, we went from like 2008 something to 9-1, but it was negative. Wouldn't that be going forward in time? Or is like the year negative, but the months and... I guess it makes sense for the year to be negative, but the months and dates go in normal chronological order. Yeah, that makes more sense. It's less confusing of a system. Okay, never mind. We land exactly where Salvus was at that time without any deviation. 0 sigma deviation, crazy. Although Sarvis is a bit surprised to see us appearing out of nowhere, he doesn't ask questions.
Don't you ever wonder how two groups of the same people can show up at the same time?
I've witnessed too many miracles here, and I realize what's happening here is beyond my comprehension.
He salutes us.
Nonetheless, it's a pleasure to see you again. I'm certain you're the Emeons who once helped us.
Once again, Sarvis takes out a parchment and presents it to us with both hands.
As promised, I've brought you a copy of the Divine Words.
So on a scale of 1 to gay, how are the characters so far? There is like a hint of gay, and like there's definitely like very shippable characters, but it's not like to the level of a lot of the other gachas I play, and I think a big part of that too is like the lack of like... It's got very light goonery going on. I mean, it's still to be seen, but like the two main girls definitely have a lot of that like cat and dog, like tsundere, kudere thing going on, and like the community is... There are gonna be people in the community who are definitely gonna be shipping them, because the whole like rivals to lovers thing is like a very classic and romantic concept, and it's very it's like a classic one for a reason. And, like, Sarvis definitely gives vibes, but he hasn't really had another, like, male to interact with much other than the prince who has, like, no fucking screen time. He's very much his own character right now. We haven't really seen much of him having, like, much intimacy with, like, another character. Integer overflowed time. Whoops. Yeah. Edison takes the copy casually, looks at it, and then puts it away. Just as I am about to ask Erashan what is written on it, Sarvis steps forward.
Please allow me to express
yes.
my gratitude once again for your generosity back then.
And I haven't seen them in the story yet, but I think the other, like, kind of, like, big gay ship that's probably gonna be there is gonna be the, limited character currently, Florentine, as well as her servant, Asti, because A, servant Asti, and pretty slightly younger lady, Still kind of Onesan territory, but like younger than Florentine, who has massive hag energy. She's a duchess, and like she's literally the dominator because her entire kit is built around entering a stance called domination. Last night, I could not just stop saying domination while playing as her. So that one's definitely gonna be a ship for sure. But yeah, it's nowhere close like Path of Nowhere gay level, right? Like it's nowhere close to that. Or it's very far away from Honkai Impact 3rd gay. But you know, time will tell. Time will tell as like characters have more screen time. We see different pairings of characters and more intimate moments are revealed. Right now we've kind of been in like, oh fuck, everything's fucked. We have to solve problems mode. So there hasn't really been much of an opportunity for that kind of thing. You're welcome. It's not really a big deal, actually. By saving you, we were saving ourselves. I mean, yeah. ... Oh, okay. I don't think Seer is gendered, so I'm choosing for headcanon to be Seer is female. So this is not gay currently. Slowly, Sarvis bows towards me and rests his forehead against my hand. Ooh. ... Exclamation mark. Although I have no idea what this gesture means, in his country, I can sense his obedience and respect through this coding. He's such an obedient boy.
I understand that you Emeons have your own principles of conduct and you don't want your deeds to be publicized.
Still say her weapon should have been a whip. I mean, fair, but I feel like that's a bit too overt, right? Like, I think the fact that she uses a greatsword also works, because, like, she's a really well-done example of, like, the, like, benevolence, but very, like, firm, domineering, noble woman, right? Like, massive hag energy. And so, like, having a whip would definitely, like, overly characterize and, like, sexualize her, I think. But having, like, an actual greatsword is not only, like, you know, classic, powerful, noble kind of thing, but also, I think, speaks more to that, like, dominating side that is, like, more of, like, a dominating, like, authority presence versus, like, a dominatrix gooning sort of thing, right? Not that both are good character things. I just kind of like the direction they took with her for it, because, I don't know, it's nice. I like seeing characters who are well-written, like, powerful women. And again, haven't seen her in the story or anything, but all of her voice lines and all the stuff I know about her so far definitely strikes me as her being that way.
But I promise you, even if the people of Japheth don't know what they've been saved from, I'll never forget your heroic deed.
And you're telling me her skill description isn't just bait. I mean, you can it is, and you can interpret it that way, but, like, dominating can both be a kink thing, right? Like, dominatrix by definition is, like, the word, and, like, it can very much be an S&M thing. It can very be, like, and I mean, there's a reason why it's dom sub, right? But dominating can also be more of, like, a social thing, right? Especially when it comes to, like, powers of authority and things like that, and someone's presence in the room or negotiation. It doesn't necessarily have to be sexual. I mean, I like it when it's sexual, but, like, I mean, I was literally planning on going to, like, a fetish-themed, like, dark rave tonight, but it happened last night, and I'm sad I missed it. We just got a date wrong. So, like, I like that. It's just interesting to see them take that powerful woman concept and instead do it in more, like, classical, like, dominating traits that aren't sexualized. Like the strong, socially aggressive stance. Yeah, exactly. So more leaning towards historical accuracy than kink thing? Cool. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, so far, like I said, I haven't seen them in the story yet. Maybe I'm completely off and, like, they start having goon bait in the story when she shows up. I can't say. I don't know yet. But that's the vibe I've gotten so far. And I really like a lot of her voice lines because they're like... They speak of, like, they are said by, like, a reflective and educated thinker who is in a position of power and takes that responsibility seriously, I guess. I don't know, interesting character type.
I'll never forget your noble character and selflessness. If you ever find yourself in trouble in the future, I'll assist you in any way I can.
I also kind of respect that they're a gacha game that isn't really trying to play off of or like build hype and marketing off of Gunnar bait, right? Again, I have nothing wrong with Gunnar baits. I enjoy Gunnar baits. 80% of my Twitter feed is Yuri art from like independent artists. But it's interesting. It's nice to see they made that choice because it is, strategically speaking, it is a harder choice to make. It is much easier to capture gacha audience and money with Gunnar bait stuff. I mean, even Wuwa did it, right? Like with the Cantarella thing, where everyone's like, she's such an incredibly well-written character with such a great backstory and everything, and is like secret trad wife, but like, there's no denying that her trailer was fucking Gunnar bait, right? And nothing wrong with that. It's just that, you know, sex sells, and I respect that Black Beacon isn't trying to do that. Despite it being pretty industry standard for like even well-written games to be Gunnar bait and then actually like keep you, like you come in for the goon and you stay for the good writing and characters, right? It is a harder choice to make, and to the people like us that it's targeted to, they fucking nailed it. Oh yeah, agree. But like I said, it is like factually the worst profits and marketing decision. And I just hope that they are successful enough that we don't hit an end of service like too soon into its life, right? Because that's always a concern. This kind of thing is like, can they maintain enough profitability to keep the lights on? Because it is not an uncommon story in the gacha sphere for a gacha game to be out for 6 months, a year, whatever, and then hit end of service. Gunnar bait sells, but market saturation of things, so story slash gameplay is a standout. Yeah, I think that's also true for like Reverse 1999. Reverse 99 also didn't really do much in terms of Gunnar baiting at all, especially in its marketing. Instead, they kind of push forward more like their characters and like the voice acting and stuff. And I'm hoping that Black Beacon can do like a similar thing with their like marketing pushes and strategy, and kind of. Because, like, it does give me a lot of Reverse 1999 vibes with a little less comedic relief than that has. But, like, with the well-written characters and stories, with, like, the various parts of history being a fundamental core of it, with the good voice acting and all of the vibes are very similar, right? And I hope they can, like... I mean, they have people who are better educated and better at this than me, but I do hope they can at least look to 1999 for perhaps some kind of... some, like... information or like inspiration for like how to handle that kind of thing, because 1999 is still thriving and has not had to deal with those kind of profitability issues. Well, I hope they'd make it big. You see the things they want to do in the beginning with the set pieces and in-game cutscene stuff. I hope they get more budget to further explore their truth. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I guess my primary concern is, obviously, they're a new studio. They don't have that much internal funding, so they have investors. And the bigger question is whether the investors believe in that decision or not. Because that will determine a lot of the business decisions they have to make. When you're private, you are beholden to your investors. When you are public, you are beholden to your stock owners. So that, just hoping that it has like good early numbers to kind of support the devs to make what they more so want to make, and not so and hopefully have investors not try to push it in a more monetizable fashion. So here's hoping that they stay true to their vision, because it's what they put out right now is really good. You do have a kind soul.
I, Sarvis, swear by my domain, Bellafontaine, the city of blossoms. I, my family, and my descendants, we will always remember this oath.
He lifts his head, his violet eyes lock onto mine, unwavering.
From now to eternity.
Damn, I bet. We got ourselves a good boy. The harem grows. Cyrus departs with his army without another word.
He's a pretty honorable man.
Yeah. Zero, who has remained silent all this time, thoughtfully repeats the name that Sarvis mentioned.
Bellefontaine. Sarvis.
It is rare to me to see like a honorable and humble character that isn't in some way like cheesy or corny or like flatter as a character. They did a pretty impressive job with like Sarvis and his writing and all that. She closes her eyes.
So, he is the first leader of Florentine. Sarvis Florentine. ...
Gasp emoji.
I see. Our initial connection with Florentine was actually because of you.
Oh, it slipped your mind that the main he took is Florentine, Bellefontaine. Yeah. That one like clicked for me immediately because of, you know, having like Florentine and then seeing them like in the very beginning of the chapter, then mentioning him taking Bellefontaine. I was like, oh shit, yeah, he's gonna be like the ancestor, isn't he? Florentine? Question mark?
Sometimes I wonder where you've been all these years.
Bro, I don't know. I have fucking amnesia.
You don't even know about the Florentine Bank, which basically controls half of the continent's economy?
Now's not the perfect time to explain everything about Florentine. Harry, show me the parchment that Sarvis just gave you.
What's the rush? Worried about losing it? I've already written it down anyway.
Erishin snorts, slowly retrieving the paper Sarvis gave her from her pocket. What's written on it? People being named at the places? Never heard that one before. True. How strange for nobility to be named after a location that they govern. Nah, never. Instead, she simply lets out a soft sigh.
Zero. You know what?
It is actually even more impressive to me how much I like Sarvis and Florentine, considering I normally really dislike, like, fiefdom, nobility, like, characters and theming, largely because of how poorly it's done so often.
I'm really grateful that you're the one who's been with me on this journey.
Okay, we have a gay moment. It's happening, guys. Chat, it's happening. The gay's happening, finally. Erishin closes her eyes. In that, she, though by my side, suddenly feels distance. She closed her eyes and moved towards Branby, which was not leading to the moment one would hope it does. I can't help but reach my hand out towards her.
And you too. The candid seer. Sometimes to the point of being foolish.
An ice-cold smile curls her lips. Oh no. Oh no, she's hot.
I'm glad I have you as my partners. That's why.
No!
Went so smoothly.
No! No! Mori, why? Once again, I have failed to grasp anything. I can't believe Mori did this to us. Yes, thank you, Acrapius. If evil, why hot? Although I know for my case, if evil, therefore hot is kind of more so the case because of my taste. Shredded scraps of paper flutter before my eyes. I reach out, trying to grasp them. Not even a single piece lands in my hands. Amused by my awkward response, Erishin chuckles.
There were moments when I thought you might figure it out. But no, you just stayed at the edge of truth and refused to step forward.
Damn. She's back to being a cunt.
But why? Let me guess. Because you don't understand my motives, so you chose to turn a blind eye.
Or maybe, you know, chose to trust you.
How arrogant. Oh, Zero. Empty of everything. Void of emotions. Yet, in the end, you earned everything.
Fuck, the way she is talking right now is, really doing something for me. I have several, but this is one of a type.
See? You really don't understand the feelings of an underdog like me, do you?
Honestly, in my personal history, I was smitten by Erishin from the get-go. I should have figured it from the start. If hot, maybe evil. I know, that's tone. Look. Everyone always says, don't stick your dick in crazy. But that has been exclusively my past history. It's just, you know, finding the less toxic, crazy partners who are in a healthier, not as dangerous way of being crazy, as fun as the danger is. If hot, therefore evil.
I am his granddaughter. I am the rightful heir to the library.
Yeah, I did figure this was kind of her motivations.
But that day, he brought you back. And then you took everything away from me.
Oh god, this voice performance is so good.
Are you done?
God damn it! We love Bramby. You took everything from me. Cool story, bro. ...
Stop pretending to be a sad clown.
Yo!
That's not who you are. What do you really
Yo! Holy shit. Bramby is not holding back. Upon hearing Zero's resolute voice, Erishan freezes before bursting into laughter. Tears well up in the corner of her eyes as she laughs.
So that's not the answer you expected. I thought the motive of an underdog and her resentment would be perfect.
Oh?
Your taste is really going downhill.
Oh?
I see. That explanation wasn't enough for you. So, how about this?
Erishan sighs. All the pretenses dropped. She suddenly looks exhausted, overwhelmed. At this moment, I realize how little I truly know about the girl who has been by my side this whole time. But to be fair, she was masking the entire fucking time.
I'm simply tired of it all. MA on, CAVE, and this never-ending library.
Honestly, fair.
I've wanted to destroy everything here for a long time.
Let's go. ... A flicker of emotional turmoil finally appears on Zero's face. She showed emotion.
That's why I joined Nemesis.
No!
Yeah, you heard it right. I'm a spy for Nemesis.
Damn. Suddenly, the ground beneath our feet trembles. A tremendous force is quickly approaching. I instinctively glance behind me and notice that Darius, the giant that chased a version of us from the past, has turned back. And it has spotted us!
Oh, perfect timing. I'm sorry, but I'm not the type of arch-villain who dies from talking too much. But you two? You're the fools who actually sit there and listen to your enemy's meandering monologues.
Damn, girl. Oh, my mic kinda drifted off 1 sec. Once again, Erishan wields her crescent scythe. Zero positions herself in front of me, but Erishan does not attack us. With a muffled sound, the floor cracks beneath our feet, spreading like a spider web.
Zero. You've become dull.
God damn it,
Next
that
time,
tone.
When you feel something is off, just slit your opponent's throat instead of waiting around.
A giant roars, rushing towards us. The cracked floor falters under its weight, crumbling from the edges. At that moment, everyone near the edge of the room begins to fall. Debris strikes my forehead, causing a sharp, lightning-like pain that momentarily clouds my mind. Zero immediately makes a decision. She grabs my hand and holds me tightly as Anthrop transforms into a massive golden bird, carrying both of us upward. Edison, however, remains calm, letting her body fall into the bottomless void. Damn, that is a really good shot. And screenshot. One sec, I realized I didn't actually rename this folder. Instinctively, I reach out my hand towards Erashan.
Goodbye.
My vision blurred by debris and sand. I see her with remarkable clarity, wearing a relieved smile like the lost radiance of a dying star.
Farewell. Forever.
My eyes widen as she disappears. Mori, no! Once again, I have failed to grasp anything. Doing your ZZ weeklies on mute. Oh, here goes. Well, that missed. Oh, fuck. That was way slower than I thought it was gonna be. Oh god, what's happening? Anthrop flies over the bookshelves and pushes on one of the books. Ah!
Complete insight.
Rude person.
Big soul to go boom. The golden light strikes the giant's legs, shattering them completely as Zero unleashes her full strength. The giant collapses to the ground, yet still crawls towards us.
Let's go.
This is a really cool scene, but what is with the pixeling? Nah, eat a dick. The nameless tyrant crawls on the ground, struggling to move forward. He has lost his horse, his army, his dignity, and his humanity. After 500 years, he was finally reunited with the Emaon who once deceived him. It reaches out its hands towards the back of the two people moving away. Yes? Tell you what. More story.
Tell me, Emion, is everything you just said true? I believe you're aware that I've showered you with the utmost respect from an emperor. I believe you're also aware that the nonsense you just said is enough for me to order your tongue removed.
The Emperor's voice remains calm, with only a hint of annoyance, but his gaze beneath his drooping eyelids displays a childlike curiosity.
I've conquered the South, reaching the edge of the world. A great achievement that should be engraved in your libraries. Yet you told me I'm far from seeing the entirety of the world.
Yeah? Pythagoras replies humbly.
Indeed, Your Majesty. You will certainly go down in history as a great emperor, Your Majesty. But with all due respect, this world has no edges, and you are far from owning it. You may perceive the world as a series of clay slabs, stretching from one end to the other, with mountains and seas interspersed in between.
Just notice the Grim model heretics all have womb type. Wait, really? I did not notice that.
However, the world is a sphere, where the beginning meets the end. When one reaches the supposed edge of the world, they find themselves back.
Oh shit, it's almost 2 o'clock. I gotta do my dailies in a sec. Pythagoras closes his eyes, only to be met with a resounding laughter from the Emperor.
What an absurd statement. It's been quite some time since someone dared to be so audacious in my court. Nevertheless, I shall allow you to continue your discourse purely for the sake of entertainment. However, if your words bore me, it'll be more than just your tongue that I remove.
Behemoth and Leviathan just going through that section now, and both have them. Yeah, I'm like in that section too, and I just did not notice that.
You claim that the world is a sphere. Very well. Prove it to me.
Wait, what? Is the reset supposed to be in like 12 hours? Yeah, no, the reset for Black Beacon is in like 12 hours. I'm talking about my Hoyo games and Wuwa.
Yes, Your Majesty. As an emperor who has conquered numerous lands, you must be aware that the North Star appears higher in the sky.
Like
the
after
further
this
north one travels.
little
And
story bit is
conversely,
over, I'm
it
just gonna
appears
go knock those
lower in the
out real
southern
quick.
regions. When observing a ship approaching from the horizon, one perceives the mast before the deck becomes visible. The world is indeed a sphere, and the curvature of the land and the sea occurs beyond the range of our vision. It is due to the vastness of the world that, while standing upon it, we mistake it for being flat.
Yep. There's a reason why we can't see everything along the horizon.
To humans, Obed may appear immense, but to the entire world, Obed is merely a small
Oh,
portion
right, we
of
live in the future. SE. Oh, yeah, SE servers. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Just as ants may consider mounds as
I mean,
mountains
obviously.
and ponds as oceans.
See, but
when they climb a tree, they
I
perceive
also
it as
forget that
occupying
like
a
server
vast
times are different for
territory.
regions.
I intend no disrespect, but when your army arrived at the Great Desert and believed they had conquered the entire southern realm, they were akin to those ants.
Damn. Darius could have swiftly executed him for such a daring statement. However, Darius takes a moment to ponder before continuing his inquiry.
Why a sphere?
Because a sphere is the most perfect shape in existence. Natural forces strive to minimize the size of objects in all dimensions. A sphere possesses the smallest surface area for a given enclosed volume. It epitomizes perfection.
Huh, that's an interesting take.
I don't quite understand the ramblings of your crazy mind, but I can grasp that you consider the sphere to be the most favored shape.
Indeed, Your Majesty.
If your claims hold true, then regardless of how far I traverse, I shall never surpass its boundaries and merely return to my starting point.
That is correct.
Darius falls into a deep contemplation. Pythagoras sighs and speaks once more.
It is true, Your Majesty, that the concept of an end does not truly exist upon this sphere where you currently stand.
Pythagoras points in a particular direction, guiding Darius's gaze.
I implore you to direct your attention there.
Sorry, I had to grab something. Darius's gaze follows Pythagoras' finger, and then he sees the boundless expanse of stars adorning the night sky.
The sky?
Precisely, Your Majesty, the sky. Just as the earth beneath our feet is a sphere, so too are the moon and the sun, spheres of varying sizes.
Damn, the sudden orchestral score. Darius interrupts Pythagoras.
If the stars in the sky are indeed, as you claim, spheres, and the ground beneath our feet is but an inconsequential fragment from one of these spheres, doesn't that mean that all the land I've conquered so far is but a speck of dust in a vast sea of sand?
Yeah.
It may be just a speck of dust, but it's a precious speck of dust, and our homeland. However, it's undeniable that it is, after all, just a speck of dust. Perhaps only by traversing this desert, which contains countless specks of dust, will you truly reach the end of the world.
Dot, dot, dot.
Are you frustrated by this revelation, Your Majesty?
It's a capital offense to try to speculate on the mind of an emperor.
Please, forgive my audacity. All I meant to express is that I
Damn,
found
dog.
solace in this realization.
Solace, you say?
Yes, I felt a sense of solace knowing that our thoughts, struggles, and everything we hold dear are insignificant compared to the world itself. Every day in this land, people kill or are killed, pillaged or are pillaged, for land, food, faith, and dogma. Yet, when I gaze upon the starry sky, all of their deeds fade away. It reminds us that our thoughts and actions can be influenced by our self-centered perspectives. It highlights the limitations of our vision and the shallowness of our ideas.
Pythagoras raises his head and looks into Darius's eyes.
The world does not revolve around us.
Gay?
Not even the ground.
Question
beneath our
mark?
feet. Consider how an adult perceives a toddler's cries. The toddler cries because they have never seen the real world and are ignorant of real problems. However, with this revelation, you would understand that the difficulties and confusion you currently face are, in the grand scheme, similar to a toddler's cry. Look at the curtain of
Damn,
stars
dog.
above you. It will make us reevaluate the value of all people to one another and the value of people to the world.
Darius laughs.
Well, that was quite a speech. You've asked if I'm frustrated, but it seems you're the one who is frustrated.
Pythagoras pauses briefly and lets out a gentle sigh.
Indeed, Your Majesty. No matter how much I stretch, I can't reach the stars with my hands.
Come to think of it, it's a good reason you'd give.
However, in the next moment, the smile at the corner of Darius's mouth disappears as he strikes the ground heavily with a scepter in his hand.
Such is your greatest insolence. You, a mere mortal, dare to speculate on the thoughts of the King of all kings. Do you think my silence was because of frustration? Ridiculous. How ridiculous. Do you understand what it means to tell the King of all kings that there are countless other worlds like ours?
Darius extends his incredibly smooth and non-wrinkled hand for such an old man towards the stars in the sky.
It means there are endless lands waiting to be conquered. Interesting. How interesting. If the barren desert in the south is the so-called end of the world, that would be truly disappointing. This world is so subtle and so vast, but as a scholar, all you do is revere it. This is where I'd say your mind is narrow. I'll conquer them. It's the highest form of homage I, as an emperor, can offer.
Pythagoras widens his eyes slightly. Then, for the first time, the Horta Emmian bows slightly, acknowledging the Emperor of the Mortals.
I am delighted that you are the ruler of this land, Your Majesty.
Instead of looking at Pythagoras, Darius gazes at the distant stars, his hand clenched into a fist.
Emeon, I will be the one to conquer the distant stars.
The nameless tyrant stops crawling forward. That distant and brilliant curtain of stars, long forgotten, reappears before his eyes. The embers of his ambition, for a moment, rekindle. The unnamed tyrant, for a brief moment, becomes the revered king of all kings once again. The goal it pursued, the answers it sought. Darius raises his head high and shouts into the void.
Tell me, Emeons from the future, tell me, did I conquer the distant stars?
No. Dot. He remembers everything again.
You truly are my favorite.
Forehead! Forehead, no!
Arise, for I shall share my glory.
God damn it, this rising score is not helping my fifis.
One day we'll leave our footprints across the entire expanse of the sky.
Damn. My fifis. That night, he stood beside the fire, counting the wisps of flame, recalling all the wonders he had encountered along the way back from his expedition. And then, he saw a sky full of stars, reflected in the stream to his side. Why the fuck did that, huh? What? Why did... Okay, whatever. Had a little pop-up. At that moment, he couldn't help but raise his head, gazing up at the starry sky. The starry sky shone above like trembling silver foil, the Milky Way that flowed silently through the summer nights. Let him see them again. Darius closes her eyes. Okay. Let him see them again. Damn! Fuck, man. Fuck, man. Oh my god, that... Fuck, that really hit my fifis. That ending sequence was... really well done. Holy shit. Bastards knew how annoying escort quests are. Kills the bish, then makes us feel bad for him 5 times exceeding chapters. I mean, yeah. And like, I don't know. Like, they did a really good job, like, planting that moment right beforehand where the Emperor acknowledges him, which is a very rare thing for him to do with his, like, very prideful personality and stance. And just how, like, mindlessly he just cuts him down is like fucking heartbreaking. All he wanted to do was say goodbye before he died, and he couldn't even have that. Free stuff. Oh, EX time, let's go. The nameless tyrant initiates its march onward. In the vast expanse of time, it anticipates another encounter with those who deceived it. ... Let's kill the boss again, but with our actual team. Oh wait, I have a preset. No! God damn it, save!
Both ammunition and sunscreen are ready.
Oh cool, it does save my selection for first strike. Because I always want to start off with Viola since she can set up with turrets. Oh, hello, Gilgamesh. Avatar jump scare. Oh god. Why can't I move? Oh no, what is happening? Game? Hello? Oh, my keyboard seems to have... No? Keyboard? Yes?
Noise.
This is awkward. My keyboard USB-C cable has been a little funky lately. And okay, it's working again, maybe? No? Oh no. What is... Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I can dodge. Oh wait, I can do this.
It's up to you, Stockholm.
Forgive all sins.
There's no way we make this work, right?
It's up to you, Stockholm.
Selfie. I need you to come closer. Thanks. Nah! She said, fuck.
Forgive all fire is burning. Forgive all sins.
Maybe this will hit him? Will this reach him? Okay, yeah, she dashes forward. Cool.
In the name of Florence.
Oh, yep, he does not. That does not flinch him. Oh, wait, shit, that was a parryable move. I can't move. Oh, wait, I can move! Shit, right! Huh? Oh god, get over there, get over there. Oh. Oh no, I'm stuck all the way over here. Oh no, no! I'm stand knocked! No!
Forgive all sins. Father,
Damn.
I'm a bit tired.
Damn. I might have to restart my game. Because, my, keyboard doesn't seem to be working with it. Like, it can type in everywhere else, but for some reason it's not working for this game specifically, so I guess real quick, let's just close that, and reopen Google Play Games, and restart it. That should hopefully fix it. You almost had it if not for the side dodge requirement? Yeah, unfortunately. I was like, no, wait, I can't get out of this. I can't move to the side without stun locking, and I just dash backwards. Mad Latch actually did it. I mean, I was trying. Oh, wait, shit. Right, actually. Right, I need to do, right, dailies. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. I already did PGR earlier. Excellence, other than my keyboard not working. I have Star Rail going on my phone right now, so I don't have to worry about that one. Surely this won't melt my computer. I say that every time, but it's been mostly fine every time so far. Oh, no, yeah, no, no, yeah, no, no, yeah, 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 cool. Nothing you won't be able to miss now. Leviathan's weaponry has Borderline style edge shading, hard black outline. God damn it. Which games are you actually doing right now? Impacts, ZZZ, and the Wuwa. Which one of you loads first? Oh. Oh, nope, not that one. Up. I might as well get this loading too real quick. Ah, shit. I don't have max contributions yet. Up. Rewards. Oh my gosh. I should have alt-tabbed there. Back. Material events. Quick lights. Back. Sim battle. Okay, impact's good. There's an event. Is a 2x event going on still? Yeah, there is. Okay. So that means we have to do this. Oh, I took the wrong thing. No! Still can use more of that, I guess.
Guests
Together we stick.
Let the flames rise!
Together we vanish. Be reduced to cinders.
Okay, that's one down. I don't have really anything that has a long animation yet.
Perish in flames.
Oh, there we go.
Climax of the show! Brad salutes you.
Together we vanish. Take form.
Same actor, different role.
That was. Oh, that wasn't enough to kill him. Sweet. Oh, I went the wrong way. I went too far.
Bluebird, be my salvation. Together we stand.
Epic shot. In the limelight.
Together we vanish. Beckon the divine flames.
Okay, that should clear dailies at least. I might as well hold my stamina for right now. Right? Surely? Yeah, let's go. For battle pass as well. Cool. Okay, yeah, it was good. Ah, get out of my way. God, I keep trying to click and drag my camera now because of Black Beacon.
Whenever you feel
Wait, is there an event going on for ZZZ2? I don't remember. Is there like a 2x? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Well, at least dailies are done, but let's burn some stamina. Fuck, what was I farming? Right. Disk drives. Fuck, what was I farming? I think I was still just farming this, because I don't have a Haramasa set yet. And I could always improve triggers. I'll never understand how people can play ZZZ on mouse and keyboard. I don't know. It feels good to me. But I also kind of got used to playing mouse and keyboard for like action games, right? I even do it for Monster Hunter now that I've gotten like more used to and like. Oh, that is the right button. I don't really have anything else to do. Oh, I need to. Oh shit! What time is it? Okay, 1:51. Still got time. I forgot about the star reel on my phone briefly. I didn't set a new set of orders going. Playing a path feels so natural, probably because you abused Nicole Full Cycle EX too. Yeah, the Nicole Full EX is pretty is a huge pain in the ass on keyboard mouse for sure.
Recalibrating. Heads up. Time to pin them down.
All right, I'll take the mine.
Support ready. Countering. All exits are now sealed. Time to pin them.
Oh my god, Evelyn is so much fun to play. Like, I still simp for Soldier 11, and she is like 100% best girl to me, but Evelyn's just so much fun to play. Fuck, Impact. I lost my account when farming for Sparkle. No, you're farming EU servers, and yeah, yeah, that's fair. Feels bad, Cyclist. So, I'm actually not the biggest fan of Sparkle, but I did start liking her more after the Impact collab.
Adjusting for wind.
Like, I like Crazy, but like so much of like Sparkle's crazy in like most of Star Rail just kind of reads as like the OMG I'm so random type of thing, right? At least to me.
Securing the perimeter. Supporting position.
Click. Snappy snap. But yeah, I mean, after the Impact collab, I am still sad that the Honkai x Honkai collab, because that's why I started playing Impact, was I've always kind of wanted to pick it up, and then the Honkai x Honkai collab gave me an excuse to start playing when it got announced. And I am still sad that it was just a meme event, even though it was kind of the expectation. Just because they released that trailer where like the actual characters have a proper crossover, and just like, what'll happen when the trio gets to see Himiko again? What about when Welt gets to see his fucking kid again?
Adjusting for wind.
But yeah, nah, it was a meme. But I felt like they did a much better job characterizing Sparkle, especially in terms of her interactions with Vita in that.
Heads up. We fight together. Ether vision activate.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Done. Just finishing the jump.
We love it when the Stunner's EX leaves them with 99% stun. Motherfucker. Oh, let me make sure I cash in Star Rail dailies, because I'm really good at forgetting to do that after burning my stamina. Cool. And Battle Pass 2. Oh, which reminds me, I need to make sure I cash in Battle Pass now that I burnt all the stamina. Oh, wait. Have I already Oh, I already finished the Battle Pass. Cool. Let's do one more of these real quick. God damn, this track is a banger, though. DZ has such good music.
Recalibrating. Increase countering. Time to pin them down. Take the shot.
Really?
Who do you need? Everything's under control.
Oh, thanks for the free one.
We fight together.
Snap. Actually, now that I think about it, did I do my weeklies yet? Okay, yeah, I did these. Did I do my Hollow Zero? I did. Cool, cool, cool. So ZZZ is good. Cool. Bop. Okay, back to Black Beacon. We're all done with the things. Yeah, on the topic of Nicole, too, Nicole is a really interesting character in ZZZ, because she's, like, a free support, right? And, like, despite that, she is an incredible and, like, in some ways can actually hold up to the incredibly overpowered limited supports we have with Astra and Caesar, and Trigger with Signature. But only if you play her at, like, peak optimal efficiency. And that's really hard to do. She is, like, an incredibly high skill ceiling character. She works specifically really well in Evelyn teams, though. And also, of course, GUN teams. But, like, it is hard to make use of how powerful she is. Because, like, 40% of Death Shred is a ridiculously large amount. But in order for her... But that only lasts, like, 5 to 6 seconds with her regular EX. So being able to really capitalize on that and dump the majority of the damage in that window is challenging. It's actually fun because with GUN, there's a animation cancel tech you can do with her to make sure that all of GUN's damage for the most part gets to have Death Shred on it. Are you ever really finished with Gacha dailies? Okay, fair point. It's easy on the pad. Oh, I'm also like, it's not that Nicole is like mechanically challenging, because her like full circle EX is cool, but like for like a lot of her teams, so like optimal play is kind of going onto her for a second to maybe build energy during like swap cancels. Like when Evelyn's doing her like her like charge attack, right, to build her little stacks. You can quickly swap to Nicole, do like basic up to like a base like dash attack and then basic 3 or so, and then swap back. Especially with Astra. But like it's the fact that she has like so much damage boost through her damage shred and her signature, especially if you have like a full copy one like I do. She has so much damage boost, but it's only for that short 5 to second window.
You're here.
And then if you want to have for a stun period, you have to then swap back to her and then pop the EX again, but that's you quick swap in. And ideally, you try to overlap that with being able to with quick swappable things. Like for example, when Eve does a does her like special chain attack, you can quick swap during that and go onto Nicole to land a few basics, EX, and then swap back to maintain the debuff. Like, there's a lot of like really like technical play that is less like mechanically difficult and more of a matter of like game knowledge and like game sense to make sure you're maximizing the effect of her powerful debuff. Because the thing about like Asher and Caesar is that their buff is just active all the time, right? But Nicole can do comparable in some cases, depending on stuff. Can even do more damage boost than they can, but it's such a short window. Anyway, really got to go now. Have fun with you. Oh, thanks for joining us, Random Panoy. I'll go play I will go play Black Beacon on mobile instead. Yeah, fair. Not fair. It's very understandable. I am kind of enjoying this so far, and like I said, I've gotten really used to the drag camera now, but it's definitely not for everyone. And it's taken me a lot of time so far to like really get a better feel for it. Oh yay, we got another copy of Zero. Let's go. Oh, okay, cool. It's not giving me the beep anymore. Good. Okay. The notice still refuses to go away, though.
Of a blaze sweeping through Jafriel. Everything.
Oh no, I canceled her speech. It also helps a lot that Florentine, like, literally has an Elden Ring maiden voice. Keep waiting for her to call us the Tarnished. Or the Ashen one from Dark Souls 3. Okay. Let's do this EX with, like, actually being able to press buttons this time. Oh, fuck, I missed.
It's up to you, Taco. It's up to you, Taco. Take a seat.
Oh, fuck, I pressed the wrong button for dodge. I should have quick stopped that so I wouldn't have gotten hit.
It's up to you, Taco. Take a seat.
Forgive all sins. The fire is burning.
It's up to you, Taco. It's up to you, Taco.
Rude person.
Fuck. Fucking that up really badly.
Don't even think about escaping.
Forgive all fire is burning.
For a change
That is not the button I meant to press. Fuck.
Target locked. Fire!
Blooming from the flames. In the name of Florence. The fire is burning.
I got a little tight there for a second. I probably should have re-upped Viola before doing that, but it worked out.
The opportunity for a performance come around.
Ah, she's so pretty.
The performance.
I love I love my white-haired, red-eyed
Will
women.
the audience like my music?
Not the cleanest run, but still getting used to the inputs for Still getting used to all the inputs for setting up, like doing the quick rotations on the two support characters. Let's go, chapter 3. Might as well.
Record these experiences.
Falling. Falling. Constantly falling. Ereshkigal closes her eyes. Mori, no! The overwhelming sensation of wetnessness fills her body with both terror and anticipation. She fears her impending death. Even if it happens to be a piece of debris in her falling trajectory, she knows she will face certain doom. As she anticipates her imminent death, this would be her final moment to finally escape a boring life. During the fall where she knew the end, a conversation between her and her grandfather returns to her mind.
Why does light refract when it enters water? That's an interesting question. I have two answers for you. The first answer is that light refracts because air and water are different mediums. When we look at this question from a cause and effect perspective, we arrive at this answer. But in fact, light simply chooses the path that takes the least amount of time. Such is the principle of least time, proposed by a scholar named Fermat. Light determines the optimal path even before embarking on its journey, as it is aware of its ultimate destination. You may find this concept challenging to grasp at the moment, but someday you will understand, because you'll become that light. My beloved
Damn,
child.
the rising score goes hard. The fall abruptly halts, gravity reversing. The world in Ereshkigal's eyes becomes upside down. The immense potential energy accumulated during her descent dissipates instantly, and Ereshkigal lands steadily on her feet. Wait, on the floor? On the floor. Standing on the steel floor, Ereshkigal looks at the path ahead and softly sighs.
You chose the shortest path because you knew where you would end up, right? How much had you calculated? Forget it. It doesn't matter. The outcome remains the same despite efforts.
Ereshkigal lowers her gaze.
This is seriously sickening.
The top floor of the Tower of Babel, before the activation of the beacon. Nana leans against her desk, toying with a hexagonal seal in her hand.
How's it going, Shamash? ...
You're saying we can't retrieve the information because some of the ancient documents haven't been recorded in the database.
Yeah.
That's a challenging situation. The radioactivity tests on the sedimentary mud and the carbon isotope measurements of biological remains attached to this copper sphere indicate that it was buried in the Philistine Sea for at least 2,000 years. Even if we were to search for documents from that period now, it would likely take a while before we find something useful. Unfortunately, we are short-handed during this critical time.
Structure.
Are you asking about the structure of the copper sphere? Unfortunately,
Bro can only
our
speak one word at a
devices
time.
can't scan it. The sphere doesn't respond to X-ray transmission or diffraction tests, and its internal structure appears entirely indistinct. The material from which this copper sphere was forged might not even exist in our world. The Delphic Oracle might have some clues, but I'm afraid it's too late to contact them now. What should we do now? Well, there isn't much we can do except guard it. If the prophecy regarding its activation proves true, then someone will come to fulfill that prophecy.
So copper doesn't exist? I was thinking that too, but they're just calling it copper because of its color.
And I'm curious to see who will do so right under our noses.
Nemesis.
That's not something we should be concerned about. Instead of worrying about their invasion, we might as well keep an eye on the sphere, in case it somehow activates on its own.
What's that?
This? Oh, it's a souvenir Cosmos left for me.
Nana stares at the seal in her hand, the pattern on it matching the pendant in Jinxowo's hand. It is the last gift Cosmos gave her before he departed.
When you face a problem that you can't solve, use it, Nana.
Cosmos, what are you planning? I don't know what's going on with Eri and Zero now. Are they searching for Tasni? If they really found them, forget it. What am I even hoping for?
As the beacon activates, the sphere fractures like a shattered mirror. Amid the turbulence, Shamash swiftly wields a stone tablet as a shield, protecting himself and Nana behind him.
Shamash!
The change occurs in an instant, and Nana feels strange movements behind her. When she turns around, she sees the copper sphere, which should have been lying on the ground like a boulder, but is floating in the turbulent space. It is soon swept away by the chaos, along with the fragmented walls. Without hesitation, Nana rushes towards the copper sphere, attempting to climb onto its ring. However, the sphere vanishes into the void before she can reach its edge. ... exclamation mark.
Damn it.
Clearly called it a copper orb that it doesn't exist. As the dust settles, they said Nana, right? Nana shakes her head and sighs, observing the randomly reorganized space before her.
Misfortune has a knack for perfect timing. The space was never this unstable during previous activations. Why was it so turbulent this time?
Suddenly, they hear footsteps from behind, and both of them turn around. An unexpected figure appears before their eyes.
Eri, what are you doing here?
Betrayal. Because we knew that Aten was about to explode, we set out on this journey to find the Woods of God in order to prevent this explosion. However, it is precisely because we have found the Woods of God that Aten is about to explode in the first place. Huh? Okay.
Soon, it will obliterate this place completely. Find Tasni, and he'll help you discover that command.
Yeah.
Instead of getting sidetracked by irrelevant stuff, perhaps we should focus on what to do next.
Yeah.
Farewell. Oh. I guess it's see you later.
See ya.
Goodbye.
God damn. I didn't save this one from earlier. Wow, whoa, this is a blast from the past. I saw that cameo you made for Spider 2B's Anami Guide. It was nostalgic. Aw. I'm glad you enjoyed it, and it's nice to see ya. Yeah, it was really nice of Spider to hit me up about that collab. I like wouldn't even have thought to reach out about it, and Spider didn't even know I played PGR. But when we but he apparently has been following the Monster Hunter stuff since he plays it, and hit me up about the collab, and I was like, yo, totally, I love your content. And he's like, no way you play PGR. And I sent him a screenshot of like his channel, and every bar is red because I've watched all of his fucking videos. But yeah, he's a really cool guy, and that was a fun collab. I even cosplayed my Hunter in Wilds as Nana Knight, and now that cosplay is my Hunter forever because I don't feel like spending money on a new Hunter edit ticket. And I put a lot of time and effort into it.
Farewell.
See ya?
Oh, wait, shit.
I guess it's see you later. No. Farewell. Forever.
Man, Mori's voice actress does a really good performance. Kind of curious who it is. Just as I hear someone calling my name, all my inner turmoil instantly subsides. Suddenly, I find myself looking into Zero's eyes.
You have lost too much blood.
Oh.
I have barely managed to stop it.
Shit. Her face is so close that our breath seems to intertwine. Oh no.
Are you feeling
Oh
better
no.
now?
Hastily, I turn my head, avoiding her gaze. God, I wish this game had a proper PC client. Yeah, tell me about it. I will say, after a while, I've gotten used to turning the camera with, like, click drag. And the emulator isn't, like, too resource heavy overall. But yeah, it would be really nice to have a proper PC client. Could always put it on, like, Mumu or LD Player or something, like a normal emulator, and, like, set up the controls to kind of more so fit with like a controller or the keyboard mouse things you want to do. I'm just lazy and don't want to do that, so I'm instead just getting used to click dragging for camera. Mistaking my action and acknowledgement, Zero stands and pulls me up. Darius!
It will not catch up with us anytime soon. We are safe for now. But we cannot stay here much longer. The situation does not look good. You have been misled by the future Ereshkigal. We all were. Her goal from the beginning was to find the divine words. She is the one who activated Arten. We are now trapped in a paradoxical spiral, where the cause is the effect, and vice versa.
Fun.
We knew that Arten was about to explode, so we started searching for the divine words to prevent its explosion. However, our action ends up creating the future where Arten explodes. I do not know. Do you remember when we first met Ereshkigal?
Share the images in my memory. And what am I, a projector?
I see. I need you to do something, Sia. Take me to the place when we first embarked on the journey.
Her crystal clear eyes reflect my awkward face. For a moment, I feel like I'm about to drown in her golden-hued irises.
You can do it, right?
This is getting more and more romantic. Close my eyes. Or maybe we're just delirious from all the fucking lost blood.
Good. Everything will go as you wish. My story is reaching its end. But yours has just begun. Keep going, and do not look back. We will meet again. See ya.
Woo! Timey-wimey. We've arrived.
Yeah.
I glance around, and everything looks intact, unlike the crumbling world I remembered.
Since Ereshkigal intends to activate Arten and now has the divine words, she must be looking for it.
However, she does not have the access to the entire library. How is she supposed to find Arten? If the Library of Babel truly... Babel? Truly extends infinitely around each primordial sector, then when it unfolds, the original Tower of Babel will become a sugar cube tossed into the ocean, and each sector will be scattered in an infinite ocean. The probability of precisely locating another water molecule in the ocean is practically zero. Moreover, time is also a dimension in this space. In this at least 5-dimensional spaces, any room that extends in time is grouped together. As a result, even when one locates a specific region in a specific era, they will still be facing an almost infinite number of rooms. Rooms from yesterday, from a year ago, from 10 years ago, from tomorrow, from a year from now, and from 10 years from now, they all coexist in a library at the same time.
The essence of your ability is moving instantaneously through this space. Since time is simply one of the dimensions of space here, it is possible for one to walk from one time sector to another specific sector. While the probability is practically zero, it is not zero. That is, as long as one has an endless lifespan, has traveled infinite distances on foot, and has tried enough directions.
We love exhaustive
I do not
methods.
know exactly how Arashan found Arten in the future you foresaw, but she did.
Her voice turns icy.
Let's go. Once we capture her and interrogate her, everything will come to light.
Ikuzo. Oh, and now it's a gauge. Each time you freeze an enemy, the gauge charges. When the gauge is full, you can release an overall time freeze lasting 6 seconds. Cool. I keep forgetting I have a time freeze. So when are they going to bring up a Tesseract? Good fucking question. Use basic attacks. Okay.
This realm hasn't started collapsing yet. It seems Arashan hasn't found Arten. Nana and Shamash took Arten to the top of the tower before the beacon was activated. We need to find them before Arashan does.
Oh, whoops. Still not used to using spacebar for basic attack, but I also don't often need to basic attack. However... Wait. Oh, can she also do, like, the Mori mobility thing? Oh, I guess it doesn't matter. Oh, yeah, she can do a little hoppy hop. A notice is posted on the wall. The mechanisms in the outer area of the known Sector 225 are currently undergoing testing. Unauthorized personnel are advised to take alternate routes. For your safety, various supplies have been provided here. Please feel free to take what you need. Take all of it. Give me all of it. Ah. Oh, hi, Shamash. Shamash remains calm despite our sudden appearance, only nodding silently at us.
Shamash.
Zero quickly scans the surroundings. Instead of explaining to Shamash what happened to us along the way, she throws questions at him.
Where is that copper sphere? And where is Nana?
Shamash frowns slightly, not out of displeasure, but having sensed something in Zero's attitude. He mutters a name.
Arashan.
That is helpful.
Eri, how did you...
Nana analyzes Arashan from head to toe.
Where are Zero and Seer? Aren't you supposed to be together?
Arashan casts a sidelong glance at Shamash, but her attention doesn't linger on him for long. She looks around in a seemingly casual way.
We were indeed together, but then I got swept away by the turbulence when the beacon was activated.
Okay, I will be right back again, chat. I gotta pee again. I've been drinking a lot of water. So, BRB. I return triumphant. Also, I now have ice cream and more water because I feel like I need a little bit of blood sugar right now. Nana glances at Shamash, who nods in response.
By the way, where is that copper sphere?
Our situation is similar to yours.
Nana briefly explains what happened to Shamash and her. Erishan raises her brow after listening to Nana's account.
Wait, what? You guys let that bomb out of your sight? And now you're standing here doing nothing about it?
After finishing her accusation, Erishan moves to leave. Oh, motherfucker. I think I left my vape. Oh, no, it's in my pocket. We're good. I thought I left my vape in the bathroom. I do that a lot. Also, I need to get rid of the BRB.
The sphere is important. However, Eri, if I remember correctly, you went to the modern floor with Zero and Seer, right?
Also, damn, Nana has not aged a fucking day. What is her skincare routine? Nana's gaze is fixated on Erishan.
So, how did you end up here?
What are you doubting?
I just want to confirm something.
All right then, I'll get straight to the point. The prophecy is true, and that outsider does have access to the entire library. Not long ago, Seer took me and Zero to the time sector 80 years ago, and we met Tasney there.
How was Nana looking exactly the same 80 years ago and now looks like, and is like still alive and looks exactly the same? Sasuke.
What did you say?
Erishan pretends not to have noticed Nana's reaction.
Tasney told us that the mechanical sphere is Aten, the god of the sun, in Memphian mythology, commanded by the binary language. It is the culprit that destroyed Akedaton. Soon, it will be activated again and obliterate the Library of Babel. I got separated from them, and by the time I realized it, I was already here. Do you want to ask for more information? Or will you come with me and find that copper sphere?
I believe it comes with staying outside the standard flow of time. Yeah, very possibly. I mean, like, Ninya and Enki had a 3-year gap between seeing them in chapter 1, and they looked exactly the same. So maybe that's just a thing here. Nana is about to say something, but in the end, she just stares intensely into Erishan's eyes.
Erishan, are you the one who activated Aten?
Then again, in chapter 1, there's a whole thing with the stasis chamber thing that Enki made, and Ninja's very specific about how it stops you from needing food, it stops you from aging, it even stops your metabolic processes and everything. So, it didn't mention aging, which might lean towards that theory not being accurate, but who knows? Shrug. Erishan meets Nana's gaze unflinchingly.
What are you even talking about? I intend to deactivate it.
After Erishan finishes speaking, Nana casts another glance at Shamash. ... Erishan shakes her head impatiently.
Whatever you say. I won't waste my time playing your detective game. You can't even keep a copper sphere safe. Honestly, this makes me wonder if you have stayed too long in the tower and your brains and bodies have started to rust. Suspect me all you want. Just don't stand in my way.
Once again, Nana stops Erishan.
Hold on. I'll go with you.
Just as Shamash is about to follow, Nana waves her hand casually.
Stay here, Shamash. Zero and Seer might arrive later. Someone should wait for them. Don't worry. We'll be fine.
Are you sure about that, Nana? Shamash murmurs a few My mic was drifting a bit. Shamash murmurs a few names and some vague words, and Zero seems to understand everything.
So, Nana left with Arashan.
Yeah.
Zero sighs softly.
So, long story short, Shamash, Arashan has betrayed us. She is the one who activated R10. She was not lying when she said she wanted to deactivate R10. But deactivating R10 itself is activating it. The command is a palindrome, and it can cause R10 to perform very different behaviors.
Go.
For the first time, he speaks in a complete sentence.
Go find Nana. Tell me the rest on the way.
Oh my god. He's capable of sentences. Ah, that's why we had the middle one empty. Okay. Honestly, as a swapped parry unit, Shamash is pretty neat. Just not a huge fan of the rest of his kit, and also he's ugly, so I don't want to use him.
That's the way we came from.
This place keeps changing. We need to figure out how to reach over there.
Oh, hello. Oh, well, that missed entirely. Ah, damn, they got flinched out of. Oh!
Complete insight.
Oh, okay, I guess that's what activates it. Just murder all the things. Ah, I see, and then we need to get Zero to poke the thing. Oh, never mind, we get Shamash to do it. Brr.
Gravity is reversed. Be careful.
Forgive all
Fuck you.
sins.
Here now, bitch.
Complete
What you doing
insight.
over there? Domination sense. Look if there's anything over here.
The sensor is right here. We need to activate it with a touch.
Touch. A
Can
puzzle?
use these sensors to change the status of those platforms. Adjust their height and create a path to the central console.
Yeah, that we are reading so much story. Like now I've now like I've kind of got rusty on camera control. Whoop. Whoop.
Forgive all sins.
His ass dead, his ass is dead. Quest completes. Wow. What if I hit this one? Oh, okay. Oh no, I'm inside the stairs. Oop. There is a laser. I'm just gonna wait up here. Okay. Do I have to go down there? Oh, hello. Oh, I can't. I pressed the wrong button. Fuck, I'm trying to dodge past it, and I pressed the completely wrong button. Oh my gosh. Why am I so bad at avoiding traps?
Forgive all sins.
Ah!
The fire is burning.
Who do you think you were, Harry Potter? But I am the boy that lived. The crisscrossing The crisscrossing scratches we see here are the evidence of a fierce battle took place earlier. Shamash walks up to one of the marks and crouches down on one knee.
Nana.
And there was Arashan.
These two sets of tracks diverge, as if they went their separate ways before a winner could be decided. Zero runs fingertips over the traces left by the scythe, her expression grim.
Looks like Nana has sensed something.
Arashan runs ahead of Nana at a fast pace. Watching Arashan's back, Nana suddenly lets out a soft chuckle.
Seriously? Laughing at a time like this?
Well, when I see you running ahead of me, I can't help but think of the time when you were still a little girl.
Girl.
Do you remember when Cosmos brought you back to the tower? You were only as tall as my knee back then. You couldn't even walk properly. And when you bumped into the corner of a table while running around, you would sit on the ground and shed tears in silence.
How fucking old is Nana?
You know,
Uber
I
hag.
always wondered how a kid could resist crying when she was in pain. I used to deal with other kids in the tower, and even if their finger was only poked by a pen, they'd make a fuss loud enough to alert the entire tower.
You sound like an old lady when you talk about my childhood. Seriously, what's the deal with your body? So many years passed, but you're getting younger.
That's what I'm wondering. Instead of answering Arashan's question, Nana continues speaking.
At that time, to meet Cosmos's expectations of you, you filled your mind with all those profound and difficult things, just like an emotionless robot. Just like Zero now. Then, Cosmos announced that you wouldn't be the next director. And you changed.
Damn.
Enough.
Back then, I thought it was a positive change. You'd shed all your burdens and responsibilities, becoming completely light in your soul and being true to yourself. But then, I realized I was wrong. You were simply learning to pretend.
Shut up!
Nana stops suddenly. Legs.
I've always believed that apart from Cosmos, no one else knows you better than I do.
Realizing that Nana has stopped, Arashan also slows her pace and turns her head, her expression unusually serious. Nana's face is devoid of her usual smile. She wears a cold expression, as if she is about to interrogate a criminal.
Eri, you can still come back.
What are you talking about?
What game is this? Black Beacon. It is a new gacha that came out. It's made by ex-Kuro devs. It's like a new studio in their first project, as I understand. But Kuro is the company that makes Wuthering Waves, and before that made PGR, Punishing Grey Raven. And this one definitely has a lot of like Punishing Grey Raven DNA in it. It seems like the devs definitely probably worked on PGR when they're over there. But it has a bit of like that Wuthering Waves quick swap cancel gameplay to it. And myself and many other people have been like really surprised by this game because like it's a small new studio, right? And it's their first game, and we did not expect the game to be this good. Like the gameplay is fun and everything, but also like the voice performances, the writing of the characters, like the story and the world building are like weirdly stellar for a brand new company, especially because like gachas tend to have really rocky story and such when they launch. Especially if they don't have that much, like, resources beforehand.
Do you know why I didn't bring Shamash along with me?
Without waiting for Erishan's answer, Nana continues.
He's too straightforward. If he had come with me, we wouldn't be having a conversation like this. I'm giving you a chance, Erishan. You can still come back now.
You're still testing me.
I know what you want to say. Everything you said in front of Shamash is true. Because Shamash can see through all lies.
Oh, that's an interesting tidbit about him.
You were withholding some key information, weren't you? ... I've accompanied you since you were young. There are things I can see even when you don't say anything. Since I heard from Seer that you brought the warning about the sphere destroying this place in the future, I've been wondering who could have activated it right under our noses. No one would suspect you, because you were the one warning us. And
You must bitch. Alright, good night, Epic. Thanks for joining us.
But all MA-ons know one thing for sure. Prophecies are destined. Once a future is given, it's irreversible. Because at that moment, it's no longer a future, but a part that has already happened. The warning to prevent such a future doesn't make any sense at all.
I knew you'd figure it out. But I didn't expect you to go along with my lies when you knew I was lying.
Damn it, Mori.
Because I wanted to have a genuine conversation with you alone to get an answer. I don't get it, Erishan. I don't know why you've decided to betray us. That's the only thing I don't understand. Tell me, what exactly do you want to do?
Erishan's words take a different tone.
Do you trust me or Cosmos, Nana?
Why are you asking this?
Well, you don't have to answer my question. I already know. Since you're well aware that a prophecy's future is destined past, you should know that you won't make it.
A bad time for me to take a bite of ice cream. Nana doesn't respond to Erishan's question. Instead, she swiftly draws a sharp scimitar in the right hand, its blade resembling a crescent.
I taught you everything you know. Do you think you can defeat me in a one-on-one fight?
Before the words leave her lips, Nana charges towards Erishan at an incredible speed. The clash of scythe and scimitar fills the air with a buzzing sound. Erishan immediately retreats after the first round of flashes. The tingling sensation in her hand reminds her that she is at a disadvantage. However, she remains calm and raises her head, wielding a bright smile at the serious Nana.
Nana, I met two children. They're Tasni. No, they're Ninsar and Enki.
Nana's pupils contract slightly, the scimitar in her hand hesitating for a moment. At that exact instant, Erashan vanishes from Nana's sight like a specter.
What did you say?
Nana's voice trembles, yet she is unaware of it. However, all the response she gets is the faint echo of Erashan's voice.
They asked me to send their regards. And Hetuana?
Oh. She knows your true name. Oh. Shamash will take this intelligence to Nana, and we will go find Erashan. Oh boy. Realizing that Nana and Erashan have gone their separate ways, Zero and Shamash make the same decision.
I'll go find Nana.
Yeah.
Shamash nods at Zero and leaves without looking back. What about us?
As for us, we will go after Arashan.
What if she doesn't cooperate?
It doesn't matter. Suppressing her is not a problem for me.
She says it calmly, her words devoid of any contempt. But that makes her even more condescending. I suddenly realize that perhaps this girl in front of me, who has been the most obedient from the start, is the one who maintains the greatest distance. Oh, here we go. As I move forward, I suddenly feel something strange beneath my feet, as if something foreign is wedged under the floor, though the surface looks perfectly smooth. I glance at Zero, and without a word, she steps forward and strikes the floor with her staff, shattering it. Before us lies an incomprehensible sight. A section of the floor that should have been solid concrete is instead perfectly fitted with a box. Its shape is unsettlingly unstable, as though it might vanish at any moment. Does this have anything to do with Erashan? Zero shook her head, indicating she wasn't sure, but her expression was unusually serious. Isn't she always serious? I can feel that something strange is about to happen, and this is just a precursor. If we're going to open the box, we need to act while it's still stable enough. Take the thing! Oh, right. To like do the thing, but like, now wow, I'm really bad at this. Give me your shit. Oh, fighting?
Watch out for the beams.
Oh. Ow. It's so weird having my dodge and shift.
Complete insight.
Motherfucker.
Complete insight.
Wuthering Waves.
This should not be this difficult.
Complete insight. Complete insight.
Fluttering wings.
Forgive all sins.
Took a second for my little pinky fingers to get used to pressing shift against dodge. There's like so much story oftentimes in between these levels that it feels like my hands forget how to do some of the controls because they aren't like normal controls I'm used to. Quest complete. Wow. I guess we break this thing. Oh, it's one of those puzzles. Well, that was fast. beat the level. Let's go. 3-5, and then everything is annihilated by the white radiance. Pick a minigame and stick with it, damn it. I think it's cute that they have a few little varieties of them. The further I advance, the more anxious I become. The scene before my eyes becomes more similar to the one in my memory. Zero stops and looks back at me, confused, silently asking why I am stopping. Can we really stop her? ... Surprisingly, Zero doesn't answer my question this time. In this realm, we have seen far too many Oedipal tragedies. What? Who's... I don't think we've seen anyone fuck their mother yet. Even our current course of stopping Ereshkigal feels like it is being dictated by destiny. I mean, I get what they mean by Oedipal. It's just, you know, Oedipus is not the only, like, doomed to destiny and fate story out there, but it is one of the few ones where the dude fucks his mother. I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything by that. Even though the future is destined, we will do our best to defy it. Perhaps even our struggle is part of the destiny. Let's go! Bop, 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 bop. Oh yeah, also, since I know there's probably some new people in here, I keep character switching because each character has an independent cooldown for dash, so it's faster this way. Oh, there she is.
Hey, there you are, Zero.
Out of nowhere, Ereshkigal appears in front of us, her lips curling into an elusive smile. That's kind of funny, actually. I took a look at chat and noticed that right after I made the comment about motherfucking 5 people left the stream. Funny. And before, one of them was listening on speaker, and now everyone around them is like, what the fuck? Out of nowhere, Ereshkigal appears in front of us, her lips curling into an elusive smile. Already said the
You're a
part.
bit too late, aren't you?
Where's Arten?
Why are you so sure that I found it?
No reason.
You're being unreasonable. Don't I have a chance to explain myself?
No, you do not. You are just trying to buy more time, and listening to your explanation would only play into your hands.
We know what they were hanging around for.
You remember my teachings well. So, what's your plan now?
There's no warmth in their exchange, only tension hanging in the air, on the brink of a clash. When Zero opens her eyes again, her chilling gaze freezes everything.
I will stop you here. You can save your explanations for when I heal you.
Lol.
So, no room
Brain
for
flubbed for a second there.
I guess.
Making sure I didn't miss a line.
You never intended to negotiate from the start.
Zero raises her wand.
Step back.
She doesn't turn around, but I know she's addressing me with those words. Fight! 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 Fight!
Fluttering wings. Complete insight. Full. On. End it all. Fluttering wings.
Oh!
Blooming from the flames. In the name of Florence.
Boop.
Complete insight.
The fire is burning.
Oh right, I have a time freeze. I keep forgetting that.
Complete insight.
As the tangled figures separate once again, Ereshkigal's face loses its calm. She steps back, looking for a way to escape, but she's trapped at the edge of the platform. Can't believe the standard banner 5-star got her ass beat by a free 4-star.
What a monster. Is there anyone who can defeat you now?
Zero calmly smooths out her skirt with her slender fingers, her voice announcing Erashan's defeat.
You are exhausted. Stop your pointless struggle.
Self-aware niece was not what I was expecting. Yeah, it's a good chapter. Eyes open, head empty. True. I really need to play more of that. I still haven't. I think I just cleared the chapter you're on in Nikkei, and I'm like halfway through the other one. Erashan freezes for a while before bursting into laughter.
To be so arrogant at a time like this. You even deliberately avoided hitting my critical spots. Curse you. You're not taking me seriously at all.
Wait, brain. Did brain flub? Yeah, no, okay.
Alright. I didn't expect to best you anyway. We'll settle this score another time.
Zero furrows her brow at Erashan's words.
Do you think you can still run away?
No. I'm not the one who'll be running away.
Wait, Zero? Although Erashan is cornered, her voice carries true confidence.
Didn't I tell you? You're a bit too late.
Erashan snaps her fingers.
That concludes the prologue.
Oh,
now it's
nice
time
snap.
for the climax.
Oh. As if in response to Erashan's words, a foreboding sound fills the air, emanating from the distant reaches of space. It is an echo from the past, spreading out like ripples, layer after layer. And then... the sun. An artificial sun ascends slowly in front of our eyes. In silence, it casts an ominous and despairing hue upon us.
It took so long to boot up. This antique isn't that impressive after all. If you had listened to my explanation back then, I would have told you that I had already activated a 10. And that was your last chance to escape.
Do you have the slightest idea what this will lead to?
Zero's eyes widen. A crack finally appears in her icy demeanor as she reaches out her hand to Erashan.
Come to me, Erashan.
Erashan closes her eyes, delivering the lost response in silence. Wait, so couldn't we just like travel back here like an hour or two back in time and stop her from activating it? The next moment, an intensified gaze courses through me, causing the hairs on my body to stand on end. Instinctively, I turn my gaze towards the sun high above Erashan's head. Though it possessed no eyes, I can feel a tense gaze upon me. The realization that the sun is watching me sends a shiver down my spine. Zero seems to understand this as well. Her eyes shift to mine, filling with surprise, before settling upon a 10 once more. A 10's light flares up and then fades quickly, and the spots on the sphere gradually disappear. We are so close to it, which means... ... We... ... Without any hesitation, Zero shields me with her body.
Run.
It's as if time has slowed down. Again, why don't we just, like, time travel right now? We could time warp right now, right? We could do it again. As Zero takes her first step, the sphere reacts as if it senses something and repositions its muzzle. When Zero raises her staff, the muzzle is locked onto us. The golden radiance within the muzzle reaches its peak. Oh no. Just as Zero's words leave her lips, the radiance erupts from the spear, engulfing everything in its path. Everything touched by the beam is instantly vaporized. Damn, this fusion This fusion reactor going burr. A scorching heat resembling the surface of the sun annihilates everything into nothingness. And then, ... The beam strikes the colossal golden bird that has launched before us. Anzu lets out a sharp chirp, transforming into a golden barrier, shielding Zero. I like this scene. Copy, paste. For future art inspiration. Oh, wrong folder. The dazzling light almost blinds me. At that moment, it feels as if magma courses through my veins instead of blood. Zero's eyes widen as she stares into the sun. That's bad for your eyes, girl. And then, everything is annihilated by the white radiance. Damn, okay. Oh yeah, then everything's annihilated by the white radiance. The button exploded. Was the button supposed to explode? Is this... Oh shit! Yeah, it was. Okay, that's a cool choice. Click.
Don't be afraid. I've pulled you from the time's current before you crashed. As promised, I will shield you from any harm that comes your way.
Never push the little red button. No, we always push the little red button.
Don't worry about this place. This realm is unique. Not even the sun's radiance can touch it. Come. I'll assist you in repairing the areas devastated by the sun.
Whoop. Tap my mic, my B. Hold to repair. Wow, it's just like my Honkai Star Rail. Hold to repair. Hold to repair. Wait, why are my fingers look... Am I wearing fingerless gloves? Huh.
Look. Once again, this place has reconnected with the time flow outside. That was a perilous shallows where the current briefly stalled. And you have navigated through the stretch where you were most likely to run aground. Hmm? Do you wish to revisit the missed segments? No one ever steps in the same river twice, but perhaps you're an exception. Well, take a distant view from this shore. Before plunging back into your time, feel free to glimpse what happened to others in a different time and place.
Oh.
And that's it. Now, time is about to resume its march. While I can momentarily pull you from the time's current, skipping its flow is beyond my capabilities. Let's set sail. We'll meet again at the next solstice.
Wait a second. What the...
Wherever that may be. Let's set sail.
Black set sail?
Again at the next... Let's set sail.
Huh. Interesting.
We'll meet again at the next stop. Wherever that may be.
Huh. Did I unlock anything? Oh, I got this. Free shit. Still can't do this, can I? Oh, I can? Oh, no. Wait. No. Wait, yes? Yes, I can do this. Parry. Cool. Let's do some parry things. Mori, no.
Spread your wings, Anzu.
If Dodge releases a Chronosphere that attacker automatically, your enemy's range attacks hitting the Chronosphere will be reflected. When Chronosphere reflects an attack, it reduces dependent skill cooldown. Yeah.
Complete insight. Fluttering wings. Complete insight. Fold.
Oh fuck.
Then let's be a bit
Right,
more
he's
serious.
not hit stunnable right now. Excuse me, there's a guy right here, please.
Looks like I've met your expectations. So, where's my reward? By following you, I might find another answer.
Oh, motherfucker, I have to do 3 perfect dodges. I think I only did 2 before I killed everyone. Alright. We have to more intentionally dodge and DPS a little less aggressively, I guess.
Spread your wings, Ansu.
Up, 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 up.
Interesting fellow. Then let's be a bit more serious.
Fluttering wing, complete insight.
Fuck!
Looks like
I killed them too fast again.
So, where's my reward?
I just keep thinking about DPS and forgetting that I perfect dodge 3 times. Time to play was to get the best result. Yup.
Spread your wings, Ansu.
Ba 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 ba. Oh, I'm dodging way too soon for that. Bro, why aren't you aiming at me? Alright, thanks. That's 1. Alright, buddy. Come on. You can do it. Thanks.
Interesting fellow.
Alright, just gonna do 1 more real quick.
Then let's be a bit more serious.
Oh, I have to do perfect dodge. Okay. Oh my god, you guys. Please. Fuck, I pressed the wrong button. My brain was like, oh, a spacebar is dodge, right? Maybe I should change that.
Then let's be
Thanks.
a bit more
Okay,
serious.
cool.
Looks like I've met your expectations. So, where's my reward? By following you, I might find another
Yay!
answer.
We finally did it.
Don't let what comes next bore me.
Thing is, if I change my spacebar to dodge, what do I make my attack?
Then let's be a bit more serious.
Ignorance.
Go away.
Punch, 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 punch. Punch, punch, punch. Oh wait, nope. Mori, I need you to do the thing. Thank you.
Then let's be a bit more serious.
Wait, did I get hit by that and perfect dodge? Oh, I'm not used to these characters, like, at all.
The height of
Or their animation commitments either.
Interesting fellow. Interesting fellow.
Had to get a little cereal there when they realized I already got hit 4 times.
Where's my reward? Following you, I might find another answer.
Trigger parry 10 times? Do they mean like... Oh, they probably mean like the Chronosphere parry. Because I didn't see any like actually parryable attacks. Okay, fine.
Don't let what comes next bore me.
God, I love her. Evil cunt. Oh, it's on cooldown. Ah, fuck. Well, the projectiles are gone now. Whoop! No! Alright, buddies. You got this. I believe in you. What? Why did it land over there? What the fuck? You gotta be kidding me. Come on, guys. Yay, parries. Okay, you're boring me now.
Then let's be a bit more serious.
Why was it located there?
Interesting fellow. Interesting fellow.
Ah, doesn't go through. Huh. I was hoping. Okay, we're good. Kill everything.
Looks like you've run into a bit of trouble. Looks like I've met your expectations.
Yeah, I still don't know how you actually aim that thing, because like click dragging didn't seem like it was working. And it kept like centering on the nearest enemy, which made it a little weird to like actually place it accurately for blocking things. Clear the level without making any attacks. Yo, what? Oh my, what? There. Okay, this is kind of funny. Idiots. Oh, these guys are spear throwers. Idiots. Ow! Oh, that is not what I meant to do. Well, I gotta wait for my cooldown.
Complete insight.
Guys. Oh my god, why is it landing over there? How do I control this targeting? Oh my god, how do I control the targeting and not lock onto him? I guess I can just kill him with like the actual Chrono Burst explosion. Oh, now it doesn't aim on me.
Well done, Arn.
I don't know how to control the reticle.
Thanks for your guidance.
Trigger parry 30 times? I mean, I would love to. I really would. But I can't aim the fucking thing. Oh, actually, you know, there's a setting. One sec, there's a setting. Track activation threshold? No, isn't that? I thought I saw something that had to do with like Swipe casting sensitivity? Guess maybe not. All of that being said, let me... It's gonna take some getting used to, but let me try this. And stage scope can just be shift. Just swap these around real quick. See if this helps. Because this feels a lot more natural. Parry, 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 parry. Hint. Hold to select the location where, but I can't. Oh my god, why is it down there? Oh, fuck. Really? I see now. That's a lot of parry projectiles. That is quite annoying.
Complete insight.
I shouldn't want to do that, because that kills them. Fuck. No. Not what I meant to do. Surely I've parried 40 times now. Surely this is 40 parries. I can't hide the thing. Whatever. How do I... cancel's not working.
Well done, On. You can come
Surely that's 40 parries.
Thanks for your guidance.
New Weeb Gamu? Mobile base, so press and drag the target. Yeah. But instead they have like a little joystick for you to use. Oh wait, it's 30 parries. Yeah, okay. Matt, I was hoping to get to practice like the actual parries, like the yellow ring attack parries, because that's the one that I kind of need to get a better feel for the timing of. Give me free shit. Gemini Comet. Oh, we unlocked brute force mode now. Yo, let's go. The fuck is this? Yeah, what the fuck is this? Brute force mode is a permanent gameplay feature divided into 3 difficulty levels. Regular, complex, and chaotic. You can switch between these levels by tapping on the list on the left. Each level has specific score requirements, and reaching these scores will allow you to claim corresponding progress rewards. Tap Preparation to enter the modifier selection screen, where you can adjust coefficients. Ooh! You can set up to 7 challenge modifiers and a buff modifier. The difficulty level is equal to 1 plus the sum of coefficients from all selected modifiers. The points you earn from the challenge is equal to your in-game points times the difficulty modifier. Enemies will continuously spawn when the battle begins. Defeating a certain number will summon elite enemies. You must delete these elite enemies to clear the current floor. Each arithmetic unit consists of 5 floors, and after clearing a floor, your current performance score will be calculated. If you fail to clear a floor, you will not receive a performance score on that floor. If all characters are defeated, if you exit the level, or if all 5 floors are cleared, the performance score will be calculated immediately, which will be your final score for the challenge. Cool. What do the rewards look like? Okay. So poll currency mostly. Cool, cool, cool. And it seems fun. Let's try it out. I don't want negative score. Causes them to lose HP, but gains healing. So you so this is like anti-quick swap. I don't want that. Ooh, switching causes a damage boost. Sure, I'll take this. Fuck it. Attack me twice as often, I don't care. I don't care about status. I care about being able to dodge. I'm okay with not having that many ults. This one might be a bit rough, I don't know. Yeah, I'm still not the best at managing that. Why did I keep pressing save instead of use? What is wrong with me? Can't level her right now. Oh, I have new ancient marks. Yo. Got one new ancient mark. Let's go. This is probably worth throwing points into. I can't use it right now, but ult's worth throwing points into as well. Alright, let's go. You want that as a PowerPoint presentation or just a bullet point list? Lol. Infinite enemies will appear in the brute force mode. Defeat a required number of enemies to clear the stage.
Take a seat.
Oh, so I don't get... Oh my god. Oh, fuck me. I'm hitting shift for like dodging. Alright, I'm gonna get used to this, I swear. I'm like, why am I not dodging? Oh right, I changed my controls. Surely I can do this challenge mode with freshly changed controls that I have no muscle memory for.
Take a seat. Take a seat.
The fire is burning.
It's up to you, Stockholm.
Forgive all sins.
Take a seat.
The performance is over.
Okay.
Will the audience like my music?
Okay. Yeah, spacebar does feel better. I just have to like punch you. Oh! God, I pressed shift again. Fuck. Keep pressing shift.
It's up to you, Stockholm.
The fire is burning. The fire is burning. This glory is the finest crown.
Oh, of course I miss.
It's up to you, Stockholm. Full of flaws.
Forgive all sins. The fire is burning.
It's up to you, Shao Kahn.
Take a seat.
Yeah, if I had picked the thing where you don't have full vigor, I would have been screwed. My rotations are way faster than my vigor regeneration.
Rude person.
The fire is burning. The fire is burning. The fire is burning.
Take a seat.
The fire is burning.
It's time for a change of tune.
May their souls rest in a garden full.
Still feel like my dodge reflex
This
is
glory is
running
the
slower
finest
because
crown.
I'm still trying to remember that spacebar is dodge, but this does feel better overall compared to the default controls. Huh? 11k, not bad. Oh. Oh, okay. I guess you. Oh, you have to hit 10k to get all rewards. Cool. Let's go. I didn't even know what to aim for. I just did the thing. Reach at least 3,000 points. Oh, these both require 318, huh? Guess I'm locked out of it for now. Oh. What else do I need? Brute force. Oh, I can't do complex yet. Can't do that. God, you need to go so late in the story for these. Alright then. Ooh, stuff. Give me stuff. I guess since my team is like very clearly set for now because the Viola's a very strong unit, I should probably take a sec to just farm her breakthrough stuff. It'll also help me gain some seer levels. I could sweep, but this is more fun. Oh, it's on the wrong. Whatever. Grave special weapon is called Plot Spoiler? Yeah, it is. Yeah, ended up getting like 3 copies of Graves.
Go. The road is long.
Yeah, her
We can't afford to stop.
burst, she's burst 1, our burst 2, and her burst is also called Plot Spoiler. It's pretty great.
Full of flaws.
It's time for a change of tune.
Whitehead, red-eyed woman.
May their souls rest in a garden full of
Ah,
blooming
her
flowers.
voice, I swear.
This glory is the finest crown.
Okay, I guess we'll just sweep now, since those things die pretty fast. Although the practice with dodging with space is not the worst idea, but whatever. Okay, I need quite a bit more to push to 20. They give us so many of these items, I might as well use them. I guess story gives you so much experience. I should probably do story first and then come back to farm these. It'll be more efficient because I'm almost at 25. Okay.
How ridiculous. Despite all those fancy words. Here we are. Fitting. This is truly fitting.
The initial beam fades, and Aten momentarily returns to dormancy, descending from the air. Where the beam has passed, there are no signs of life. Erashan walks to the spot Zero and Jinxowo had been, looking deep upon Aten. For millennia, humans have worshipped this machine, yet it remains unmoved by the carnage it inflicts. Aten emits a faint hum, preparing for its next surge of energy. This cold machine does possess an indescribable divinity. Erashan knows with certainty that its next target would have been her, the one who awakened it. Somehow, memories of all the events along the way flood her mind, her memories with Zero and Seer.
Even a variable beyond calculation is too fragile to change anything.
Erashan looks up and mutters,
Nana, I wouldn't be standing here if I could truly free my soul from its burden.
She closes her eyes, takes a deep breath, and silently counts down the time until the final act. Suddenly, she hears footsteps behind her. The cautious, tentative footsteps carry the hesitance and confusion of someone new to this place. Knowing who it is, Erashan subdues all her emotions, opens her eyes, and slowly turns her head. She looks upon the bewildered outlander before her, the corners of her mouth curling into a kind smile as she greets the stranger with a warm voice she wouldn't have imagined possible.
Ah, it's you.
Suppressing all her emotions, concealing her thoughts. Having long accepted her destiny, she takes the final steps towards a predetermined future, embracing the first encounter with the fated person.
So, is this when we first met?
A flickering candle burns at the center of the round table. A weak candlelight fails to illuminate the surroundings, getting consumed by the darkness before reaching the seated attendees. From memory, she's a good burst too, but doesn't pick out Crown for the spot. Yeah, Crown tends to be better because Crown also has defensive utility. It can depend on team, since Graves is specifically built for like Pierce teams. And it also means that you have her as option for Pierce teams. There's also some teams that like don't really benefit from the reload speed boost from Crown, but Crown's defensive utility kind of pushes her ahead. Especially for high deficit pushing, being able to like have a taunt and invulnerability that you can time is really valuable for high deficit. The faces of all attendees remained hidden in the shadows. They could not see one another, nor was there any need to. A round table is meant for a gathering where all attendees are equal, but a special chair stands at one end, towering over the others. It stands noticeably taller than the rest, with its back directed to the attendees, adorned with an ancient and solemn pattern. The chair remains fixed in its position, never to be turned around, yet none of the attendees raise any objections, even if they are uncertain of who, if anyone, is sitting in that significant position. Everyone within the shadows shares a tacit acceptance. The voice from the main seat breaks the silence, signaling the start of the meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. The voice emanating from the main seat is mechanical and synthesized, devoid of emotional discernible gender. In unison, they nod slightly in the direction of the main seats. Even though it will never face them, they know the gaze of the seat's owner encompasses everything. All deeds have consequences, all debts must be paid. A sigh escapes from the mechanical voice. It's been some time since we gathered like this. I hope everyone has been successful in your endeavors. I have called this meeting because the opportunity we've been waiting for has finally arrived. I think they probably meant mechanical, as in, like, they talk very strict, like, neutrally, but this is funnier. The mechanical voice pauses and then changes its tone. I'm hearing the sound of the waves. Is that you, Drifter? Soon, tapping sounds on the tabletop come from the speaker. It is a code. The translation of the code appears in front of Drifter's seat, replacing her words. All eyes turn towards her. Yeah. The tappings of her knuckle resemble the echoes of the deep sea, long and lingering. The lingering sound carry the lingering echo of ocean waves, as if she were adrift in the middle of the ocean. Can't dock. You need faith, Drifter. A voice of the age resonates.
Faith reveals the homeward path and guides wanderers to their final destination.
His voice carries a faint melody and a touch of sanctity. Thank you. The translated message of thanks from the code appears on the projection. But I refuse. The figure known as Martyr tries to add something, but the mechanical voice interrupts him. How is your plan progressing, Martyr? Martyr stands up and bows slightly towards the main seat.
The plan is proceeding well. With the demise of the Lord of Blossoms, the courtyard is now without a leader, and they will soon choose a new one. Power struggles have engulfed Japheth, leaving the new leader of Florentine fully occupied with within the stream of chaos. Although the house once controlled half of the Empire's military might, now all commanders and generals are waiting for the turmoil to settle. No one heeds the call of the young Duchess, and she has no spare time to concern herself with the events on the other side of the continent. The mechanical voice expresses its approval of the news. Your news always brings joy to those who hear it. I'm destined to fulfill my mission.
Martyr bows once again before taking his seat.
Everything on land is progressing as scheduled, and our long-cherished vision is becoming reality. It will become the wheel of steel that grinds everything in its path. However, I wonder if things are progressing as well for us on the ocean, where the wheel doesn't work. ... A scoff came from Martyr's seat. After all, I heard that not too long ago, the so-called Queen of the High Seas surrendered the remnants of the anomaly beneath the Philistine Sea to someone else.
Drifter shows no sign of anger, but simply withdraws her hand. She clears her throat and starts speaking. I met an interesting lady. A young Emean. She may be an offer I couldn't refuse, or rather, we couldn't refuse. She asked for the God of the Sun in exchange for the fall of the Tower of Babel.
What did you say? This meeting is not a stage for your nonsense.
Drifter was telling the truth. We did receive an offer from an Emean. The God of the Sun will serve as our first Trojan horse to dismantle CAVE. Are you ready, Magnifico? The man who has remained silent in the shadows lifts his head.
Oh, yeah. Finally, it's my turn, huh?
I mean, his name is his voice is unprocessed, carrying the cheerful tone of a young man, laced with a hint of indolence that seems out of place. He is Magnifico.
Of course, I'm ready. I'm a professional, and the troops I have hired have been positioned near the tower for quite a while now, just waiting for the signal to attack. But before that, let's discuss how to split the spoils.
Oh, what do you desire?
Well, I have no interest in the library. As you know, the only good thing about me is my pragmatism. The one thing I want has never changed, that magnetically confined fusion reactor. I've already struck a deal with the Polestar military, and now I'm simply waiting for the promised goods.
Hyena.
Hey, Why a personal attack all of a sudden? You hold no reverence to the unknown. Sooner or later, your greed will be your downfall. How can the god of the sun fall into the hands of people like you? Magnifico snorts. If we truly held reference for those things, we wouldn't be sitting at this table, plotting how to squeeze out their last ounce of value. I understand you had a rough time in your last operation. You even used the Charybdis? But you didn't get the god of the sun you've been longing for in the end. Well, I happen to have a generous soul and will enjoy sharing with my partners. How about this? You're free to research the god of the sun all you want, and you only need to share the results with me. What do you say? You enjoyed the research process, right? Moreover, I'm not particularly interested in that copper ball. All I need is technology to create a fusion reactor. ... Well, ... That's acceptable. But then again, compared to Japheth, what concerns me more is the organization on the other side of the continent, the ancient nation as old as Obed. While it appears gentle and reserved, it possesses the wisest brain in the world. They might be able to foretell the approaching storm, and that's the uncertainty that worries me. A warm voice responds to Magnifico's question. Don't worry. Xian will soon face a catastrophe that will engulf the entire Grandeur River Basin, and the Wei Shi won't have time to worry about the distant Amayan. You're making some serious progress. Do you need our assistance? You're after the cerulean water, aren't you? I don't need your assistance. Soa's tone suddenly turns cold. I believe I've made it clear that my condition for speaking with you here is that none of you, nor your clique, will ever take action against Qian. Please refrain from testing my limits. Hey, take it easy. Erudito simply can't control his curiosity. We certainly all respect your wishes. ... Let's get down to business. Beep, boop, oh yeah. It's business time. It seems everything is in place. You may proceed, Magnifico. I promise that the god of the sun will be at your and Erudito's disposal once this is done. All I need is an outcome. There is a surprising softness in the usually emotionless mechanical voice. However, the orders it issues is terrifying. I need a downfall of the beacon and Amayan. I only do what's within my paycheck. Just to make myself clear, I'm responsible for retrieving the stuff, not fighting those monsters. That's good enough. I have faith in your ability to meet our expectations. I'm trying to remember what fucking voice I'm using for all of these characters. You may resume your tasks, ladies and gentlemen. Didn't know expecting a Flight of the Conchords reference. I am a millennial. Silence fills the main seats, and no further words emanate from it. One after another, the figures surrounding the round table fade away, until even the table and the space itself vanish in darkness. The tower to heaven, standing for thousands of years. Your downfall is nigh. Fuck, my throat kind of hurts from doing all those voices. Oh, okay. Need to make sure I don't lose my voice. I have to DM tomorrow. We get to play as Draven, I mean Nana. Neither reader. Not opposed to it. But I'm also enjoying reading out the main story thing. I had fun doing all the voices, it's just my throat is a little tired now. At that moment, Nana swiftly turns her head as if sensing something, and what she sees is Shamash slowly approaching her. I'm literally only about 10 seconds ahead of you while playing along, that's awesome.
There you are, Shamash.
Nana.
Both Nana and Shamash remain remarkably calm despite the urgency of the situation.
Zero, pass on this message. The command is a palindrome.
I see. It was indeed the right decision to have you stay there.
Shamash steps up to Nana.
You discovered it. Why?
Why what? Why didn't I pursue Erishon? Because that would be futile. I should have realized earlier that the key point is not preventing the Copper Sphere from being activated, because its activation is destined. In the future that Seer foresaw, the Copper Sphere was activated but had not yet exploded, and there was nobody present to witness its detonation. Do you grasp what I'm implying, Shamash? We thought we should stop Aten from being activated, but that's a typical misunderstanding.
It's time to deactivate
What we
it.
should do is try to shut it down again once it's activated. It's a future that hasn't been seen, and it's our last hope.
The command.
It is true that only Erishon knows the command, but there is no such thing as an unbreakable code. All codes share a common enemy. No matter how complex and clever they may be, they will never withstand the most primitive and ungraceful, yet also the most effective decryption method.
We love exhaustive methods.
Brute force method.
Yay.
With enough patience, I can eventually figure out the number of sand grains in every desert across the world. Given sufficient time, as long as I try them one by one, I can ultimately decipher all the codes in the world.
Christ, woman.
Such is the mathematical death sentence for all codes, and brute force method is the executioner.
It actually reminds me of a thing from... There's a really good anime that has a very yikes turn in one of the ending episodes. It's called Jormungand, and like it's about like an arms dealer and her own like private like military, own like PMC basically. Interesting character intrigue and stuff, but the gist of things is that the ending points or like plot is that she wants to release a she wants to finish building and fund a researcher friend of her to build up for the first true quantum computer, and then release it as a satellite in orbit around the Earth. And the idea being that it will break down all walls and basically free the sky again, because with a quantum computer and the ability to process things so fast, it can break any code, and it will make it so that war is no longer safe, and that especially being in the sky is no longer safe because every code is breakable. It's a neat concept. Anyway.
It reminds me of something, you know?
Shamash remains silent, merely glancing around.
Exactly. It's similar to what this library has been doing for millennia.
I mean, yeah.
It lists an infinite number of possibilities based on a finite set of characters. Truth always exists in those infinite possibilities. All we lack now is time.
Oh, okay.
The very purpose of cryptography is to delay the progress of decryption. Through countless laborers and slaves, combined with unwavering determination and patience, the Memphians unraveled the command to activate Aten. However, we don't have that much time or manpower.
Yep, so what you gonna do, girl?
Nonetheless, we're a few thousand years ahead of the Memphians.
Also true.
During Akhenaten's era, people themselves were the basic computing units, using their fingers and brains to calculate. But now, the most advanced computer in the world is right here. In this part of the Babel Tower. And that's why I didn't pursue Erishon, but came here instead.
We love supercomputers.
Indeed. These interconnected processing modules.
Insufficient.
Are you worried the computational power is still not enough? Well, if we solely rely on the processing modules in the tower, It might not be sufficient, but this is the Library of Babel. It replicates all the rooms,
Yo!
which in turn expands the size of our processing module.
Yo! They found the cheat code.
So, we'll combat infinity with infinity. We use the library to achieve trillions of possibilities and achieve a feat that would take the Memphians eons to accomplish. We'll
That's a
connect
creative solution.
all the extra processing modules, forming a processing network with ample computational power, and leave the rest to brute force method.
Let's go.
Complex techniques are nothing in the face of raw power.
Infinite processing. Okay, sure.
Let's activate the central computer ahead.
I love being Draven. Oh, they died before I could parry. Okay.
Revolve, moon.
Ah, shit.
Let's see. With the current computational power, it'll take us another 24
True,
hours
it is
to go
infinite
through
monkey
every
theory.
possible combination. That's hardly surprising, to be honest. Looks like we'll have to connect the other arithmetic modules.
Oh, can't go that way apparently. Wait, is there anything over there? Nope. As we reached the far end of the control room, Nana suddenly stopped. Shamash wasn't surprised, knowing that beneath this section of the floor lay 1 or 2 power hubs for the central control system. Just to be safe, let's double check the power system. If the computing modules are connected in parallel but can't be activated, all our efforts would have been for nothing. Oh, fun! Rotate the nodes to connect all red points to red endpoints and blue. Stop. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, do not connect red to blue. Heard. Yo, free stuff. Let's go. I am stuck behind the free stuff.
The fire
Forgive
burn all sins.
The path to the console for the first module is blocked. We need to find a way to lower this barrier. Are there sensors up there?
I have to remember what my basic attack button was again. Whoops, question mark? Yeah, whoops, question mark. So that's why they make us take Shamash. Oh, shit.
Ignorance.
Ball, move!
More free shit. Let's go. You can do it, Nana. I believe in you.
The full moon.
Okay, if I step on that, it doesn't work. Okay, I guess Shamash is the only one with the range for it. That is not the correct button. Hello? Oh my gosh, that is like... That has to be like very close to perfect distance.
Nana, the space.
Yeah, I know. Things are getting tricky.
Oh no, oh. The walls and floor seem to ripple, and suddenly the room feels out of place.
Space.
The timeline of this library is collapsing, along with the nearby time periods. I'm afraid Ereshkigal has caused it. This space is highly unstable now, and we can't be sure which point in time we've been sent back to. ...
Dot.
But don't worry. We still have a chance before the timeline of this space collapses completely. How much more do we need?
60%.
We need to pick up the pace.
How does he know that number? Spin. Lol.
The control hub for the arithmetic module is up on that platform. But this place is like a labyrinth. I need to figure out how to navigate it.
Huh, like fixed into like isometric. Okay, interesting. How do I like aim this one though? Is it like oh wow, I see. Interesting. Oh no, I fucked up. Okay, I see how I can get back down. Give me my shit. Does it still hit? Nope. Okay. Back to this, I guess. Oh, fuck. This combat system is a lot of fun. Nana's a pretty neat character. Her whole, like, Draven mechanic is pretty neat. And it takes a while for the blade to fall back down, so you can definitely quick swap off and, like, do some other stuff while waiting for it to land and then swap back to her.
And this arithmetic module is connected too. Alright, we're down to the last module. Let's keep going.
Let's go!
We need to open that door to access the console for the last module.
Yeah.
The fire is burning.
Oh my gosh, keep forgetting what my attack button is. I'll get used to it. The control scheme feels better. I just don't always remember it.
The last module's now connected. We can leave now.
Let's go. Oh no. Oh. I love Titanfall 2. Oh my god, I couldn't see shit. Where's my thing? Yeah, thank you. Oh my god, I'm pressing the... I keep forgetting my basic attack button. I was trying to, like, heavy attack parry that.
All the modules are connected now.
Well, whatever.
Let's hurry back and reboot the central computer.
Let's go, level 24! We fight our boss for Elite right now. I have so much shit stacked up. Ultimate spam. Weird that this part isn't voiced. I understand. The space was too unstable earlier. It could have affected the power system. She stepped aside and turned her gaze towards the power system hub beneath her. Oh, one of these. One of these again. Oh, I can turn this. Poggers. Give me shit. What is this? Above the firmament lies boundless silence as the stars slowly close their eyes. Oh, they're the lads. Look at them ladding about. Here they come.
We've successfully restarted. And now, we'll leave everything else to the brute force method.
In the meantime, let's
Don't
brute
let
force these
anything get here
guys.
until it finishes the calculation.
Okay.
Futile effort. Moonset.
The fire is burning.
Oh, I did not mean to press that button. That looks a guess. Oh, really? That it? Oh my gosh. Okay, fuck this.
Looming from the flames. In the name of Florence.
Futile effort. Moonset.
I guess since MC isn't with us, I can't use like the time bubble or time parries. So just perfect dodges. Something has changed. It feels as if an immense entity has finally taken form. As if all the screws of an enormous machine are finally tightened securely. Unfathomable calculations surpassing human comprehension start to unfold. It's massive and intricate, yet surprisingly simple. Its entire purpose is dedicated to one task: brute force. So, how can we brute force method if we don't have like the device here to confirm that a code works or not? Grains of dust scattered across the vast wilderness, a tiny droplet in the immense ocean, countless stars twinkling in the Milky Way. It explores possibilities even more than that. It has only seconds to work with, but it's dealing with trillions of possible symbol combinations. A flood of endless possibilities courses through the efficient arithmetic core, much like the ancient people of Memphis chanted in a language they did not comprehend. Somewhere within that torrent, there must be a command that harnesses the ancient sun.
Worked?
If you're talking about getting a full list of all possible combinations, it worked. However, if you're talking about finding the specific one to deactivate Aten...
Verification.
Exactly. That's the most challenging
Okay,
part.
yeah, that exactly what I just mentioned. Okay, cool. They're not like they're not like skipping over the plot hole. Cool. It exists outside of time, so it either works and can see it works, or it doesn't work and can see that.
Every possible word, phrase, and chapter now reside within this computational network. But how are we supposed to find that specific command? If we recite all the commands, one must deactivate Aten. But Aten is not here, and there are only the two of us. Can we really recite all the commands before we die of old age? How can we quickly send all these commands to Aten to check if they're correct? Oh gosh, Cosmos. You left behind quite a mess. What were you thinking? Huh? Hold on a sec.
At that moment, Nana suddenly remembers something.
When you face a problem that you can't solve, use it, Nana.
Oh, there we go. She takes out the seal.
Critical moment. This is the critical moment. What am I supposed to do with your legacy?
Shamash takes the ancient seal directly from Nana's hand and plugs one end into the port of the control center.
What are you doing? The port doesn't even match.
Oh, don't worry, it's melting into it. Nana's words trail off. The end of the seal, originally solid, starts to change its shape as if it were fluid.
This is...
Neat. Miraculously, the end of the seal smoothly fits into the port of the processing module. That's a nice hand. Screenshots. The products of ancient craftsmanship and modern industrial standards melded seamlessly, concealing how the solid seal underwent such a transformation. It is as if someone has designed it precisely for plugging into a machine that will be created in the distant future. A deluge of possibilities course through its efficient processing core, much like the ancient people of Memphis chanted in a language they did not comprehend. Oh no! Bramby, no! Nano machines, son. Bet. Once again, the chaotic world slowly began to lighten up. It feels like a long dream, yet when I am awakened, the memory within the dream fades away. Open my eyes. What comes into my view is a fragmented world. Streams of data transform into shimmering specters, and shattered alloy plates float in the air. Everything appears to be slowly disappearing, like objects dissolving in liquid. Numerous questions fill my mind, but the situation prevents me from trying to piece together the events that have happened. As my senses gradually return, the first thing I smell is a strong smell of blood. It almost makes me vomit. My skin feels sticky where it touches the ground. I find myself in a pool of blood, but I don't feel any pain. What exactly happened? Oh right, we failed to stop Erishan, and she activated Aten. We were struck by Aten, and then... What? No! Bramby! A faint cough, as subtle as a mosquito's buzz, sounds near my ear, instantly jolting me awake. Jesus, girl. Jesus, girl. Jesus, girl. No! Then the horrifying scene in front of my eyes grips my throat. That's when I realize the blood on my clothes isn't mine, it's Zero's. The sanguine puddle spreading from beneath the girl resembles a crimson flower, blooming with her as the center. Like a flower that fades soon after it blooms, she too is withering away. Such injury will make any surgeon shake their head in despair. There isn't a single piece of intact skin on the body, and white shards of bone protrude through the bloody flesh. What? That's like plenty of skin here. Okay, I guess they didn't want to draw something that fucking grisly. Certain death awaits her. Despite her miserable state, she doesn't appear wretched. Instead, there is an eerie beauty about her. ... She coughs again. Each cough brings forth blood and viscera from her mouth. Yikes. Her breathing is feeble and fragile, as if it may stop at any moment. However, her face remains expressionless. There is no pain or despair. She is serene as ever, as if the pieces falling apart are not hers. Brandy! Having sensed my presence, her golden eyes flicker open, bright and alert amidst the wreckage of her form. She looks at me in silence. She wants to say something, but her wounds are drowned out by another surge of blood. I rush forward, leaning down to catch her words.
Get away from this place.
Bramby, no! With great effort, she manages to utter those words. And she did. As these words leave her lips, her hands go limp, and her eyelids close once again. However, her chest continues to rise and fall. She has only lost consciousness. I stand up and start checking my surroundings. The space is crumbling in a way that defied physics, its edges fading into a golden glow. The space is falling apart. As I come to this realization, a sense of unease washes over me once again. Unlike the previous discomfort of being observed, the feeling of imminent danger is so palpable that I instinctively scan my surroundings. Dark shadows stir in the dim corners. I must get out of here. With that in mind, I crouch down. Carrying Zero on my back, I struggle through the debris. She is incredibly light, almost weightless. Perhaps it is because her life is slipping away with every second. Maybe my back burns, and I can't discern whether it is from her warm blood or my sweat. Carrying her around on my back without proper medical attention might worsen her injuries, but I don't have time to think about that. Yeah, I was wondering about that.
In such a dire situation, I have no clue where I should be heading. In the end, I simply let my instincts lead me in one direction. Occasionally, I can feel her shallow breath against the skin of my neck, a faint and sluggish rhythm assuring me that she is still alive. ... This fact brings me some comfort. At that moment, an itch tickles the back of my neck. A plump bird appears out of nowhere. You've come back to life? Anchirp gives me an angry peck. Motherfucker, I am carrying a master right now. Its beak is surprisingly hard, making me worry about the state of my brain. Meanwhile, its noisy chirps gradually turn into something understandable in the midst of my confused thoughts. Where do you think you're going? Hey, you're headed the wrong way, you idiot. Not there. Follow Anchirp's instructions. You're a quick learner. Not bad at all. How come I can understand you? What are you talking about? Didn't we? Huh. Oh yeah, you're right. Why can you suddenly understand me? Is this some sort of revelation? Maybe? It's not only noisy, but it's also pretty dumb. Zero told me not to chatter in her ear, so I stayed quiet. But now that Zero is asleep, I guess it's okay for me to say something, right? Besides, I'm not a chatterbox at all. Wouldn't you agree? Anyway, just follow me, you knucklehead. You don't even know where you were knocked out down from. Gosh, if not for me, you'd probably be lost here forever. I'm obligated to protect you until Zero wakes up. That's what Zero told me. What else can I do? I'm her most faithful bird partner after all. Definitely not a chatterbox. Seriously, I don't understand why Zero favors you so much. If she had left you behind back then, she wouldn't have made such a mess of herself. She summoned me to stop that beam. That's really too much for this cute bird. Shouldn't a cute bird like me be well protected and cherished? Oops, I'm not complaining. By the way, don't tell Zero what I just said. She'll get mad if she finds out I said all that stuff. Or perhaps you can just pretend you can't understand me at all. Otherwise, she might never allow me to speak in front of you again. That kid can be even crueler than Eri. Alright, just be quiet. This isn't over yet. Aten hasn't detonated itself yet.
I once had partners, but they all eventually...
Sad. Ugh. She has a very long dream.
Zero, you will meet someone in the near future. You will meet an outlander who once basked in the sunlight, but chose to descend into the depths of the caves. This outlander comes from the outside and knows nothing of the cave. Naturally, they will be confused about their situation. You must guide and protect them. This is your mission. From the moment you meet your fated person, your blank life will start getting its meaning.
Why is she wearing a smudge guard? Like, that's a smudge guard that artists wear to not smudge the thing that's underneath them, whether it's like a, you know, leaving like fingerprints and handprints on a tablet, or it's like not smudging graphite or charcoal or anything under your hand. Why is she wearing a smudge guard? Very much like that. Probably time for me to crash and burn. Got woken them AM. Oh yeah, appreciate you hanging out, Acraphius. It's always good seeing you. Hope you have a good rest, and hope you have a good work.
While inevitable destiny might sound like a burden, you can think of this fated encounter as a romantic tale and look forward to it. That's all I have to say. Now, I must depart.
Where are you going? She hears herself asking the other person.
I'm going beyond the cave to see the real sun.
The real sun? She wants to ask what the real sun is, but all that comes out is... Will we meet again?
Yes, we will. Remember, any destiny, no matter how long and complex, is only reflected in a single moment. The moment when you realize who you truly are. This is true for the Outlander, and for you too. When both of you realize who you truly are, we will meet again.
Damn, this score though. She has such pretty eyes. Screenshots. I know there's actually like a really good like archive illustration archive system they have, so I can just look these up later, but still. The wound stretching from her chest to her abdomen, exposed to the air, rubs against the carrier's back, causing constant pain that gradually clears her blurred consciousness. Oof. Just as she is about to speak, the intensified pain makes her involuntarily inhale. Tickled by the disrupted breathing, the person carrying her feels an itch on the neck and instinctively flinches. However, the person has not noticed her awakening and continues moving forward. She knows she should tell the person that she is awake, but for some reason, she chooses to remain silent. The shoulders carrying her are not bony, but not muscular either. And she, unable to move, has put all her weight on that back. Having lost all her composure, she is overwhelmed by such an awkward and pitiful situation. More importantly, she doesn't know how to start a conversation in this position. At least, she needs to straighten her back first. With that thought in mind, she makes her first attempt. Unable to hold back, a soft cry of pain escapes her lips. Finally, even the unresponsive person beneath her realizes that she is awakened. 0? I attempt to call out that girl's name. A moment later, I receive a faint response from her.
Why? ... Didn't I tell you to leave?
Bitch, I ain't leaving you. Her abrupt question leaves me confused. But I am leaving, right?
Well...
The sigh feels like a freshly fallen snowflake, cool yet soft. It is hard to determine if the sigh stems from regrets or from some other indescribable emotion. After a while, she stabilized her breathing and speaks again.
I'm sorry.
Girl, you have nothing to apologize for.
Although I told you
shit.
that you had the right to regret, that's not the truth.
Before I can say anything, Zero's voice comes from behind once again.
The director. No, Cosmos. He told me that I must keep whoever holds the pendant safe. So, if you had rejected my request back then, I would have erased your memory.
Girl, what?
Only the memory of being here.
Girl, what? But also my memories about before I came to this tower. ... I don't know how to respond to that. Sometimes when I look back at it all, I find it hard to believe myself. Why did I insist on joining the organization? Why did I accept everything supernatural as it is, without ever questioning it? Perhaps my long silence makes Zero misunderstand my mood.
Are you angry?
1 second. For the first time, she asks about my feelings, rather than objective facts like whether I am well or not. No.
You have every right to be angry. It's It's only natural to be angry when you've been lied to.
Are you angry too? She quickly understands what I am implying. ...
I don't know.
Then let's not dwell on such things. She closes her eyes. Silence envelops us once again. I don't know how much time has passed. Antwerp, who has been silent since Zero woke up, trying to remain unnoticed, silently chirps. I look up and the surroundings finally start to make sense. Not far ahead is a platform where Zero and I were before getting knocked into the air. And it is also the place where Erishan bid her final farewell to me.
Let me down.
Girl, you're a mess. I don't think you can walk. Despite my plea, the lady breaks free of my arms and lands gracefully on the ground. Oh, damn. Okay, girl. You go, I guess. Zero?
I'm fine.
She waves her hand, stopping me from approaching her. ... Zero, who just rolled down from my back, still looks weak. I mean, I would bet. Strangely enough, the wounds on her body are regenerating at an incredible rate. Oh, cool. Her newly formed skin is smooth without any scars. Jesus. This is definitely not how a human heals in any situation. While her footwork was a bit unsteady when she first landed on the ground, her gaits became smoother and more confident with each step. She straightens her back as her slender fingers smooth out the messy hem of her skirt. Your wounds?
My body possesses a special property.
You don't say. She looks away, indicating that she doesn't want to give more details, so I decide not to press further.
It's not safe ahead. Follow me. Let's go ahead and check things out.
1 second. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Okay. Iku's. Oh, right. Fuck, I changed my goddamn buttons. I'll remember one day, I promise. You cunt. Where do you think you're going? I trusted you. Oh, fuck.
That was...
Overall time freeze will auto-charge slowly with faster charging speed out of combat. Cool. A strange sensation brushes against my skin. The walls and floor seem to ripple. Did you see that just now?
Yeah, I did.
Bleh. Thought a burp was coming, but it's not. Okay, there it goes. Zero's words confirmed that what I witnessed wasn't an illusion. Evidently, the scene I just saw was the moment when Erishan pushed me from the past into the abyss. But when we arrive here, everything vanishes like a mirage. What is going on here?
The library is collapsing due to Arten's massive destruction. For the library itself, time and space are intertwined. It created these infinite rooms by organizing all possibilities in both time and space simultaneously. So naturally, If the library collapses, time collapses with it.
Hold up. Okay, yeah, Okay. Yawn. Yawn.
When time and space collapse together, it's like a black hole in reality. Once you cross the event horizon, all measurements and laws will cease to exist. Think of this library as a colossal kaleidoscope. As it destabilizes and starts spinning, countless fragments fall, crack, and collide, intersecting in space and intertwining in time. What you saw is probably the time sector from when you first encountered Arashan and Arten, merged with our current time.
Aww. Sorry, I keep getting distracted by something. And I'm only half hearing. Okay. Slap, slap, slap. Focus. Can we use it to change what happened in the past?
What resides within the light cone is destined. The collapse starts here, at the singularity of the black hole. All light cones will curve toward the singularity, ultimately leading to an impenetrable event horizon. Even if we can change the past, it is destined.
What else can we do?
Find Arten.
Okay.
This isn't over yet. Arten hasn't detonated itself. Because if it did, everything here would be eliminated.
Fair.
We still have a chance.
Where do you think it could be?
It must be at the starting point, where the beacon is located. No anomalies can resist their instinct to get close to the beacon.
Oh! Oh no, there are lads.
Take a seat. Rude person.
There's a trace left by Arten. Let's follow it.
Oh, fucking pressing shift and I pop my little time ability. Yeah. I love Titanfall 2. Overall time freeze can temporarily stabilize time and space on the...
The fire is burning.
Wuthering Waves.
Oh, motherfucker.
Take a seat.
Yoink. Oh no. Time to use the unstuck thing I saw earlier. Fuck. That didn't. Shit. Well, this is the first time something like this has happened. Well then. Yeah, I don't have any like displacement characters that could possibly hop over things. Okay. I guess we do this. Womp. Oh, nice. They do the thing where they give you a summary. Although it is like... This is not super descriptive. It's just very pretty.
Let's go ahead and check things out. That was...
Take a seat.
I thought it would give me far enough away, but it did not.
There's a trace left by Arten. Let's follow it.
Alright, let's try not to get stuck behind a bookshelf this time.
Take a seat.
The fire is burning.
Oh, everything's dead. Ah! Oh, shit. I guess since I already grabbed the treasure chest, it's not here anymore. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, let's not get trapped back there. I get... Oh! Ah! Ah! This is a lot more chaotic than Titanfall 2 level was. The sounds of collapse echo from all directions, all distances. In dimensions beyond human perception, shards of time collide with those of space. Numerous waves of peculiar ripples sweep through the corridors, akin to the aftermath of invisible raindrops falling and stirring. I halt in my tracks.
What's wrong?
We've been here before. Zero also realizes something. Oh yeah, we have.
These bookshelves. I see. Do you remember what it was like when we first got here? That time sector is overlapping with the one we're in now. While we can observe them, they can't do the same with us.
Can we influence their sector?
I'm not sure, but it's worth a shot.
Oh, is this why we had the Morse code stuff in chapter 1? Those books arranged in Morse code.
Back then, the people who sent messages to us were no other than our present selves.
A spark lights up in my eyes. If you convey more precise messages to our past selves, reminding them that Erishan is the betrayer and that everything is a loop, would our past selves evade such a future?
Let's give it a try.
Let's do the time warp again. Let's see what's up here first. Without wasting time, I started arranging the books based on my faint memories. But halfway through, my heart sinks as I suddenly realize the flaw in my naive plan. Every version of me who stood in front of this bookshelf had the same idea. We're all stuck in this tragic loop, just like Oedipus. Noticing my disappointment, Zero takes the book from my hand and continues arranging them. We won't make it.
I know, but even so, we should follow what has already happened. Otherwise, the space would become even more unstable. Let's start from there. I remember the codes for those books.
With little hope left, I quickly rearranged the books following Zero's instructions. As I'm working on sending my message, the peculiar ripple strikes again, as if an invisible hand brushes across the shelves. All the books on the bookshelves shudder and their positions change.
Watch out.
Take a seat.
Oh! Everything dead. Ugh, we're getting so close to Seer 25. Do not trust Erishan has been shown to do not trust her due to lack of time. Oh, yep, yep. Foreshadowing.
This portion is over. This bookshelf now contains the books only from this time sector. Let's go.
You know, instead of do not trust her, they could have just said do not trust Eri. That's already the nickname that Zero uses for her, and it's literally the same amount of characters. Wait, what happens if I'm here when the time runs out? Should I be risking this? Okay, cool.
Remember? The second suspicious bookshelf is right here.
Oh, hello. Oh, fuck.
The fire is inside.
This time I managed to leave only a few words before the entanglement ends.
We still have one more chance. Let's go.
Am I not allowed over there? Oh, wait.
The third bookshelf
You
is over
motherfucker.
there, but we can't reach it just yet. Try activating the console over there.
I will after I grab my fucking loot. Yoink. Oh my god. This is the right one, right? Cool. The entanglement has ended. I was intending to leave Doom as fated, get out of here. but I only had time to complete the first half. Zero shows no regret on her face. At that moment, I realized that she already knew how it would turn out, but still entertained my desperate ideas, even in such a dire situation. What resides within the light cone is destined. Even if we can change the past, it is destined. It's a simple truth, but humans can't resist trying to defy destiny and end up becoming its slaves. Let's keep it moving.
Yeah.
Actually, just in case there's anything weird. Nah, looks like there isn't anything else over here. Oh, okay. Let's go! 25! There are so many things now. 25 is so many things. Yoink. Give me the things. Give me the things. Give me the things. Give me the things. Oh, yeah. I have so many 4-star weapon crates. But like for my main team, I'm planning on getting all of their 5-star signatures, so I haven't used any of them. Like probably save them for secondary characters, but I'm pretty set on my main team at the moment. Oh, we got a new one. Give me the gear and the loots. Bonk. Do these get any bonuses for like... The fuck? Phoenix Tail Endless. Like, do these get any bonus from like... being placed in certain ways? Shrug. Okay. Now we can gamba. Let's... Oh, I have exactly 20 pulls. Interesting. Let's go! Purple. Skip. Oh, we got... I cannot stop getting this Watanabe, motherfucker. Wee. And purple. Yup. I burned all of the luck on this account the moment I pulled Florentine in a single 10 pull. It's so over, chat. I'm gonna hit hard pity. It's so over, chat. It's kind of wild too, because at that point, like a 40, it's 2% chance. 45, it's a 3% chance. 50, it's a 4% chance. 55, it's a 5% chance. So that means I had 5 4% chances and 5 5% chances, and still didn't get anything. Damn. Okay. And now it's going to be a while before I have enough standard pulls to finish that out. This requires 318, right? Yeah, so I just gotta push. Yeah, so I guess standard pulls wise, I likely won't be able to have access until then. That's okay. Okay, well, on we go. Fuck you, I don't have clarity. I should probably look at ascending my gear and setting levels of Viola, but right now it's whatever. Story doesn't really need me to prog like that. And I already cleared the only like side modes I have access to right now.
Arashon. She can't hear us.
Huh? Who's there?
The fire is burning.
Oh no. That's a lot of lads. More and more formless are swarming in.
At this rate, Arashon might not make it before our past selves come to help her.
Just let nature take its course. If we let Arashon bite the dust here, her whole betrayal thing wouldn't have happened in the first place, and Atem wouldn't have been activated. All the conflicts would be wiped out once and for all. I clenched my fists, trying to push away memories of the moments I shared with Arashon and her helping hand reaching out to me.
I'm sorry, but I'm not following your advice this time. Smash that pillar.
Yeah,
It'll
fair.
hold these things back.
Oh, fuck. I forgot my buttons again. That required a lot more than 5 attacks.
Farewell, Arashon.
What if she was under that?
Let's follow Arten's traces and keep pushing forward.
Oh, I guess I hit it 5 times, but it doesn't actually just... I probably need to keep attacking. It just pops as soon as the
Now I
chrono burst is
understand.
over.
We were the ones who broke the doorway and stopped Sarvis from attacking us. Be careful. It's not safe here. Fall.
Matt, Viola is like incredibly good at dealing with these like time thing back and forth things because it just keeps DPSing even if she's like, oops.
Wuthering Waves.
But yeah, they keep dealing damage regardless of which side we're on, so just it's nice for wiping those guys. I don't have to time anything. Once again, the ripples caused by the time distortion spread through the surrounding space, making the remnants of bookshelves and sculptures tremble. Deep within the ruins, a mutilated yet massive statue slowly rises up. It is none other than Darius,
who lost its lower body in the previous battle and fell on the ground. Having been dormant in this area for an unknown period, it has grown incredibly large after devouring countless things. Oh, okay. Unlike Erishan, who can only vaguely sense our presence, Darius immediately locks its gaze on us. You just won't give up, will
Let's
you?
go.
Despite only having half of its body remaining, the giant chases after us relentlessly. With its arms, it crawls forward in hot pursuit. Hot pursuit. "9 billion names of God." Miraculously, the end of the seal smoothly fits into the port of the processing module. The products of ancient craftsmanship and modern industrial standards meld seamlessly, considering how the solid seal underwent such a transformation. It is as if someone has designed it precisely for plugging into a machine that would be created in the distant future. The screen flickers for a moment, and the lines on the screen stop moving again.
What happened?
What was that notification on my phone? Huh? Black Fable on my phone just sent me a notification of "Celebrate the launch, a gift came in." I guess I should check the mail after this one. In an instant, all the commands and letters vanish. The large screen lights up completely, creating a blinding white radiance.
What happened? Is it down?
No. Too fast.
After a brief moment of thought, Nana figures out the reason.
So that's why.
The screen displays information that relies on the brightness of countless lit pixels. Now, after a pixel lights up, the next code that requires it to be lit immediately follows, without waiting for it to dim. The blink of pixels can no longer keep up with the torrent of code streaming by. Therefore, all that is displayed is a blinding white.
The validation has begun.
Overhead, without any fuss, the stars are going out. What a convenient little wibbly wobbly timey wimey MacGuffin that is. The view opens up through an archway. A long, broken bridge stretches across the water. One sec. A long, broken bridge stretches across the abyss, leading to a giant black pillar. The cylindrical space stretches infinitely to the top and bottom, composed of hexagonal walls covered in countless arches, with millions of bridges extending from the arches connecting the black. I just realized I'm still in the VC. One sec. What a bum. Okay. An unknown source of light illuminates the entire space, except for the dull surface of the beacon, as if declaring its otherworldly origin. Just casting a glance downward is dizzying, while looking upward reveals the shadows cast by numerous bridges and arches akin to a forest. Everything signifies that this is the source of the Library of Babel, the beginning of eternity and infinity. My brain flubbed for like one of those sentences. However, at this moment, eternity itself is as fragile as mortality. The roar of the giant comes from behind. Come. There is no turning back, and the bridge ahead is broken.
Prepare yourself.
Boss fight. Or not. Oh, action sequence. Yo, here we come. Oh. Bye, bitch. Thanks, Bramby.
fun. Ow, my knees. Oh! Sup, dude?
We've got to stop it right now.
Different boss fight than I thought we were getting.
Take a seat, rude person. Noise.
The fire is burning.
Full. Take a seat.
Wuthering Waves.
Full.
Ah, fuck, I pressed the wrong. I inputted the wrong attack there. It's unfortunate. Oh. 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 Oh.
Noise. Take a seat.
Oh, fuck, I missed.
This is what vocal music looks
The fire is burning.
Oh!
Forgive all.
Wait, did my sounds just die in the game? Well, I can't hear anything right now. Did my sounds just die in the game? What the heck? What is going on? Why is the desktop audio just like flat lines on the stream? And I can't hear anything. What the fuck? This is a new problem. Yeah, when I adjust the sound, I just get... Did Black Beacon do a silly? Guess that's right, restarting it? It's not like a very long... It's not like it's a very long... It's not a particularly long boss fight or anything. Oh, and there's a patch. Is that why my game fucked up? Okay, while this loads, I'm gonna pee real quick. BRB.
You're here. Asti, go prepare some refreshments for our distinguished guests.
think I broke the record from last stream. I think that was my 5th P tonight in stream. Or maybe not, I don't know. Oh wow, we're breaking the record for time for the last stream. Oh, I want to finish off this chapter and then call it. What's in the mail? Oh, thanks. I guess. Push notification rules. Oh, is this because I enable push notifications on my phone? That's funny. No wonder it's like such a little amount of stuff they gave. Bro, stop telling me these are new. They're not new. Okay. Let's see here. Let's quickly burn these and head back to story. Oh, it's over. Oh, shit. God damn. I've gotten 5 copies of this. Like, he's on the limited banner, but I've only pulled like 20 times on the limited banner. Yet no shit, they've reached breakthroughs. Okay, cool. Well, back to story. Back to the boss fights. We're so close. The last chapter's 318. Oh, let me get rid of that. BRB. Alright, well, we already read this.
We've got to stop it right now. Fluttering wings. Fall. The fire is burning. Fluttering wings. Fall. The fire is burning.
Oh, fuck. Whoop. Oh, thank you.
Take a seat.
Nope.
Take a seat.
Nope. Nope. Nope.
Rude person.
Nope.
Rude Take person. A seat. Take a seat.
Shit.
The fire is burning.
Fuck.
Fall.
The fire is burning. The fire is burning. Blooming from the flames. In the name of Florence.
It's time for a change of tune.
Ah, that didn't work the way I wanted it to. Oh well.
End it all.
Oh shit.
I'm still alive.
The fire is burning. The fire is burning.
Probably because I'm tired, I was having a bit of difficulty reading that boss's attack patterns. Yo, okay. Timey-wimey, actually wibbly-wobbly little device. channeling
Purification has started.
into
Let's
my
catch up to it.
staff for some reason. Oh wow, this. Oh, we go fast. Oh, we going fast. Ooh. Ooh. Where you going, bitch? Why did they not parry those? What? Oh. I guess if I don't parry everything and kill it, it just starts back over from the beginning. What? Oh my gosh. Motherfucker. Oh my god. Why am I so bad at this? Oh, you don't have to hold down. What? How did... Eh. Oh, I just have to... Oh, I have to get close to it in time. Never mind. I have to, like, save my dash until the end. That makes sense.
And keep sending commands. Don't let it run away.
Oh, shit. Yeet. Get over here. A peculiar ripple emanates from Zero's wand. Screenshot. It's a vortex formed by glowing characters.
The library is listing and outputting all possible commands.
Surrounded by infinite characters, Arten's movements are stagnated for a moment. But the next moment, it aims its muzzle directly at... I mean, it's been shooting at us. Instantly, the blazing radiance swallows all my sensors and sears directly into my retinas. My eyes! However, I feel no pain at all. It's as though my nerves have been burned to ashes before any signal can reach my brain. Zero becomes a tiny silhouette in the depths of the radiance and then gets swallowed up. The blazing sun that once raised Ataton to the ground, the plague that once set Afrathoth ablaze, lights up once more in the depths of the Library of Babel. However, this is not the end. G tun tun G G G tun 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 G tun G G G tun G tun G tun G. Countless characters have encircled the searing light of a 10. The characters flow unceasingly as if they were the mighty river of Memphis. What is this, Logos? Little by little, drop by drop, the character merges into a magnificent waterfall that rushes down in an instant. What happened in the past is once again reflected in the present. The united prayers from the people of Memphis and the infinite divine words generated by the processing modules. Vocabulary, phrases, dictionaries, great books, enough to consume the lives of millions of mortals if recited by mouth, whirl through the infinite rooms of the Library of Babel. The chants from the people thousands of years ago are echoing loudly. Okay, brain flopped on one of those sentences. There is always a command that harnesses the god. Suddenly, all incantations stand still. And with it comes a silence as if time stands still. Amidst the silence, the light in front of my eyes gradually dissipates on an ebbing tide. Space, matter, and distinct forms, one by one, return to my vision. The enormous copper sphere is levitating in the air. The rotating characters of the last command remain undissolved, as if they are planets circling the ancient sun. Bounded by the elusive divine words, the god of unknown creation is shackled.
Verification successful. R10 has stopped.
How are we gonna verify all of these possible permutations? Oh, just like use weird magic science stick thing to transfer all of them into staff that then creates radiant lights things that just inject it at the thing, I guess. Whoa. Jinx 2025 true. At that moment, I finally understand why Cyrus was so joyful when he met us for the second time. This must be the same scene as when the star of Ephrathah was finally extinguished. Some tiny rustling echoes, breaking the silence. It is as though time, which has remained still for so long, has begun to flow again. I look up in the direction of the sound. Incredibly high above, there is dust falling against the lights. No, it is not dust. Rather, it is the ever-disintegrating fragments of the battered library, made small only by the fact that they are so far away. Soon, the broken walls start falling like a torrential downpour, and the space itself starts to tremble. This realm is about to reach its limits. In merely a few moments, knowledge accumulated from thousands of years, all those truths, lies, and prophecies that will never be actualized. Along with the vastness of text generated by the library itself, countless volumes that have never been read from their creation to extinction will be sinking together into eternal oblivion. Damn. It is said that all things will become clear before one dies. Now, Hystaspes Darius knows this to be true. Who am I? He examines himself in confusion, and all that comes into his view is a mutilated body. Why am I here? He looks around in confusion, as a myriad of things he knows so well and yet seem so strange are falling aside him. Where am I going? Nothing but silence envelops the world. Gazing into the bottomless abyss ahead of him, he suddenly realizes that this is the end of his long journey, the inevitable end of his destiny. Death. Then everything becomes clear. He recalls everything. He is Hystaspes Darius. He was the son of King Hystaspes, the most prominent figure in the court of Obed. He was the Emperor Darius, the ruler of the vast land of the Roaring Lion. He was the king of all kings, whose remarkable achievements had been witnessed by the magnificent waterfalls of Memphis. He was the master of the ancient sun, although I had never yielded to his command. However, 3 Emians, claiming to be from 2,500 years later, deceived him, extracting the secrets of divine words. Oh. Because of those Emians, he lost his throne, his warriors, his army, and the untimely dignity and ultimately his dignity as a king. After waiting agonizingly for hundreds of years, he encountered those deceivers once again, only to be crippled by them, relying solely on his hands for mobility.
Somehow, these deceivers quickly returned to meet him for a third time. He followed them, arriving at the location of the black monolith. Upon reflection, he realized that the monolith was likely the origin of the tower, and the only thing befitting such a miracle. Then, fate whimsically turned the library upside down, and flung it to a distant module, undergoing a complete reversion. There, he endured a prolonged existence. No longer could he traverse the battlefield with swift movements, chasing his prey like a lion of Obed. His crippled body confined his soul like a prison. However, he would never forgive those deceivers. Despite his losses, he still possessed patience, intuition, and instinct. Time was on his side, since those deceivers claimed to be from thousands of years in the future. He was willing to wait for thousands of years. He would wait until their birth, their tenuous emions, their arrival at the Library of Babel, the deceptions through countless ages, and every encounter they had with him. Eventually, the wheel of fortune would bring them back to him for a final encounter. During his confinement, the passage of time was immeasurable, or perhaps the very concept of time eluded him. During his eternal expedition, pain and hatred became increasingly clear in his mind. Fortunately, fate was merciful enough to reunite him with the deceivers for the fourth time, where it all began. Finally, he reaches their time, 2,500 years later. What an extraordinary achievement! Darius, the king of all kings, has triumphed over time itself. However, it feels as if they are meeting him for the first time. Is this actually their first encounter with him? Nevertheless, he shall never forgive them, even if they are unaware of everything that happens later. A swift death would be too merciful. Those vile wretches must be subjected to the fear of dying before their actual deaths. Therefore, fueled by his hatred, he tightly grips one of the deceivers and flings them into the air. But how does he end up in such a miserable state? Previously, he had his upper half of his body intact, and now only his head remains. Then he realizes the bitter truth. Once again, he suffered a humiliating defeat, succumbing to the brazen deceivers. Everything he once possessed and everything he once desired crumbles along with the Library of Babel. The king of all kings stares into the abyss of emptiness. There is no starry sky he once desired, only darkness that engulfs him. There, he witnesses the final reward from fate at long last. A remarkably large piece of debris sweeps past. It was once the floor of a room, and then a figure, distorted like everything else, catches his attention. However, the silhouette is unmistakable. Zero's pupils contract dramatically. What she sees is none other than the giant that attacked me when I first entered the tower and supposedly got obliterated by Zero. The giant, with only half of its head remaining, looks in our direction. It wears a vengeful grimace, mixed with a sense of relief from finally achieving its revenge. It encountered us 2,500 years later, and had its lower half destroyed by us 2,000 years ago. After arriving here, pursuing our shadows, it has waited alone for 2,000 years before finally embracing another encounter with its foes. Its revenge, spanning thousands of years, now reaches its climax at this moment. Oh no. The spell dissipates, and the characters surrounding the ancient sun quickly fade away. Oh no! You motherfucker! The radiance of a 10 dims. At that moment, the lines on its surface resemble embers, emitting an eerie hue. Like a dying breath, the enormous sphere begins to collapse inward.
Zero immediately reacts and starts to repeat the command. However, it is too late. The lines crumble and the light dissipates. Before a dying star meets its demise, its thick plasma atmosphere freefall towards its core under the force of gravity. This is what happened, is happening, and will happen to a 10. Its mass continues to compress, its shell converging to its limits, until, finally, there is a momentary pause. Inside the ancient nuclear reactor, the atomic structure shatters, and unfathomable energy violently smashes the confinement that has lasted for thousands of years. It is as if a supernova is erupting. Surges of lights and heats flood the entire realm like an ocean.
Well, let me tell you a story.
Oh.
A story about the sun.
Oh.
Once, there were prisoners who had been living in a cave, bound and facing the cave wall since they were children. They couldn't turn back, see the exit of the cave, see themselves, or see the other prisoners. For the rest of their lives, all they could see was the wall in front of them. Beyond the cave, the sun shone brightly, and its rays illuminated everything. The objects outside the cave, favored by the sun, cast their shadows on the walls of the cave. The prisoners saw these moving shadows, mistaking them for real creatures.
Hold up, brain. Flub.
They believed that those shadows constituted the real world. They even devised a set of laws for the movements of these shadows, predicting what was to come. One day, however, these prisoners broke free and walked into the world beyond the cave. What do you think will happen when these prisoners finally see the real sun? You don't need to answer my question. Once you leave this place, you will forget this conversation with me.
Oh.
But it doesn't matter, because you will witness everything with your own eyes. You will encounter those prisoners, and you will see the real sun. We will meet again at some distant point in the future. Farewell, Outlander.
Huh. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. Ah. Indeed. I have seen the sun. Damn. Okay. The tower topples. From now on, there will be no God in the universe, no just verdict, and therefore no punishment from heaven. The downfall of the tower. It was a time so long ago that the concept of history had not yet been born. In the fertile land between the two rivers, a civilization called Obed once emerged. Under the banner of the new civilization, a city named Eridu, no way, was established in the Cradle of Water. I can't believe that this is ZZZ's pre-apocalypse setting. It was the first city and the first civilization in the Fertile Crescent. Legend has it that the god of water descended from the heavens and landed here, thus establishing Eridu. However, where did the god who bestowed kingship go after the city was founded? A scholar in the empire was curious to find the answer. In pursuit of the god, the scholar traveled up the river. Night after night, day after day, he covered every corner of the Fertile Crescent but found no sign of the god. Disheartened, the scholar aborted his journey and set out for home. And then On his way back, he witnessed a shocking black shadow stretch across the center of his path. From a distance, it looked like a long black needle, piercing through heaven and earth and sewing the world into one. Upon closer inspection, the long needle appeared even more magnificent than he had imagined, resembling a black monolith. The monolith is incredibly smooth monolith, yet devoid of any shine, resembling a piece of mirrored night, blending the contrasting concepts of brightness and darkness. Its grandeur and loftiness has never been witnessed before and would not be witnessed ever again in the future. All the most skillful works made by Imperial craftsmen paled in comparison to 1/1,000,000th of it. Where did it come from? Who created it? Why is it standing here? The world remained silent in the face of the scholar's questions. The monolith, like a riddle thrown down by the gods from the heavens, silently loomed over the scholar. Despite his awe and reverence, the scholar, driven by his desire for the answer, touched the monolith. Oh. Suddenly, the monolith emitted a flash of white light. Heaven and earth, along with mountains, rivers, and roads, vanished from his sight, along with the monolith. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of an indescribable circle of light. It was an abstract shape that would have eluded any scholar's comprehension. He vaguely realized he had encountered a higher being, but the glimpse was fleeting, and everything disappeared once more. In its place, a peculiar room materialized. The room existed both within and beyond his understanding. It was a square room constructed of mud bricks, unlike any other building material known to the scholar at that time. For some reason, in the center of the room stood an empty shelf, a reed pen, and countless clay tablets. Who built this room, and who left those tools here? The scholar had no time to ponder. The empty shelf must be filled, just as every question must have an answer. The scholar's mind became consumed by this single thought, as if the gods behind the riddle were whispering in his ear. Hence, the scholar embarked on the task of recording his life's insights on the clay tablet using the reed pen. He wrote with unwavering duty. Once he finished the first clay tablet, he placed it on the stone shelf. However, the feeling of emptiness in the scholar's soul remained unresolved. So, he raised his reed pen and continued writing on the second clay tablets. The clay tablets were inexhaustible, and the reed pen never wore out. The scholar wrote for an extensive period of time, oblivious to exhaustion, hunger, and the passage of time. As the first shelf was filled with clay tablets, another shelf materialized out of thin air. This was followed by a third, fourth, fifth, and so forth. How has he managed to not eat this entire time? After all the shelves, and even the room itself, were laden with clay tablets, the three walls vanished, revealing three passageways that led to three new rooms. By offering one's knowledge, one would obtain the god's mercy and the privilege to use this realm. Finally, the scholar comprehended that he had stumbled upon a miracle. And so, pointing to the land, the scholar declared, "Come to me. We shall erect a tower here." An impossibly smooth monolith erecting a tower. And so, the tower ascended towards the sky, and knowledge flourished within its walls. The foundations were laid, pillars were erected, and walls were constructed. Hold up a sec. Huh. Okay. Didn't expect him to be able to leave the tower, but I guess he did. Materials including brick, cedar, and stone, and professionals including artisans, boatmen, and miners flocked from all directions.
A miracle took root in the earth and grew with passing years. Conquerors came and went, and empires rose and fell. Dynasties changed, and so did the thrones. Only the tower stood as a testament to the passage of time. And so, the construction of this tower persisted, day after day, year after year, generation after generation. And so, the tower will eventually reach its completion, and it will inevitably meet its downfall. Such is the fate of this tower to the heavens. Within the tower, a tale was passed down. It was a tale of the god of the sun. On the first day, when Ataton, the city of eternal light, lay enshrouded in darkness, it emerged as an answer to the fervent prayers of its devoted subjects. Its radiant light permeated the vast expanse of the world. Fuck. Sack water. On the second day, it glimmered with a brilliance surpassing the eye of Leo, refusing to partake in the celestial dance of the other stars. Beneath its radiance, all living beings flourished. On the third day, it unleashed its divine wrath, desiccating streams, withering grass, scorching roofs, and razing Ataton to the ground. On the fourth day, news of its awe-inspiring power reached the King of all Kings, who retrieved it from the river and presented it within the tower. The immortal army embarked on its ultimate expedition, driven by a thirst to unravel its secrets of immortality. I mean, in the end, he did up getting what he wanted. He managed to live for 2,500 years as a fucking monster. On the fifth day, it transformed into the undying star about the Philistine Sea. Witnessing its splendor, the three sages from the east hastened on a pilgrimage to Ephrata to pay homage to it. On the sixth day, it was retrieved and returned to the tower by a maiden who understood her destiny. Within the cosmic tapestry that held the answers to all questions, the star concluded its final, luminous journey. On the seventh day, the eternal sun was extinguished, and the tower crumbled, bearing witness to the god's eternal departure from the mortal realm. From that moment onward, the universe stood bereft of deities and guiding laws. Consequently, divine retribution ceased to manifest. Damn, okay. The time has come to fulfill the vow. Oh wait, shit. Is that Florentine? The Epilogue. There are two grandeur rivers in the world. One originates from the immense mountain. That's creative naming. Reaching thousands of miles eastward into the sea, nourishing the entire fertile plains. The other flows silently in the depths of history, unseen by the world, yet its basin is even more vast.
The agricultural production in Songlin City is going smoothly today.
We got ourselves a hag. When can I pull her? Oh wait, shit, actually, is she gonna be the second limited character? Because the second limited character's weapon, we can see the silhouette of it in like the weapon event, and it's like a very like Asiatically themed dragon stylized Guandao. So maybe Ching is the next character. Is like the next limited character. I hope so.
So you and Xian can review it. And send a copy to the central database of CAVE, too.
The report has been sent to Feng Bei. Can you remind me where we're supposed to send the copy?
Didn't I just say it? It goes to the central database of CAVE. Huh?
But isn't the database right here?
No. If I remember correctly, the central database is actually located at...
The woman with dark green hair covers her forehead. After prolonged contemplation, she turns to her.
When did the tower in Obed collapse?
Are you talking about the legendary Tower of Babel?
The tower built thousands of years ago. Wait, did you say collapsed? The Tower of Babel collapsed?
Oh dear. Ching lets out a sigh of relief.
Humanity's collective unconsciousness almost had us believing a different story about it. Something must have happened to Emeon in the Library of Babel.
Oh yeah, that's right. The Library of Babel can't even be perceived by normal people because it's not within the collective unconscious. Neat. And it almost gaslit these two. The melodious sound of the lyre dances between the young duchess's nimble fingers floating above the open courtyard. This melody could have soared freely like a bird in the vast sky, but an ominous cloud in the distance hangs over everyone, causing it to fold its wings and linger amidst the purple iris bushes. Finally, a rain cloud lands in the heart of a blossom, releasing a faint fragrance that mingles with the piano's resonance. Before more raindrops arrive, an umbrella opens, shielding the young duchess.
Your Grace, the election for the new Holy Cardinal is about to begin. The Holy Court has extended an invitation, and the other cardinals have already departed for Javriel.
Noticing her master's indifference, the young steward's tone grows urgent.
I understand that leaving Bellefontaine at this moment would be a bold request. However, if we remain here, we can only witness the villainous Sistine ascending to the throne.
The melody abruptly ceases. Florence raises her hands, although she does not direct her gaze towards her loyal steward.
We will depart, Asti.
Have you finally made your decision, Your Grace?
Joy briefly flickers across Asti's face, but then she realizes that her master is not looking towards Javriel, the Eternal City, but rather...
It is time to fulfill our oath.
Florence mutters, staring at the dark clouds approaching from the east.
By the way, aren't you worried about what will happen to the library after a tense explosion?
What a silly question! Can a star exploding really mess up the whole universe?
You know what I mean, right?
Yeah, I get it, but honestly, it don't really matter. The only thing it messes up is the original module of their time sector. So basically, it'll only block
Man,
their
can't believe I missed this little shit. They were so good in Chapter 1.
The only thing that might affect our time sector is the ripples from the aftermath. But once those ripples settle down, everything will go back to normal. Plus, even if their entrance is gone, they can just make a new one. As long as the beacon is still there, they make as many entrances as they need to.
Why did you say all that stuff to them earlier?
I was just messing with them. Oh, you mean the last sentence, huh? May we meet again in the future. It meant what it meant. I had a feeling that we'd run into Sierra again in the future. Perhaps in the future... No, perhaps we've already met in some time sector. Well, who knows? Anyway, stop distracting me with such useless stuff. I've got to update the new routes of the library on my map.
Motherfucker uses his map case as a weapon. Dust swirls as day turns into night, blurring the line between sky and earth. Several figures emerge from the haze. The leader steps on the remains of what was once a tower, now reduced to broken walls. The fragile bricks crumble at the slightest touch, turning into scattered dust in the air. The more magnificent something is, the more tragic it will be after it collapses. Cough, cough, cough. The person covers her mouth and nose. Curse that Polsterer. How dare he give me such a stupid task? Don't even get me started on the God of the Sun. There isn't even a single intact brick here. How am I supposed to recycle air or something? ... exclamation mark. Her words come to an abrupt halt. Oh, hello. A harsh wind cuts through the swirling sand, as if thunder is splitting the dark clouds. Everything becomes clear once again. And And yoink. What? Gradually, the figure of a tall woman becomes visible.
Well, look who we have here. Filthy rats from Nemesis.
Oh no, she's hot. The woman closes her fan, making a sharp sound that catches everyone's attention.
Still standing your ground, huh? So, you want to face me head on? Well, I don't have all day. Let your mercenaries come at me together.
Tisk. The figure raises her hand, and all the mercenaries step back until they are completely concealed within the sand. The black-haired woman puts away her fan and looks in the direction the invaders retreated. Instead of giving chase, she lowers her gaze to the two unconscious Emians at her feet.
I was on
Oh,
a
that's
business
us.
trip when Viola called me, so I thought I'd drop by. But I didn't expect to clean up such a mess. Now this is just miserable. Huh? Only 2 of them managed to escape. How strange. And who's this?
Zantan furrows her brow as she sees the stranger being shielded by the young lady. Thanks to Zero's protection, the Outlander does not seem to have any serious injuries, except for a bit of blood on the forehead.
I'll just take them back to Tien.
Womp. Oh, and EX. Let's go. Let's murder the boss yet again, but with our actual team. I just hope I don't have to do the rail shooter section again. That was a neat set piece, but I'm good with doing it once.
Take a seat. Take a seat. It's up to you, Shakong.
Forgive all fires burning.
It's up to you, Shakong.
Oh, I fucking dash canceled for shit. That sucks.
Take a seat.
Forgive all sins.
What? Oh, fuck. How did I dash into that?
The fire is burning.
Pulverize. Take a seat. Pulverize. It's up to you, Shakong.
It's time for a change of tune.
Target locked. Fire. Take a seat.
Blooming from the flames. In the name of Florence. The fire is burning. Forgive all sins.
Shit, I might not clear this in time, actually. I might need to invest a bit more. Like, this time-wasting section's cutting a lot of my time off.
Don't even think about escaping. It's up to you, Shakong.
Ah, I fucked up.
The fire is burning.
It's up to you, Shakong.
It's time for a change of tune.
Yeah, I can't clear this in the 3-star. I need to invest a little bit more. I just don't have the damage output. I could clean out my my play a lot definitely as well, but like that's too big of a stat gap. Let's go, more shit. We love shit. The Babel Tower is falling, falling, it's going to fall. Who would have thought the Babel Tower would collapse again, huh? Why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something strange? Take a look at this area. The first director of Emion began constructing the tower right here. It has been passed down through generations. Although the tower fell once, its reconstruction will continue. Now as the director, you must fulfill your duties. Before rebuilding the Babel Tower, let's first check the condition. It's the director's responsibility to determine the direction of the tower's reconstruction. Chirp, chirp, how could this happen? We're even short on materials. But it's fine, there's always a solution. As the head librarian, you have the authority to assign tasks to members. Regardless of whether they are MAN or not, you have the authority to assign them to any location. Listen to the prayers of travelers from every corner and offer them guidance. This teaching was established by the first head librarian, but as the current head librarian, it is up to you to give it new meaning. Give it a try. Let's choose one first. Memory, Noble Path Chance, plus 20%. Dispatch. You already mastered the ability to dispatch members. But I didn't dispatch her. Okay, interesting. So they give us... So this is like a little, like, management expedition system they added to the game. Definitely seems like it's worth pushing to the end of third chapter then to get this going sooner rather than later. Each facility has its own unique function. The Babel Tower serves the core of all facilities where players can spend materials to upgrade the facilities once the upgrade requirements are met. As players upgrade the facilities, various buffs and effects will unlock. You can select characters in the dispatch room to undertake missions and earn rewards. By meeting specific conditions, you can unlock special tasks for generous rewards. The production room manufactures materials for the director's daily needs and can be upgraded to unlock additional material types, small rooms, and increased storage capacity. The stamina storage room collects excess clarity, but once you reach the storage limit, you can no longer gather additional clarity. The crafting station lets you use materials and Aurelium to combine them into higher level materials. Wait, it doesn't say that the stamina storage room gets it at a reduced rate, though. Do they not have a reduced rates for excess? Huh. Three-person handover. Weird. Erasha and Shamasha Vila are looking at you at the same time. Make sure you're mentally prepared for you do. Huh. Regular missions and special missions. Regular missions reset daily, while special missions reset weekly. The number of missions available during each cycle is fixed, but you can increase the limit by upgrading facilities. Regular missions are categorized in three rarities, B, A, and S, by the time required and rewards proportional to their rarity. Tap the mission icon to view the detailed requirements. The mission details page show the rewards and dispatch conditions for the mission. Regular missions can yield clues and you can increase the chance of obtaining specific clues by dispatching certain characters. If you can't meet the mission requirements, you can use the assistance feature that requests help from a friend's character, but only one person can assist per mission. You can also tap the refresh button to update the mission, though there are limits on the number of refreshes and times intervals for refreshing. Special missions require you to meet both the basic requirements and clue quantity requirements. If you submit clues matching the mission specification, I might have a hard time getting it done this week then. The rewards for the dispatch mission will be increased based on the number of qualifying clues. Clues have a time limit and will disappear once the validity period expires. You may use chest dispatch feature to collect unclaimed treasure chest rewards from main story stages. Only stages you have already cleared are available for dispatching. If you have collected all the treasure chests, no additional chests will be rewarded from dispatches. That's a neat system. Okay. So we've got an S quest. What is our special quest? Don't I like need a clue for this? I thought it said you need a clue for that. Weird. 2 destruction class characters. I don't fucking remember which class is destruction. How do I know who is Shamash Destruction? Yeah, I think. Yeah. Oh, okay. There we go. These two will both give memory of mountains and seas, though. How am I supposed to grab assists? Said, oh, I'm fucking stupid. It's right there. I mean, we're stacking up like mountains and seas, so might as well stack up more mountains and seas. Oh, I start with 5 clues. Cool. Never mind, I can do the weekly one this time. Hoggers. 5 types of clues. These clues can use to trigger special quests and boost rewards for these quests. Each type of clue offers distinct rewards. Before selecting an alternate quest, you can select the specific clue you wish to get this time. Once the quest include, you'll always get selected too. The tier of the quest and assigned characters will influence the success rate of obtaining clues. Please note that certain characters provide additional bonuses for specific clues. Oh, neat. Noble Path. Noble Path. Can't deploy duplicates. There isn't a third Noble Path. Fuck. Fuck it, Viola as well, why not? Oh yeah, there really is only 2 of them. Oh, gift certificates, huh? Oh, yep, she is definitely the next limited. Look at her right there. Wow, there are a lot of them. Damn, we can't duplicate Sag. Building Baba now, I see. How was Chapter 3 end? She wields a darkened weapon in the event. Yeah, oh, cool. Nice. Yeah, no, yeah, that's what I figured. Like, I saw her design, I was like, huh, she looks like she would use that, like, dragon designs, or embellished, I guess, Guandao. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. The sun is rising. Okay. Oh, light elemental characters. The fuck? Logos. And scholarly. Okay, finish up this dispatch and then probably hop off for the night. It is quite late. The sun, heavy Ningguang and Shen Yun vibes. Yes, Auntie slapped me. Ha! Yeah, she does look pretty similar to. I'm assuming Shen Yun is that like Genshin character who looks like Asian Bayonetta. Because I don't remember that much about her. I've just seen images, but she definitely does look like have like some similarities. Elegant path. Which one haven't I gone for yet? Oh, Distant Star, I guess. Yeah, I think I put one towards everything else otherwise. Yo, let's go. Sure. We have extra people. Might as well just throw them at this. That's certainly helpful. I'm a bad Chinese panda. I don't read or speak very much Mandarin. Would like to learn though. Want to look into learning it a bit more so in the future. Just too much going on right now, learning wise. Oh, well, we could always craft up, but I guess this is like where we act, where we like for realsies craft up. How the fuck do I get this stuff? Oh, I see. Yeah, so all I can really do right now is wait. Oh, well, there we go. Proof of search. Fire Hefi. Aurelium. Okay, let's knock this out soon. I don't even play Genshin anymore, but yes, that Bayonetta vibes, girl. Yup. You'll see Chan soon enough. Oh, I'm excited. Alright, what the fuck was it supposed to be? But it didn't want me to craft? Fuck. Fuck, what were the items it wants? Ignore Arton outside, that's a lie. You're just seeing a future that's already happened. Hurt. Proof of search for knowledge. Fire of Hefe, small. Aurelium. Proof of search of knowledge. I don't see no shit that looks like that. I probably have to upgrade it. Also, I probably like have to upgrade the trading station or something. Ugh, slightly burned my vape just now. Fuck. Oh well. Also, if you rewatch the early cutscenes, Arisha never lied to you. Interesting. Yeah, I think you were mentioning that yesterday. It's definitely very interesting. I would like to definitely look into that at some point. Okay. Okay. Can I do this yet? Oh, I can! What is this? Story mode, exploration mode. Each stage and item contains 3 floors. As you progress, you might discover phrases and curious. Oh, it's the roguelike. Huh. Neat. Exciting roguelike mode. Oh, cool. This is where you get a bunch of this shit. Gotcha. So roguelike is primarily what you use for that. Neat. Okay. I'll look into this later. What's my gift? Oh. Yoinkers. We draw ever closer to our beautiful level 15. I haven't hit the weekly limit yet, though, so... Tomorrow's dailies will knock out a bunch. Oh, did I unlock complex? I did. Okay, cool. Well, stuff to do later. Either way, I should definitely be hopping off. This is, oh my god, it's been 11 and a half hour stream. I might like this game a bit, guys. Chat, I might be cooked. I might be cooked by this game. I don't know what other gacha I'm gonna drop for it, but I have to. It's really good. Fuck. But it's been a lot of fun, guys. Thanks so much for hanging out. And yeah, I need to go this long hour stream. Let's go. Yeah, night Benoit, nights Sash, night just everyone who is still hanging out, because there's a bunch of peeps still in here. Lots of lurkers, but I still appreciate that. You don't have to engage in the chat and whatnot if you want to just hang out and have a good time and listen to my ASMR my ASMR look-alike or sound-alike narration of the game. I don't even know how that shit sounds. I should go back and listen to the recording or listen to like the VOD later. I have no idea how I even sound when I'm narrating all that shit, but I tried looking at the stuff from last stream and realized and that's when I realized my noise gate was too low because I would cut in and out of like me saying things a lot, so I adjusted the settings. Alright. Thanks everyone, Night Tids and everyone. It's been fun. Have a good one and we'll see you soon. Bye.